Hey guys, what's up? Today we're listening to Jujutsu Kaisen, reincarnated as Gojo Sister. So sit back, relax, and just enjoy the ride. And hey, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. And if you're one of the OGs, welcome back. You already know, it's about to get real.
Chapter 1, Gojo's Twin Sister. December 7th, 1989. The Gojo family, one of the three great Jujutsu world families, was in an uproar, with exclamations of surprise coming from those around them. The reason was the two newborn infants lying in the crib in their midst. Let's rewind time to 10 minutes earlier. The male infant did not cry or fuss. Instead, he silently opened his eyes, and a pair of beautiful eyes like the sky stretching into the distance appeared in everyone's sight. 6 eyes Rikugan. Note, the 6 eyes are also called Rikugan. Rikugan, also known as Eyes of the Azure Heaven, is a special constitution that is rarely seen in the Jujutsu world, appearing perhaps once every few centuries. Its external manifestation is a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes. Everyone looked at the Rikugan of this male infant, and they all involuntarily showed signs of excitement, as it had been so many years and finally, the Gojo family had given birth to a Rikugan again. Thank the Azure Heaven, thank our ancestors, our Gojo family has finally given birth to a Rikugan again. Some within the Gojo family clasped their hands together, murmuring softly in excitement. The birth of a Rikugan infant in the Gojo family was news that deserved to shake the entire Jujutsu world, but if it were just that, it would still be within everyone's acceptable limits. What truly made everyone unable to accept, or rather incomparably excited and speechless, was the female infant beside this male infant. The female infant slightly turned her head to look at the male infant opposite her. She also did not cry or fuss, and her opened eyes were identical to the male infant's eyes, equally beautiful and pure. Rikugan. In the Jujutsu world, twins are considered dual births, which carries an ominous connotation. Although both children are individual entities, their fates are intertwined, and at the Jujutsu level they are regarded as one person. The prominent manifestation is that one person's talent will be split into two, so the Jujutsu talent of twins is generally not very high. However, both of these individuals possess Rikugan. Rikugan are chosen ones, individuals accompanied by great fortune. As for any ominous connotations in front of the Rikugan, the Gojo family members declared them to be pure feudal superstition. Everyone looked at this scene, unsure what to say. Because there were infants present, they refrained from screaming. From the perspective of the female infant, everyone in her line of sight seemed to be possessed, performing very awkward movements. Some people wildly flailed their limbs, some had faces as red as ripe tomatoes from holding back laughter, and some even transformed into chanting monks, muttering incessantly, only to be knocked out by a punch from someone next to them. In summary, everyone went crazy. If normal infants saw their chaotic, demonic performance, they would definitely be frightened, but the two in the crib were not ordinary people. The male infant was practically the chosen one of this world, the future throughout heaven and earth. I alone am the honored one, the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer of the modern era. And the female infant here was even more extraordinary. She was, well, actually she wasn't that extraordinary, simply put, she was a reincarnator. The male infant calmly kept his eyes open, his expression indifferent. The female infant's eyes sparkled with a lazy expression unbefitting her age. She was trying to adapt to and accept her changes. She wasn't actually surprised by her reincarnation. Although her memories were a bit blurry, she vaguely remembered spinning a large wheel before reincarnating. The wheel had many icons, each representing an anime world. She said she didn't care, any world would do, so she just randomly spun it. However, before spinning, she did glance at it and noticed that some marked small worlds on the wheel were blacked out, though she didn't know why. As the wheel stopped, the world of her reincarnation was decided. Jujutsu Kaisen. She had heard of this anime. Although the later chapters of the manga became increasingly absurd, it had to be said that the early parts were very exciting, and the worldview of Jujutsu and cursed spirit was very interesting. So she immediately accepted being reborn here, but when she slightly turned her head and saw the male infant next to her, she was stunned. Gojo Satoru? The third male lead in Jujutsu Kaisen, invincible in the early stages, sealed in the middle stages due to his invincibility, and unsealed in the later stages to directly fight the enemy boss. Reincarnating into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, why not into the original work's main storyline, but into such an early timeline? And upon hearing the conversations of the people around her, she felt even more helpless to complain about her identity. Gojo Satoru's twin older sister, and from what they said she also possessed the Rikugan, just like Gojo Satoru. Wait, why do I also have Rikugan? Rikugan is rarely seen, appearing once every 100 years. It hadn't appeared for several centuries, and now suddenly there were two pairs. It would be strange if these old geezers weren't crazy. As for her identity, she fell silent. Honestly, she wanted to just give up. As she thought about it, she closed her eyes. After all, at this stage, she couldn't speak or do anything. And as she initially entered a state of giving up, the surrounding commotion was forcefully interrupted by an elder who clapped his hands. Everyone, calm down. I know this is a good thing. Celebrating today, tomorrow, the day after, even celebrating for several days in a row is fine, but more importantly, we should name these two Six Eyes users. Under the Gojo family elders' clapping, the crowd quickly quieted down, but even so, excitement and agitation could still be seen on their faces. Jealousy? That's impossible. Jealousy only occurs when one has potential oneself. The Gojo family hadn't produced a Rikugan for several centuries. Gojo family members without Rikugan were the norm, and the birth of a Rikugan was the honor of the entire Gojo family. Everyone's gaze collectively turned towards the two in the crib. For the Six Eyes users, these ordinary members of the Gojo family had no right to name them, only the family elders had that qualification. The Gojo family elder walked to the male infant's side, narrowing his eyes slightly and bending down to softly say to him, "Little one, your name will be Satoru." After speaking, he turned and walked to the female infant's side, with the same narrowed eyes and the same slight bend. "Your name will be Chinatsu. Based on your birth time, you are Satoru's older sister. As for who will inherit the position of family head, you two siblings can compete for it yourselves, since both of you have Rikugan." After he finished speaking, he straightened his chest, no longer able to suppress the intense smile on his face, and quickly turned to walk out of the room. And the female infant, hearing the name Chinatsu, had an even stronger look of laziness in her eyes. This was the first time she had heard this name, but for some reason, hearing it suddenly felt familiar. Strange, too strange. Chinatsu lay flat in the crib, looking at the white ceiling, and fell into silence. Chapter 2: The Sensation in the World of Jujutsu. After the Gojo family gave birth to two pairs of Six Eyes, the entire Jujutsu world was thrown into an uproar. This was partly because the Gojo family had no intention of hiding their talent. In fact, they heavily promoted it. And partly because the existence of two pairs of Six Eyes was simply too shocking. The Gojo family asked, "Why should we hide our talent? We are the Gojo family, one of the three great Jujutsu families, not some insignificant third-rate Jujutsu clan. Are we incapable of protecting two children?" In contrast to the Gojo family's atmosphere of universal celebration, the other two of the three great Jujutsu families, the Zenin and the Kumo clan, were steeped in a deathly silence and profound repression. Damn it, is this even reasonable? It's bad enough that the Six Eyes appeared in his Gojo family, but why did two pairs appear at once this time? This has never happened before. Could it be false news? No, the Gojo family has no reason to spread false news. The elderly head of the Zenin family was already advanced in years. He had hoped the Jujutsu world would remain peaceful during his final years, only for this sudden event to occur. The head of the Kumo family was also not in a good state. The Kumo family was already subtly the weakest among the three great families, and his Kumo clan simply had no ability to stop the rise of the Gojo family. After grinding his teeth, he waved his hand and even issued a future family directive. More births, more children. Since they couldn't weaken the Gojo family, they could only try to boost their own strength, hoping their family might also produce a genius. Following the birth of the two children bearing the Six Eyes in the Gojo family, a high-priced bounty for their assassination appeared on the dark web of the Jujutsu world. Truly worthy of the legendary Six Eyes. They are just two brats, yet they each have a bounty of 100 million. TSK, it's tempting, but I wouldn't dare take it. The astronomical bounty was, unfortunately, like a trap for high-ranking Jujutsu sorcerers, who knew the Gojo family's foundations and understood how difficult it would be to kill the Six Eyes while they were under the Gojo family's protection. Only the third-rate jujutsu sorcerers were greedy for this exorbitant reward, but those third-rate jujutsu sorcerers couldn't even break into the Gojo family gate, let alone kill the two children. Under the rock-solid defenses of the Gojo family, a large number of third-rate jujutsu sorcerers were repelled. Gradually, fewer and fewer third-rate jujutsu sorcerers were interested in this high-priced bounty. Of course, they were only fewer, not non-existent. 6 years later, a jujutsu sorcerer stood sneakily at a distant street corner, where he could just barely glimpse the entrance of the Gojo family mansion at an angle. Although his colleagues had advised him not to attempt the bounty, the reward money was simply too tempting, and he couldn't help but want to try. Just as he was scanning the massive Gojo family residence, wondering where he should strike, the gates of the Gojo family mansion opened from within, and the two targets he had been eagerly anticipating suddenly appeared in his line of sight. 6-year-old Satoru Gojo and Chinatsu walked out from the gate, followed by a line of black-clad bodyguards who looked exactly like those standardized in films and television. Watching this scene unfold, the dark web assassin's lips curled into an extremely excited smile. Heaven truly helps me. Not only will I get the bounty money, but I'll also become famous in the assassination world, maybe even earn the title of King of Assassin. The dark web assassin suppressed the smile rising in his heart and pulled a dart from his pocket. After turning his head again to look at the group emerging from the gate, he locked the dart's target onto the female child with the 6 eyes, Chinatsu. In this world, everyone harbors a special energy called cursed energy within their bodies, though the cursed energy in most people is relatively weak. Corresponding to the cursed energy that everyone possesses, the talent known as innate technique is not something everyone has. If cursed energy is likened to electricity, then a cursed technique is like an appliance that can produce various effects when electricity is poured into it. This jujutsu sorcerer's cursed technique was called concealment, which allowed objects he touched to become hidden. If used directly on himself, it could achieve an invisibility effect, but the process was extremely draining and difficult. As the assassin tightened his grip on the dart, the weapon quickly vanished from sight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a cursed technique was perfect for an assassin, like a fish finding water or a tiger gaining wings. It was precisely his confidence in his cursed technique that led him to accept this bounty mission. His gaze was fixed tightly on Chinatsu. After silently counting down in his mind, he swiftly flung the dart toward Chinatsu with a swish. Success! The familiar sensation transmitted from his fingertips the instant the dart left his hand made him celebrate prematurely. Scenes of Chinatsu being headshot by his dart even flashed through his mind, and his already slightly upturned lips curved into an even wider smile. The dart sliced through the air and rushed toward Chinatsu at an extremely high speed. Yet, just as the scene in the assassin's mind was about to materialize, the dart, which was moments away from striking Chinatsu's head, suddenly stopped. It hung suspended in midair, motionless. Chinatsu slowly turned her head to look at the dart hanging in the air. As she symbolically blew a puff of air toward it, the dart fell to the ground with a clang. Limitless defense, actively engaged. This was the most basic application of the Gojo family's ancestral curse technique, Limitless/Limitless Void, and was the strongest defensive ability in this world. Simply put, this defensive ability causes anything approaching the curse technique user to slow down the closer it gets, eventually reaching a state of complete stasis, thus making it impossible to ever touch the user's body. The assassin stared blankly at his dart stopped in midair. He couldn't help but rub his eyes vigorously with both hands. Just as he finished rubbing his eyes and prepared to peek over again, a burly bodyguard had already appeared right in front of him. The assassin's eyelids twitched slightly, and under the influence of his endocrine system, large beads of sweat instantly poured down his face. In that moment, his brain spun frantically, trying to figure out what he should say next to save his life. "Well, that. I was just passing by." Even he didn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Under the bodyguard's gaze from behind his sunglasses, the bodyguard clenched his fist, charged up a punch, and slammed it directly into the assassin's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground like a flung rag. Bang! Chapter 3: The Two Who Went Out. Another one. I've lost count of how many assassins trying to get to the young master and young lady my iron fists have taken down. How unlucky. The bodyguard let out a sigh, swinging his massive sandbag-sized iron fist, and looked down at the assassin he had knocked out with a single punch, whose face was already somewhat contorted. Gojo Satoru lightly leaped and quickly arrived beside the assassin the bodyguard had taken down. He first glanced at the assassin twice, then turned to the bodyguard with a hint of displeasure. "You moved too quickly. I originally wanted to teach this guy who tried to harm my older sister a lesson myself," Gojo Satoru said, his hands in his pockets, pouting slightly. The bodyguard awkwardly raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. What could he say? As a bodyguard, if he didn't act first, could he even be considered a bodyguard? "Satoru, don't make it difficult for Mr. Bodyguard. And about wanting to teach a lesson to the person who tried to harm me, I think you're just itching for a fight." Despite having just faced the danger of being shot in the head, Chinatsu felt no lingering fear, maintaining a perfectly calm expression. Because being shot in the head was impossible from the start. Even though the flying dart was invisible due to the assassin's concealment curse technique, it still couldn't escape the eyes of Chinatsu and Satoru. Rikugan, a special constitution, rarely seen in a century, perhaps only once in several centuries. These beautiful, pure eyes grant their owner several talents superior to the vast majority of people in the jujutsu world. First, 360-degree, dead-angle-free insight. Even wearing pure black sunglasses or having their eyes wrapped in bandages cannot prevent these eyes from gathering surrounding information. Second, the ability to keenly observe the flow of cursed energy. Just like the dart that tried to hit Chinatsu's head earlier, although the dart itself was invisible, the cursed energy attached to it was exposed without a trace under the observation of the Rikugan. Third, the ability to see through others' curse techniques, which allows a six-eyes sorcerer to effectively avoid situations where they lack information about an enemy's abilities. Fourth, it grants the wielder extremely precise cursed energy manipulation, which is also a prerequisite for activating the Gojo family's secret, Limitless curse technique. If one does not possess the Rikugan but has the Limitless curse technique engraved in their body, it's like playing a MOBA game where your character has a skill, but the skill slot is blacked out, and no matter how much you press it, it won't activate. It is precisely because of the bug-like combination of Rikugan plus Limitless curse technique that even top-tier jujutsu sorcerers on the dark web cannot muster the will to target Chinatsu and Satoru. Only these third-rate jujutsu sorcerers, who can't even gather complete information, are misled by the exorbitant bounty on the wanted poster and underestimate the difficulty of this mission. The assassin lying on the ground, his face covered in blood, is not dead, but the Gojo family wouldn't just let him leave so easily. As for how this assassin would be dealt with next, Chinatsu and Satoru were unaware, as they didn't linger there for long but ignored him and headed out. Their destination was Akihabara. Although Akihabara at this time had not yet reached the status of a holy land as it would in later generations, it was already starting to take shape. For the two who had been strictly protected at home their entire lives, the desire to leave home and venture outside had reached a state of unbearable thirst. With Chinatsu and Satoru's back and forth, like a comedy duo, they finally conquered the Gojo family's great elder, who said that as long as they mastered Limitless defense, they would be allowed to go out. Once they had this goal, their motivation was ignited. At the tender age of 6, both mastered Limitless defense. With this defensive technique, even if a cannon were fired at them, they would be unharmed. The group was driven directly to Akihabara. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were met with the gazes of many passers-by. The reason was simple: their extremely high appearance, looks. Even though they were only 6 years old, one should not underestimate the number of Shotokan and Lilykan in Akihabara, where the otaku culture is highly concentrated. Coupled with the cute is justice theory from the otaku Bible, the gazes directed at them along the way never ceased. Facing so many stares, Gojo Satoru, who still possessed a slight aloofness, did not wave back to the excited people around him. Chinatsu, however, felt it would be impolite to completely ignore them, so she subtly turned her head to look around and gave a symbolic little wave in response. It was better not to respond. As soon as she did, those people excitedly covered their faces with their hands. It was predictable that if not for the robust bodyguards standing behind Chinatsu, they might have rushed forward to pinch Chinatsu's cheeks. "Sister, you're really popular," Gojo Satoru, beside Chinatsu, said blandly upon seeing this scene. "Do you believe that if you wave at those girls over there and smile, their reaction will be even more intense?" Chinatsu said, waving her hand. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru looked suspiciously at the crowd of girls who were eagerly watching him. Sure enough, with Gojo Satoru's ordinary glance, an immediate stir arose from that direction. Gojo Satoru immediately pulled his head back, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Chinatsu beside him and posed an astonishing question. Am I handsome? Chinatsu almost burst out laughing with a pift. Thinking of how the current Gojo Satoru would grow up to become human oil Satoru, Chinatsu truly struggled to maintain her composure. After Chinatsu forcefully suppressed her laughter, she slowly extended a finger, a serious expression on her face. No. Gojo Satoru remained thoughtfully silent. Their group continued to stroll through Akihabara, looking left and right without a clear destination. Under the Rikugan's all-encompassing observation, both of them noticed a few people stealthily following their group, moving hesitantly and timidly, not quite like assassins. Indeed, they were not assassins, but talent agents from entertainment idol companies. The moment they saw Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu, they immediately thought of inviting them to join their company as child stars, believing they would definitely become huge successes in the future. The fantasy was beautiful, but unfortunately, in reality, the two were surrounded by robust bodyguards who could clearly pulverize them with a single punch, causing the agents to tremble with indecision, afraid to approach and speak to them. Chapter 4: The Two Dazzling Figures. Eyes that stretched into the distance, a pale blue like the sky. Pure, silvery white hair. And a presence that was clearly extraordinary upon sight. They'll be popular. Extremely popular. The talent agents from idol companies who were trailing far behind the group gave Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu extremely high praise, starting as child stars and eventually starring in major dramas and variety shows to become national or even world-class idol celebrities wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, the fantasy was beautiful, but the imposing bodyguards surrounding the two instantly shattered those wonderful dreams. So many bodyguards? Are they from a prestigious family? They're probably foreigners or at least mixed race. After all, their eyes are blue. Mixed race is great. High-value mixed-race twins, that's a pure selling point. Even if they have no acting skill, I believe they'll definitely become popular. While their legs remained timidly rooted in place, their teeth were clenched so tightly they were almost bleeding, their eyes filled with the complex emotion called unwillingness. As for Chinatsu and Satoru, who were the targets of these stares, once they analyzed and determined that these people held no malice and were not assassins, they simply ignored them and paid them no further mind. Since they had finally managed to leave home and come all the way to Akihabara, it would be a huge waste if they didn't have a good time. Although the current Akihabara had not yet reached the status of the future otaku holy land it would soon become, the trend was already starting to form. Without checking historical records, who in later generations would imagine that this place, now saturated with two-dimensional culture, was once just a street selling electronics? Chinatsu and her group continued walking down the street, eating and drinking as they pleased. As the young master and young lady of the Gojo family, they never had to worry about the problem of money. As one of the three great Jujutsu families, the Gojo family's financial power was no joke. In the original work, an adult Gojo Satoru's casual shirt cost 250,000 yen, and to investigate a matter, he simply wired 10 million yen directly into the client's account. Both of them were currently candidates to become the head of the Gojo family, and coupled with the Rikugan, even if they decided they wanted to buy a store outright right here in Akihabara, the Gojo family wouldn't say a word. Spoil them? Spoil them relentlessly. Spoiling them was the priority. Faced with the pair's extravagant spending, the talent agents from the idol companies trailing far behind them were sweating profusely. They truly were a young master and young lady from a wealthy family. As idol agents, they usually tried to scout talent from the pool of ordinary people, first using industry jargon, then rattling off promises and painting a grand picture of the benefits. As long as the target showed even the slightest interest, they were confident they could successfully recruit them, and once the contract was signed, everything would be settled. But if the target was a child of a wealthy family, things became tricky. After a period of internal struggle, most of the idol agents completely gave up hope, but one person clenched his fists, his eyes still burning with fierce fighting spirit. The worst that could happen was rejection. Could the bodyguards really beat him up? He decided to go for it. Clenching his fists, he resolutely ran toward the group. The bodyguards instantly detected the high-speed moving target suddenly appearing behind them, and one by one they quickly turned around and formed a human wall. "Who are you?" In front of the human wall of bodyguards, all averaging 1.8 meters tall, the idol agent was completely blocked. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru also turned around in confusion to look at the man. Chinatsu waved her hand, signaling to the bodyguards that the man posed no danger. With this close-up view, the idol agent was even more convinced that Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru had the potential to become huge stars. Suppressing his internal anxiety, he took his business card out of his pocket and handed it toward them. "I am a contracted agent for an idol training."
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Agency. If either of you has any interest in becoming an idol, please make sure to contact us first anytime. Gojo Satoru had absolutely no interest in taking the card, but Chinatsu politely reached out and accepted it. We know. With Chinatsu's reply, the idol agent's heart trembled and a happy smile spread across his face. After the idol agent left, Gojo Satoru looked at the card in Chinatsu's hand with confusion and asked a question. "What are you actually going to become, an idol?" "How could I just thought it would be rude to refuse him outright." Chinatsu shrugged lightly, then casually tucked the business card into her pocket. Being in the jujutsu world, cultivating jujutsu was naturally the top priority. Moreover, letting Chinatsu become an idol was not a wise choice, especially if she tried to be a traditional, cute-style idol. That would definitely flop. The reason was simple: Chinatsu had a mouth. Good times always flew by quickly. They had set out in the morning and now it was dusk. Although they were still a little reluctant, they had no choice but to go home. They didn't know when they would get to go out next. Ultimately, it was because Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were still too weak. Currently, they only knew how to defend and not how to attack, essentially acting as iron-shelled tortoises. They had to become stronger. Inside the car heading back to the mansion, Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu rested their heads on their hands, looking out the windows on either side at the passing scenery. Jujutsu sorcerers in the jujutsu world were categorized into 5 grades, from lowest to highest. Grade 4, Grade 3, Second Grade, Grade 1, Special Grade. Currently, the two were in an awkward grading situation, as their defensive abilities and offensive abilities were not on the same level, making accurate grading impossible. They needed to learn blue at least. Soon, the car transporting the pair stopped at the entrance of the Gojo family mansion. The two stepped out of the car and returned inside the Gojo family residence. After washing up and bathing, the two went to bed early and fell asleep. The next day, early morning. Yawning, the two emerged from their rooms, walking with the same swaggering gait toward the room of the great elder inside the family mansion. The path of cultivation certainly couldn't rely solely on self-exploration. Accepting guidance and experience from others was also a crucial part of the process. A very small number of people within the family had inherited their limitless curse technique, but because they lacked the 6 eyes, they were unable to use the curse technique imprinted within their bodies. The great elder had not inherited the limitless curse technique, but despite his age, he had become a master of theory by studying the family archives, even without being able to use it. In any case, seeking his advice regarding jujutsu experience was definitely the right move. Dong! 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 Haji Great Elder, we're here. Chapter 5, Talent and Effort, 1. As the two eyes blurry reached out to knock on the Grand Elder's door, many eyes within the mansion were already fixed on them. They're up so early to train with the Grand Elder? The young master and young lady are truly diligent. Humph, what's that? If I had their talent, I'd also cultivate diligently. All right, stop talking. It's fine for us to whisper among ourselves, but don't let the adults hear or we'll get a beating. The Gojo family's internal affairs were not harmonious. Of course, this was largely true for any slightly larger jujutsu sorcerer family. Jujutsu talent was everything. Even those born into jujutsu sorcerer families weren't guaranteed to have the talent for cultivating jujutsu. The larger the jujutsu sorcerer family, the more rigid the class distinctions. In this regard, the Zenin family, one of the three great Jujutsu sorcerer families, was even more extreme. Those who didn't awaken a cursed technique became servants in the family, while males who awakened a cursed technique but whose talent wasn't considered high stayed to work in the family, and females became tools for marriage alliances. The Gojo family wasn't quite like that, but it was only relatively better. Chinatsu wasn't bothered by the gazes from within the family because they actually held no malice, merely venting their dissatisfaction with fate. In this world where 80% of a Jujutsu sorcerer's strength depends on talent, being in a Jujutsu sorcerer family without talent was truly a cruel fate. This was a problem of the family's feudal system, and also a problem of the Jujutsu world's corruption. Regardless, it wasn't something Chinatsu should be considering right now. Only when Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru fully developed and became special-grade Jujutsu sorcerers would they have enough power to seriously consider and try to change things. All in all, she still had to hug. Chinatsu couldn't help but let out another breath, her lips moving. Whether in her previous life or this one, she was never used to waking up early. If not for the fear that Gojo Satoru would get up early alone to study and surpass her, then in the future turn around and force her to call him brother, Chinatsu would absolutely not force herself to wake up early. After some waiting, the door they stood before slowly opened from the inside, and out walked a short, plump old man. This person was the grand elder of the Gojo family. "You two little ones, come in quickly." The grand elder smiled kindly, ushering the two into his room. Although the curse technique he awakened was not the Limitless, he was a master of theory, more than capable of teaching the two some basic knowledge at this stage. Limitless. This is the cursed technique passed down through generations of the Gojo family, its principle similar to Achilles' paradox of a man racing a tortoise and never catching it. Based on this curse technique, various derivative abilities can be developed, such as limitless defense. Anything approaching the curse technique user will be infinitely slowed down, forever unable to truly make physical contact with the cursed technique user's body. Blue. The power of attraction, manifesting as a giant, intensely sucking miniature black hole created out of thin air, attracting everything around it. It can also be actively manipulated to direct the attractive force in one direction. Red, the power of repulsion, manifesting as a red projectile of impact force created out of thin air, emitting a powerful shockwave in a specified direction like a miniature supernova explosion. Purple, combining the two aforementioned offensive techniques, creating a hypothetical substance that does not exist in this world, annihilating everything within its attack path with pure power. Of the above techniques, the two currently only know the defense. The Grand Elder held a pointer, tapping the blackboard, meticulously explaining the relationship between cursed energy and cursed techniques to the two, as well as points to note during the cultivation of the Limitless. Although Chinatsu was listening very attentively, this teaching style was too similar to her English teacher's lectures in her previous life. Chinatsu was already sleepy, and listening to this made her even sleepier. Chinatsu raised her hands and patted her cheeks, forcing herself to perk up, but the effect was not good. It wasn't until she slowly turned her head to look at Gojo Satoru beside her, who was also fighting off sleepiness but was already listening and attempting the techniques, that Chinatsu's spirits instantly shot up with a whoosh. "Gojo Satoru, you." Chinatsu, invigorated, also began to listen and attempt the experiment with blue. Seeing the two in such a state, the Gojo family elder immediately showed a relieved smile. To be honest, mastering limitless defense before the age of 6 already made him very satisfied. Initially, some within the family were concerned about the twin issue, fearing that the twins would split their talent, making even the Six Eyes user mediocre. But looking now, absolutely no problem. He had lived for so long and had seen many ordinary geniuses. Most of these geniuses would become arrogant due to their talent, spending time on showing off and frivolous matters, thus wasting their own talent. Second-grade Jujutsu sorcerer, or even grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. But at most that was the extent. The Grand Elder smiled as he looked at the two in front of him. He suddenly extended a finger, shifting the topic from cultivation to another area. Although you are only 6 years old now, you cannot be compared to ordinary children of the same age. Originally, the Six Eyes user would be the sole candidate for the next head of the family, but since both of you possess the Six Eyes, I want to ask you, which of you has the desire to become the family head, or do both of you? The future head of the Gojo family. The question the Grand Elder posed was also what everyone in the Gojo family was concerned about. If there was only one Six Eyes user, there would be no dispute over who the next family head would be. But miraculously, this era had produced two Six Eyes users. Behind the seemingly peaceful facade of the Gojo family, it had actually been divided into two factions supporting Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu, with undercurrents stirring. Listening to the Grand Elder, the two who had been immersed in trying to cultivate blue couldn't help but snap back to reality. Almost without hesitation, they both extended a finger, pointing at each other to their left and right. Chinatsu pointed at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru pointed at Chinatsu. And regarding the fact that both extended fingers and pointed at each other, both wore expressions that said, "I knew it." Then they turned back and continued their blue experiment. The Grand Elder awkwardly pulled out a rag and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. These two little brats, that's the position of family head, the head of the Gojo family. How can you make it seem like some kind of burden? Chapter 6, Talent and Effort 2. The position of family head? To outsiders, this was an extremely valuable position, but in the eyes of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, it was nothing more than inviting trouble upon themselves. Chinatsu, what do I need the position of family head for? Even if I don't become the head, I can still achieve financial freedom. Sitting in the family head seat just means having to handle a pile of troublesome matters. Gojo Satoru, speaking of which, I still haven't met the current head of our family. The family head really must deal with a lot of troublesome things, right? I'm not interested, but if Sis became the family head, that might actually be quite entertaining. The two of them had actually discussed the matter of who would become the family head in private, but since their views on the position were essentially the same, no conclusion was ever reached. Currently, many members of the Gojo family had split into two factions based on who they supported, with the majority supporting Gojo Satoru, as a male becoming the family head generally had higher acceptance. However, the squabbling of these factions was completely useless. The final decision lay solely in the hands of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru. Could it be that they would have to fight in the end? They were trained in the same system, so they couldn't break each other's techniques. Oh well, get stronger first and worry about the rest later. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru diligently practiced their jujutsu, but mastering blue was not something that could be learned quickly, and the advanced technique red was even more challenging. In the original work, Gojo Satoru, even after entering his second year at Jujutsu High, still only knew two techniques, Limitless Defense and blue. Yet, even with just these two techniques, Gojo Satoru had few rivals in the jujutsu world at the time and had reached the level of a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer. Aside from their regular jujutsu training, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, as the hope of the Gojo family, naturally could not neglect their physical technique practice. Although their training schedule filled up their entire day, neither Chinatsu nor Gojo Satoru complained. Right now they couldn't even use blue, making them like two iron-shelled tortoises. Freedom had to be earned by themselves, not handed out by others. Once they fully matured and became special-grade sorcerers, who would be able to stop them if they wanted to slack off? The diligent efforts of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru garnered the attention and praise of many adults within the Gojo family residence, but this was limited to the adult sphere. There were also many children close to Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru's age living in the Gojo family residence. Even though they were all family, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru had completely become the neighbors' kids in the mouths of their peers' parents, and the annoyance caused by this situation was imaginable. If they were only required to train in jujutsu and physical techniques, neither of them would complain, but as they grew older, they were also required to start learning basic knowledge like mathematics and English. Of course, they weren't going to school, they were hiring tutors. Although they will teach you this kind of knowledge once you attend Jujutsu High won't start teaching you from the basics, so studying with a tutor is very necessary. The Great Elder said this, then pulled two lists from his sleeve and handed them to Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, which were their respective upcoming class schedules. Upon seeing the schedule, Chinatsu shivered slightly from the depths of her soul. Training jujutsu was fine, but she truly dreaded learning things like mathematics and English. Fortunately, she had already gone through this once in her previous life. Although many years had passed, the little bit she vaguely remembered should be enough to pass for a prodigy, right? With this thought, Chinatsu's gaze continued to scan the schedule in her hand until she saw the three words, Etiquette Class. Chinatsu fell silent. She slightly raised her head and looked toward the great elder in front of her. Although she didn't utter a word, the emotions brimming in her eyes were enough to convey what she wanted to say. The great elder certainly understood Chinatsu's meaning instantly, but he maintained an amiable smile on his face. Chinatsu knew she couldn't resist. She took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. The schedule in the hand of Gojo Satoru beside her also contained etiquette class. The great elder hadn't singled out Chinatsu. The Gojo family was a major clan, and learning etiquette was normal. However, Gojo Satoru paid absolutely no attention to the etiquette class, or rather he paid no attention to any of the courses on the schedule. As for whether Gojo Satoru would take the etiquette class seriously, one only needed to look at the lackadaisical attitude of Jujutsu High's Gojo Satoru in the original work to know the outcome. He took it, but it was clearly almost the same as not taking it at all. The great elder's efficiency was high. The tutor, whose learning schedule was proposed yesterday, arrived the very next day. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru studied in different locations. Leaving Gojo Satoru aside for now, Chinatsu's side was proceeding very smoothly. As the tutor asked Chinatsu question after question, only to have them answered with extreme ease, the tutor froze in place, as if struck by a petrification beam. In response, Chinatsu, sitting in her chair, let out a long breath. The questions the other party was asking, based on the assumption that she was a child who hadn't even attended kindergarten, were truly too simple for her. Prodigy, I'll shamelessly take this title. Chinatsu smiled faintly, wiggling the corners of her mouth, and then slumped onto the desk like a mollusk, thinking that since she had finished her learning quota so far ahead of schedule, the remaining time should be free for rest, right? Perfect, I was feeling a little sleepy anyway. Just as Chinatsu closed her eyes, preparing to take a short nap, the tutor suddenly broke free from her petrified state, her eyes full of light. She quickly walked up to Chinatsu and, with a loud bang from her two hands, jolted the dazed Chinatsu wide awake. Chinatsu lifted her head and looked blankly at her excited tutor, who extended her own hands and grasped Chinatsu's hands. As expected of the young miss. To be honest, teaching mathematics and English is only my side job. My true teaching focus and interest is actually etiquette. Young Mrs. talent is so high that we can completely skip the math and English instruction. Since we have so much time left, let's quickly start the etiquette instruction. I will pass on my life's work to the young miss. While the tutor's eyes shone brightly and her entire body was filled with fighting spirit, Chinatsu smiled outwardly but was crying internally. This is what I get for digging my own grave. Chapter 7, Talent and Effort 3. Chinatsu, who originally thought that becoming a prodigy would increase her free time, had fallen into an abyss due to her own cleverness. Chinatsu stayed in this abyss for 2 months, and even escaping it after 2 months was the result of her strenuous efforts. At the entrance of the Gojo family mansion, Chinatsu's tutor looked relieved, because in these 2 months she had staked everything as a tutor to guide Chinatsu in etiquette class. Finally, it was completed. As the tutor recalled the bits and pieces of the past 2 months, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. At this moment, Chinatsu stood before her, and seeing the tutor's tears, thoughtfully took out a cloth and offered it to her. The tutor waved her hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. With tear stains on her face, she looked at the elegant lady in front of her, filled with immense satisfaction. Miss, my teaching mission is complete and it's time for me to leave. We shall meet again if fate allows. The tutor spoke as she turned and entered the waiting black car. With Chinatsu's smiling wave of farewell, the black car drove into the distance, disappearing from Chinatsu's sight. As the black car drove away, Chinatsu's elegant, lady-like demeanor vanished. With her hands on her hips, she lowered her head and let out a long sigh, her face full of exhaustion. 2 months, that was a full 2 months. If she wasn't so exhausted now and lacked the strength, Chinatsu would have truly wanted to raise her arms and let out a series of shouts. If the tutor were to suddenly return, seeing Chinatsu in her unrefined state would likely make her throat sweet and cause her to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Were the 2 months of teaching for naught? Not entirely. Chinatsu had perfectly mastered these skills, turning them into an act she could put on when necessary. If anyone's teaching was for naught, it would be Gojo Satoru's side. Chinatsu had already sent her tutor away, but Gojo Satoru was still entangled with his tutor. However, Chinatsu had no desire to get involved in Gojo Satoru's abyss of a quagmire. All she wanted now was to go back and get a good, comfortable sleep. After being freed from the constraints of etiquette class, Chinatsu slept exceptionally soundly, sleeping for a full 12 hours. Most importantly, she woke up naturally. In contrast, Gojo Satoru still maintained a stern face, entangled with his tutor. Oh no, it was almost a war. Night, break time. Gojo Satoru, with a resentful look in his eyes, entered Chinatsu's room, gazing at Chinatsu who was lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed. According to his tutor, Chinatsu was the quintessential child from another family, with his tutor constantly saying things like, "Learn from your sister." When he was told that, Gojo Satoru really wanted to retort with a straight face. His sister became a lady? A mere tutor could accomplish such a terrifying feat? That tutor must be a mental-type special-grade sorcerer, right? No. The world must be ending, right? Anyway, Gojo Satoru didn't believe it, but Chinatsu acted too convincingly in front of outsiders. Chinatsu, lying on the sofa, couldn't help but laugh at Gojo Satoru's resentful little eyes. Don't look, you won't learn it. I didn't say I wanted to learn it. Anyway, my tutor is almost out of patience with me. Just watch, at most she'll put up with me for another week and then I'll be free too. Gojo Satoru said confidently, crossing his arms. Just then a thump. 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 Knock came from Chinatsu's room door. Chinatsu, with lightning speed, changed from her lying position to a sitting one, then turned her head towards the door and said, "Come in." The door opened from the outside, and the elder with squinting eyes walked in, holding 2 gift boxes. Opening the gift boxes revealed that they contained 2 pairs of sunglasses. However, these were not ordinary sunglasses. These were pure black sunglasses, designed to completely obstruct vision. For a normal person, wearing such sunglasses would only be asking for trouble, as their vision would be pitch black, seeing nothing. But the Rikugan possesses the ability to capture omnidirectional visual information, so even wearing pure black sunglasses does not affect their vision. You haven't mastered the reverse curse technique yet. The Rikugan constantly captures omnidirectional visual information and feeds it into your brain, which makes your brains more prone to fatigue than ordinary people. Although these pure black sunglasses won't block your vision, they can alleviate it somewhat. The elder with squinting eyes extended a finger, explaining kindly. As for the reverse curse technique mentioned by the elder, it is an extremely difficult cursed energy manipulation technique that allows for physical regeneration. At its peak, one could recover instantly even if cut into pieces. It's a super powerful technique and also super difficult to learn. Anyway, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru wouldn't be able to learn this technique for a long time. It was more logical to focus on blue first. Just as Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were playing with the pure black sunglasses, the squinting-eyed elder extended a finger and suddenly announced some news. In 1 month, the big 3 families will jointly host a super-large banquet, encompassing various families throughout the Jujutsu world. Chinatsu, Satoru, it's time for you to officially appear in the Jujutsu world. Come with me in a month. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were only slightly surprised upon hearing this, then both indicated that it was no problem. Neither of them suffered from social anxiety. Of course, if one were to insist on going in that direction, then this social anxiety could be slightly expanded. Read as social anxiety. Written as social terrorist. In the month leading up to the Jujutsu banquet, the other 2 families, the Kumo family and the Zenin family, who were as renowned as the Gojo family, had no anticipation for this banquet. This was because they had already guessed that the protagonists of the banquet would undoubtedly be the Gojo family, not their own. Since the birth of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, both families had implemented an internal policy of more childbirths, solely to give birth to children who could inherit their family's top curse technique. The Zenin family's 10 Shadows technique is a cursed technique on par with Limitless. The user can manipulate 10 different Shikigami, each with different abilities, making it incredibly powerful. The Kumo clan's blood manipulation can control blood, causing it to undergo various shape changes. It can be used for close-range or long-range attacks, and even to enhance the body, making it relatively versatile. And yet, these 2 cursed techniques, neither of the 2 families managed to produce. In contrast, the Gojo family actually gave birth to 2 pairs of Rikugan and 2 Limitless curse technique children. With such a contrast, how could they not be anxious? Soon a month passed. A banquet, ostensibly a harmonious gathering of many families in the Jujutsu world, but in reality a competition and struggle, then unfolded. Chapter 8. On the day the banquet was held, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, dressed in pure white kimonos, stepped into the dedicated black sedan, heading towards the large joint banquet of the big three families. While the car was driving, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru looked out the windows on their respective sides, gazing outside. The world seen by a jujutsu sorcerer is different from the world seen by ordinary people. In the world that ordinary people cannot perceive, there is an existence called a cursed spirit hidden from the world. Cursed spirits are illusory existences formed by the condensation of human negative emotions and the cursed energy leaked by humans. Cursed spirits can harm humans, but humans cannot harm cursed spirits, and eliminating these cursed spirits is the job of the jujutsu sorcerer. These cursed spirits, like jujutsu sorcerers, also have ranks, and conventional human weapons cannot inflict damage on cursed spirits. However, assuming human weapons could harm cursed spirits, their threat level could be roughly referenced as follows. Grade 4, a wooden baseball bat is enough to handle it. Grade 3, a handgun provides minimal reassurance. Second grade, a shotgun can barely manage. Grade 1, even a tank cannot resolve it. Special grade, cluster missile carpet bombing is also useless. Under the Rikugan/Six Eyes, although some low-level cursed spirits concealed themselves well, they still could not escape the gaze of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru. However, most of the cursed spirits on the streets were grade 4 or grade 3. Cursed spirits of this level posed little threat to humans in the short term, at most causing people to feel like they were being watched or being touched when no one was around. What is it? Are you interested in these cursed spirits? There is still some time before the banquet begins, so stopping now to take care of a few low-level cursed spirits is more than enough time. The Great Elder, sitting in the passenger seat, saw that both of them were paying attention to the cursed spirits occasionally appearing on the street, and he smilingly suggested stopping the car, but this proposal was rejected by both Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru. Chinatsu, come on, these cursed spirits are right on the main street. I haven't learned blue yet. If I want to exorcise these cursed spirits, I can only use fists wrapped in cursed energy. If pedestrians on the street see me stupidly punching the air, my intelligence will be questioned. Gojo Satoru, exactly. The Great Elder, I am speechless. The Great Elder coughed awkwardly. It was true that ordinary people couldn't see cursed spirits, and conspicuously exorcising cursed spirits on the street in this situation would likely make them look like idiots. The black sedan continued to drive forward and soon arrived beneath a 5-star hotel. Today, in order to host this banquet, the entire building was occupied solely by people from the jujutsu world. There were no ordinary people present. This was not a private booking, but rather this hotel was property of the big three families of the jujutsu world, and it was often used for large and small meetings. Many vehicles had already gathered beneath the hotel, and most of the people emerging from the cars were an elder accompanied by several teenagers. Inside the building, the head of the Kumo family had already arrived. Although he had no interest in the banquet, attending early was a required courtesy as one of the hosts of the event. Not long after, Zenin Naobito of the Zenin family also arrived at the banquet hall from outside. With Zenin Naobito's arrival, many people who had already arrived at the banquet greeted him with smiles, but Zenin Naobito simply waved his hand and casually dismissed the crowd. The Zenin family is the most feudal and arrogant of the big three families. To them, all jujutsu sorcerers outside of the big three families are trash, and even the Gojo family and the Kumo family are. Zenin Naobito, maintaining a stern expression, scanned the banquet hall and quickly spotted the head of the Kumo family standing in a corner of the room. At the same time, the head of the Kumo family also looked towards Zenin Naobito, and while displaying a standard formulaic smile, he waved his hand at Zenin Naobito. Naobito, long time no see. Indeed, old Kumo family head. The two walked over to each other. Zenin Naobito casually picked up a bottle of red wine from a nearby table and flicked the bottle cap off with his fingers. Care for a drink? No, thank you. That's a real shame. Zenin Naobito poured himself a glass and began drinking by himself. If it weren't for the rare, high-quality liquor available at this level of banquet, Zenin Naobito truly would have just sent someone else to attend in his place. Speaking of which, Zenin Naobito was no ordinary figure. In the setting books, he was rated as the strongest grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer, making his immense strength self-evident. However, Zenin Naobito did not feel proud of this strength, because he knew that he had already reached the end of the road toward becoming stronger. A jujutsu sorcerer's strength is 80% dependent on innate talent. The 50-something-year-old Zenin Naobito already knew that he would never be able to enter the domain of special grade, and furthermore his family had failed to produce a child with the 10 Shadows technique, which left him extremely depressed. Looking at Zenin Naobito's miserable appearance as he drank by himself, the old Kamo family head beside him really wanted to tease him. The Zenin family and the Gojo family had a poor relationship, but their relationship with his Kamo family wasn't much better. The three families were essentially three superficial brothers. When twins were born in the Gojo family back then, Zenin Naobito heard the news and burst out laughing right there and then. Twins were considered an ominous symbol in the jujutsu world, and Zenin Naobito laughed heartily, driven by schadenfreude. However, before he could laugh for long, when he heard that both twins possessed the Rikugan/Six Eyes, his laughter instantly stopped dead, and the smile on his face became incredibly stiff. Damn it! After Zenin Naobito realized the truth, he immediately slammed the wine flask he was holding onto the ground, his entire face turning red like a ripe tomato. The old Kamo family head opened his mouth, but the teasing words he had intended to say to Zenin Naobito ultimately remained unspoken. Because he understood that if he teased him like that, Zenin Naobito would definitely retort angrily with a strained face. Our Zenin family hasn't produced a child with the 10 Shadows technique, but don't tell me your Kamo family has already given birth to a child with blood manipulation? This truly left him speechless. The Gojo Clan head closed his mouth, which he had previously opened. Their two families were currently in the same predicament, and there was only one way for them to escape this situation: to quickly produce children who inherited their respective families' top-tier curse technique. But there was no use rushing something like having children. It wasn't like they could replace the women in their families and rush to give birth. Frustration, they could only endure the frustration. Chapter 9. Time passed bit by bit, and by now the grand restaurant was filled with young talents from various Jujutsu World families. They greeted each other like ladies and gentlemen, but secretly they were comparing and competing. For instance, two smiling individuals would shake hands and chat, but in reality they were secretly channeling cursed energy into their hands to strengthen their grip, seeing who would give out first. Another example, a group of people would gather in a circle, with the elders of the families smilingly introducing their juniors, frequently interjecting comments about how exceptionally talented their juniors were. There were also some lower-tier jujutsu sorcerer families huddled together for warmth, discussing potential cooperative win-win solutions. However, this situation instantly silenced the entire venue with the entrance of the Gojo family. Putting aside the highly prestigious Gojo family's elder, the main reason for the silence was the two Six Eyes users following him on his left and right, whom they had eagerly anticipated and wondered about. Silver white hair, pristine white attire, and most importantly, their sky-blue eyes that stretched into the distance, coupled with their icy demeanor. Is this a Six Eyes user? At first, some younger members of certain jujutsu sorcerer families thought about approaching the two to get closer, but after actually seeing them, they all swallowed hard and had second thoughts. The older generation in the venue also showed surprised expressions. After all, it was their first time seeing a Six Eyes user, and they couldn't help but murmur that the Six Eyes user lived up to his reputation. After the influence of etiquette class, Chinatsu was now displaying her acting skills to the fullest, which left Satoru Gojo, who was beside her, utterly stunned. Is this my sister? After recovering, Satoru Gojo quickly brought out his true skills, exuding a cold aura. He was like a human air conditioner with its cooling fully on, and some of the juniors who looked at him inexplicably shivered. This was their first public appearance in the jujutsu world, but neither of them was particularly nervous. After all, the elder was there to provide a safety net. As for the gazes directed at them, Chinatsu subtly turned her head and met the gaze of one young man, who immediately blushed and quickly turned his head away. See? There's nothing to worry about with these gazes. The current timeline was much earlier than the original work's main storyline, so Chinatsu knew very few people in this large venue. For example, Zenin Naobito. The Zenin family head, the strongest grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer, who loved to drink, even during missions when his companions were fighting, he would still leisurely drink on the side, but his strength gave him the capital to do so. Although Zenin Nobito's personality was generally considered unqualified, he was still considered enlightened among the Zenin family heads throughout history. Chinatsu gazed leisurely at Zenin Nobito, who was sitting in a corner of the banquet, drinking with his head down. Even such a brief gaze was noticed by Zenin Nobito. He paused slightly, then looked up towards Chinatsu, who was watching him. In this clash of gazes with the Rikugan, his eyes were instantly completely captivated. Is this the legendary Rikugan? Zenin Nobito took a step and walked directly towards Chinatsu, but as he reached directly in front of Chinatsu, the elder had already stepped forward, blocking Chinatsu's path. "Zenin family brat, do you need something?" the elder said with narrowed eyes. In reality, Nobito was over 50 years old this year, but in front of the elder he was indeed a brat. However, in terms of sheer presence, Zenin Nobito was unwilling to concede. "Gojo family old man, don't be so tense, I mean no harm," Zenin Nobito said casually, then his gaze fell back on Chinatsu. "Speaking of which, your family actually produced 2 Six Eyes users. The future family head will probably be this brat next to you, right? Then how about this girl marries into our Zenin family?" As soon as these words were uttered, it wasn't just the few people nearby who were shocked. Jujutsu sorcerers' hearing surpasses that of ordinary people, and since they were the center of attention, the entire venue, from top to bottom, fell into a state of shock. The elder's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he said, "Marry into your Zenin family? You really dream big." "Ha ha ha, it's just a suggestion, a suggestion. If you don't want to, then so be it. However, if you agree, our Zenin family is willing to show considerable sincerity. Whether it's resources from the Jujutsu world or resources from ordinary society, it's all negotiable." As mentioned before, Zenin is the most feudal of the big 3 families. Those without Jujutsu talent are servants in the family, males with some but not much talent are tools, and females are tools for family alliances. So, in Zenin Nobito's mind, Satoru Gojo would undoubtedly be the next Gojo family head, while Chinatsu would either be assimilated internally or married off for an alliance, and if she were married off there would be competition. However, although Zenin Nobito said this, he didn't actually think it would happen. As for the Gojo clan head present, he was nervously tense, because if this really happened with Zenin and Gojo joining forces, where would the isolated Gojo family find a way to survive? Just as the atmosphere grew stiff, Chinatsu was mentally formulating her words, intending to blow the horn of counterattack herself, when Satoru Gojo beside her suddenly stepped forward with a serious expression. He tilted his head slightly upwards, his sky-blue eyes meeting Zenin Nobito's. "You don't need to trouble yourself. My sister will not marry out because the next head of the Gojo family will not be me but my sister." This simple sentence easily diffused Zenin Nobito's offensive. Zenin Nobito couldn't help but show a surprised expression, and everyone present was looking around and whispering. A female becoming a family head was extremely rare, whether in the big 3 families or other Jujutsu sorcerer families. Within the Gojo family, although there was a faction that supported Chinatsu, it was still relatively much weaker compared to the faction that supported Gojo. Now, Satoru Gojo's words could be said to have directly thrown away the right to compete for the family head position in front of the public. Even if it was just casually said as a pretense, at least at this moment, the impact was enough to shock the entire venue. As the protagonist of this topic, Chinatsu maintained a calm expression on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She even wondered if Satoru Gojo and Zenin Nobito had secretly conspired, their goal being to dump the mess of the family head position on her. Chapter 10. Originally, the topic Zenin Nobito brought up was easy to resolve. Chinatsu had already come up with dozens of easy answers in her mind, but with Gojo Satoru's words, the nature of the topic gradually changed. Not becoming the family head means getting married? Are you messing with me? Chinatsu's calm expression slightly faltered. If it weren't for this public setting, she really would have wanted to clench her fist and punch Gojo Satoru in the head. No. I need to calm down, calm down. Chinatsu quickly adjusted her mindset, and with it, she exuded an aloof aura unbefitting her age. To be honest, compared to Gojo Satoru's backstabbing, she was more displeased with Zenin Nobito casually discussing her marriage in public. What if she is a Six Eyes user? Before she grows to possess convincing strength, in the eyes of others, Chinatsu is still just a little girl. Thinking this, Chinatsu's aloof aura was fully unleashed, and her gaze met Zenin Nobito's. The strongest grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, is that right? I will become a special grade. Among the Zenin family, not many people could meet Zenin Naobito's gaze head-on. Most would tremble in fear from the ferocity in his eyes, but 6-year-old Chinatsu did not flinch. Under this gaze, Zenin Naobito actually felt a slight physical discomfort. He clicked his tongue, waved his hand at the crowd in front, and turned to leave their side, continuing to drink his gloomy wine. Chinatsu, don't mind what that brat said. The great elder turned to look at Chinatsu in this state, trying to comfort her, but in reality Chinatsu didn't need comforting. It's fine, I don't mind. Chinatsu replied faintly, and the great elder didn't detect anything unusual in her words, but Gojo Satoru heard it clearly. That tone wasn't not minding at all, it was clearly minding, and very, very much so. This joint banquet of the Jujutsu world actually had no specific theme, it was mainly a gathering. Elders chatted about recent Jujutsu world affairs and shared information, while juniors who couldn't sit still would engage in mock battles. It lasted from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. During this time, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru sat in a corner of the banquet hall. But because of the previous commotion and the aloof, unapproachable aura they both exuded, no junior of their age dared to come near. As a result, they became even more bored, and after catching each other's eye, they spontaneously started a one-on-one mock battle. Although their Hollywood-style classic combat wasn't particularly interesting, their curse techniques were somewhat worth watching. Curse techniques like shooting flames or ice from their palms were quite common. The curse technique that strengthened the body with cursed energy and then amplified it was somewhat interesting, but the child's cursed energy was too little, resulting in an unsatisfactory strengthening effect. At this stage, it was not as effective as playing with fire and ice. As expected, after looking around, it was the cursed speech user that attracted Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru's attention the most. A cursed speech user is someone who uses the curse technique curse speech. Simply put, this curse technique is what is said becomes reality. Shouting "die" at a cursed spirit would cause the cursed spirit to explode on the spot. However, this curse technique also has drawbacks. It consumes a lot of cursed energy, and if there is a large disparity in cursed energy between the two parties, it can backfire. In the original work, the protagonist group had a cursed speech user named Inumaki Toji, but that was a very, very long time later. In the current timeline, he hasn't even been born yet. While eating and watching, time passed quite quickly. It's almost 3 o'clock. That's great, we can finally leave. Chinatsu stretched her limbs vigorously and let out a sigh, and Gojo Satoru did the same, his hands in his pockets, leaning back. Just as the two were about to get up and prepare for a lightning-fast retreat, both suddenly sensed a slight anomaly. Other people's gazes. Both turned their heads in unison towards an unnoticed corner of the banquet hall, where a man in a loose kimono was leaning against the wall. And being suddenly stared at by the two, the man couldn't help but be startled, his pupils slightly widening. No way. During this brief gaze, Gojo Satoru's face also showed a look of astonishment, because he found that the man had no cursed energy at all. In this world, even ordinary people who are not jujutsu sorcerers possess cursed energy, but the cursed energy in ordinary people is too weak to be perceived and utilized autonomously. However, the person in front of the two had no cursed energy at all, which was an absolutely abnormal and unreasonable situation. Suddenly, a possibility surfaced in Gojo Satoru's mind, and just as he was about to speak it, Chinatsu beside him said it first. The physical talent brought by heavenly restriction. Heavenly restriction. This could be called a blessing from heaven or a curse. It is a binding vow present at birth, and this man in front had not a trace of cursed energy at birth, and thus gained absolute physical prowess. The heavenly restriction tyrant, Zenin Toji. At this moment, Zenin Toji was also very shocked. Since his birth, it was the first time he had been discovered while observing others non-frontally. Is this the power of 6 eyes? No, it's more likely intuition. Thinking this, Zenin Toji was even more surprised. Although he secretly came here to see the so-called 6 eyes user, in reality he had no interest in the 6 eyes user at all. Zenin Toji raised his hand and scratched the back of his head helplessly. He had secretly followed them here, and if Zenin Naobito found out, it would be very troublesome. The less trouble, the better. Retreat! Zenin Toji let out a sigh, and just as Gojo Satoru became interested and wanted to run over, he had already left the banquet hall with lightning speed, even leaving the large restaurant. So fast. Gojo Satoru couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, while Chinatsu sighed in her heart, thinking, of course Toji is fast, in the original work you were stabbed in the head by Toji. A few seconds later, the Great Elder emerged from a meeting of the older generation. He looked at the two standing still, feeling slightly puzzled. Chinatsu, Satoru, what happened? Facing the Great Elder's question, both merely shook their heads and didn't mention Toji. Let's go back. Today's jujutsu training hasn't even started. We'll have to catch up when we get back, Chinatsu said with a sigh. Target, special grade starting with mastering blue.
Hey there, novel lovers. I know it's not the usual thing, but if you enjoy what you're hearing, please like and subscribe. Okay, shameless plug over. Now, let's get back to the listening.
Chapter 11 Blue. The Gojo family's top-tier curse technique, Limitless, passed down through generations, is an extremely complex curse technique. In terms of principle, it is similar to Achilles' paradox that a man can never catch a tortoise. In terms of ability manipulation, it controls the surrounding space and time through precise cursed energy manipulation capable of interfering at the atomic level. Precisely because of the complexity of this curse technique, it must be paired with the Rikugan/Six Eyes to be realized, and even with the Rikugan/Six Eyes, using this curse technique for extended periods is mentally taxing. On the second morning after returning to the Gojo family mansion in the dedicated car, Chinatsu climbed out of her bedding early, fighting off sleepiness. Naturally, Gojo Satoru did the same. However, Gojo Satoru turned around and went to class with a hazy expression. After all, he still hadn't passed his etiquette class. The teacher instructing him was truly stubborn. It looked like this pair would have to endure another 10 days to half a month. But Chinatsu would not wait for Gojo Satoru. On one hand to gain true freedom and on the other to prevent Gojo Satoru from becoming too strong and overpowering her, Chinatsu had to get stronger as quickly as possible. Curse technique lapse blue. In the early morning, 2 plastic cans were placed not far in front of Chinatsu. Chinatsu fixed her eyes on one of the plastic cans ahead, slowly raised one hand and formed a pistol gesture. The cursed energy within her gradually separated, bit by bit, condensing into a small cursed energy projectile at the fingertip of Chinatsu's pistol gesture. Following a rather childish "bye" sound from Chinatsu's mouth, the cursed energy projectile condensed at her fingertip shot out like a pistol bullet, accurately hitting one of the 2 plastic cans nearby. The plastic can was sent flying with a clang, leaving a shallow indentation where the cursed energy projectile struck it. This is what simple manipulation of cursed energy can achieve, but utilizing a curse technique can achieve much more. Chinatsu's pale blue eyes gazed at the other can nearby that had not been knocked away. She slowly exhaled and raised both of her hands, making a motion somewhat similar to Naruto forming a Rasengan. Blue. Chinatsu concentrated deeply and shouted, but just like a crow cawing and flying overhead, Chinatsu's first attempt ended in the embarrassing failure of producing absolutely nothing. However, Chinatsu did not lose heart. The Limitless curse technique is inherently complex to use. Succeeding after only a few tries would be abnormal. Chinatsu refocused and continued her attempts. From morning till night, from Gojo Satoru going to class, engaging in classroom battles, and then storming out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets, Chinatsu still had not succeeded. These scenes of Chinatsu's hard work fell under the gaze of the mansion's peer disciples who were jealous of her talent, causing them to unconsciously lower their heads slightly. Although 80% of a jujutsu sorcerer's strength depends on talent, this does not mean effort is worthless. The key lies in whether you compare yourself to others or to your past self. When Gojo Satoru walked out of the classroom and saw Chinatsu diligently focused on learning blue, he quickly followed suit. Failure. 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 Just like that, Chinatsu spent several days marked by failure. However, these failures were not entirely useless. She had managed to execute incomplete versions of blue multiple times during practice. Chinatsu's pale blue eyes gradually began to glimmer faintly. Through countless failures, Chinatsu slowly grasped the key points and core elements necessary to successfully deploy blue. Chinatsu stood still, maintaining steady breathing. With Gojo Satoru beside her, who had previously failed repeatedly just like her, she raised her hands and clenched her fists. Curse technique lapse blue. Suddenly, a blue light flashed forth between her hands, and this special energy substance, like light and flame, continuously expanded. Gojo Satoru, standing beside her, was stunned by the sight. As a fellow user of the Limitless curse technique, he instantly understood that Chinatsu had successfully deployed blue. An increasingly powerful suction was drawn out from the pale blue miniature black hole between Chinatsu's hands. The leaves of a tall tree in the courtyard where they stood rustled loudly as they were pulled by this force. When Chinatsu controlled this suction force to act solely in one direction, the plastic can nearby instantly lifted from its base, spinning irregularly as it rapidly flew toward Chinatsu, where it was sucked into blue. Crushing sounds of crunch, crunch, were heard. When Chinatsu deactivated blue, the plastic can had already been compressed into a ball, resting quietly on the ground. I succeeded. Looking at the plastic can crushed into a ball on the ground, Chinatsu knew she had truly succeeded. Before she could celebrate or cheer, a strong wave of sleepiness swept over her brain. Chinatsu was only 6 years old. The high-intensity practice had accumulated significant fatigue in her brain, and upon successfully using blue, this fatigue no longer needed to be suppressed, manifesting now as overwhelming sleepiness. Chinatsu slowly raised a hand to cover her forehead, trying to force herself to stay alert, but the effect was negligible. Since you succeeded, go to sleep then. Why are you still standing here? Gojo Satoru looked at Chinatsu in this state, waved his hand at her and urged her to sleep quickly. Chinatsu originally wanted to strike while the iron was hot and solidify the feeling, but Gojo Satoru was right, she definitely needed sleep more right now. Chinatsu nodded, and while yawning and squinting, she walked step by step toward her room. After sinking into her soft bedding, she instantly fell into a deep sleep. As Chinatsu left, Gojo Satoru, standing alone in the garden, immediately entered a state of doubled effort. He had been left behind. This is bad. Extremely bad. I was originally planning on becoming stronger than my sister, and then making her call me Big Brother. I need to master blue quickly too. Gojo Satoru muttered anxiously to himself. 1 week later. Gojo Satoru successfully outlasted the teacher who taught him etiquette class, and on that very same day, Gojo Satoru finally succeeded in deploying blue. Now, armed with the strongest defense, Limitless defense, and the offensive technique blue, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were finally no longer just iron-shelled tortoises and could undergo evaluation as jujutsu sorcerers. The evaluation of a jujutsu sorcerer is not just talk, it requires proof of strength, and the best way to prove a jujutsu sorcerer's strength is naturally by exorcising cursed spirits. The true working life of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru as jujutsu sorcerers was about to begin. Chapter 12, The Work of a Sorcerer. The fundamental job of a jujutsu sorcerer is ultimately to exorcise cursed spirits, as no one else can handle this task. Without jujutsu, even tanks and cannons cannot inflict damage upon a cursed spirit. Although ordinary citizens are unaware of the existence of jujutsu sorcerers, the government's higher UPS are slightly informed. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome for jujutsu sorcerers to carry out large-scale operations. Inside the Grand Elder's room, Chinatsu sat on the sofa, holding a commission request for the exorcism of a cursed spirit that the Grand Elder had handed her. Upon reading the description of the location in the request, Chinatsu couldn't help but voice a complaint. It truly is a young ladies' school. Located roughly 10 kilometers from the Gojo family residence was a private school that accepted only female students, offering elementary, middle, and high school sections, allowing students to advance directly upon passing the assessment. Chinatsu had only ever encountered this type of school in novels and comics. She truly never expected to see one firsthand someday. Chinatsu, what do you think? Can you handle it? The Grand Elder studied Chinatsu, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the request with a strange smile on her face, and asked her with confusion. Chinatsu slowly folded the request and set it down. While wearing a faint smile, she raised one hand and made an okay gesture. Of course, no problem. Chinatsu was already itching to try. After all, she was a jujutsu sorcerer living in a world with cursed spirits, yet she hadn't touched a single hair of a cursed spirit in the 6 years since her birth. She had wanted to try earlier, but without knowing blue, she could only use her fists wrapped in cursed energy. Hitting a cursed spirit with her fists not only lacked style but also carried the risk of being mistaken for having an intellectual disability if she were seen by others. After speaking, Chinatsu stood up from the sofa, preparing to head to the commission location. As for Satoru Gojo, he was still sitting on the sofa, examining the request in his hand. His expression was solemn, and his pupils trembled slightly. The location specified in his request was Kagoshima, the southernmost city. Chinatsu could reach her destination in half an hour by car, but even if Gojo Satoru took a train, it would still take him 2 or 3 hours. Can I switch? Soon after, a black sedan drove out of the Gojo family residence and headed toward the private school. 3 p.m. During the time when Chinese schools were still holding classes, the bell had already rung for dismissal at this school, and young girls in sailor uniforms streamed out of the school gate one after another. This dismissal time was not unique to this school, rather it was one of the few things it had in common with public schools. Such an early dismissal allowed various clubs and societies the space to operate. The sedan Chinatsu was riding in stopped across the road from the school. She rolled down the window on her side and gazed at the school with her special eyes. The driver took advantage of this time, pulling out a stack of documents from his backpack to report information to Chinatsu that had not been mentioned in the request. This school had recently been experiencing a series of supernatural incidents. Although they had not reached the level of disappearances or deaths, they had caused everyone within the school to feel anxious. Cursed spirits are formed by human negative emotions, and the cursed energy inadvertently leaked out in daily life. The current environment of the school is suitable not only for the birth of a cursed spirit, but also for that cursed spirit to gradually grow stronger. The preliminary assessment is that the cursed spirit here should be at grade 3 level. Miss, as long as you are careful, dealing with this type of cursed spirit should be no problem. Although the driver was not the one who had to exorcise the cursed spirit, his words were full of enthusiasm and confidence. However, Chinatsu immediately denied this preliminary assessment of a grade 3 cursed spirit. It should be grade 2 or perhaps higher. The 6 eyes can see through the flow and traces of cursed spirits. Even without seeing the cursed spirit's actual body from this distance, the flow of its cursed energy was clearly exposed. Excuse me, is there anything in that direction? From inside the car, Chinatsu pointed a finger toward a location in the school. Upon hearing her, the driver quickly pulled out the school map he had prepared beforehand and began searching. I found it, it's the cafeteria. Hearing the answer cafeteria, Chinatsu's mouth twitched slightly, as a very abstract possibility suddenly flashed through her mind. Is there a possibility that the food in their cafeteria is so terrible that the accumulation of large amounts of negative energy led to the birth of a cursed spirit? Ah well, surely it hasn't come to that. Chinatsu and the driver exchanged glances, both stunned by this possibility and momentarily speechless. Just as Chinatsu was about to say something more, bursts of noise erupted outside the car. Chinatsu muttered suspiciously, "Did something happen?" and immediately turned her head to look out the window again. A large group of young girls were bending over, their faces pressed close, excitedly staring at Chinatsu inside the car through the window. So cute. So cute. A foreigner? Mixed race? Whichever she is, I love her. Little cutie, are you thinking of applying to our school in the future and came for an early visit? Then please, definitely come to our school. Aside from the food in the cafeteria, which has been super disgusting for the past year, our school is absolutely #1 in the country. Hey, why bring that up? What if the little sister gets scared off and doesn't come? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? The girls crowded outside the car, causing a commotion. Chinatsu couldn't fight 4 hands with 2 fists, nor could she argue with so many mouths, so she could only respond politely with a smile. But that single response only made the commotion worse. Not until nightfall did the slightly weary-looking Chinatsu step out of the car. Heaven knew how much energy she had expended just dealing with that group of students. Seeing Chinatsu in this state, the driver asked worriedly, "Miss, are you all right?" It's not a big problem. Just wait here for my good news," Chinatsu said, covering her forehead with one hand and waving the driver off with the other. Chinatsu walked to the school gate. Since arrangements had been made beforehand, Chinatsu was able to enter the school grounds very smoothly. Although the night was dim, it did not affect Chinatsu's vision at all. Following the residual cursed energy fluctuations in the air, Chinatsu walked through the school. It is worth mentioning that judging by the architectural style and the quality of the decor, this school truly deserved the title of Young Ladies' School. Even in the current dim light, the scenery of the school was absolutely stunning. A few minutes later, Chinatsu arrived at the spot within the school where the cursed energy was most concentrated. Chinatsu stopped, tilted her head slightly and looked at the plaque on the building. Good grief, it really is the cafeteria. Chapter 13, Exorcism of the Cursed Spirit. Cursed spirits are born from humanity's negative emotions and the cursed energy leaked during daily life. Although a school is a place for educating people and should logically be abundant in positive energy, the generation of cursed spirits doesn't care about the abundance of positive energy. They only care about the abundance of negative energy. At this moment, Chinatsu stood at the entrance of the school cafeteria, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the building and sensing the chilling cursed energy it emitted. In response, Chinatsu involuntarily placed one hand on her hip, raised the other to lightly cover her forehead, and let out a helpless sigh. After a brief silence, Chinatsu braced herself, ready to enter the cafeteria. What? The door is locked? Then she would just have to enforce the law with violence. A layer of cursed energy wrapped around Chinatsu's hands, and with the strength enhanced by the cursed energy, she easily pulled open the lock's restraint and calmly stepped inside. Inside the dim cafeteria space, Chinatsu's azure blue eyes flickered. She didn't even need to look around for the cursed spirit, as the moment she stepped inside, the cursed spirit charged directly at her, swinging a fist toward her forehead. Bang! A violent, deafening explosion echoed out, and the tables and chairs inside the cafeteria were immediately sent flying by the shockwave, only to crash back down haphazardly onto the floor. Yet, facing such an impact, Chinatsu merely stood calmly in place, tilting her head and looking obliquely at the cursed spirit in front of her. The cursed spirit's general outline was humanoid, but its horrifying appearance ensured no one would mistake it for a human. At this moment it was tensing its claws, attempting to smash Chinatsu's head, but unfortunately, a layer of limitless defense stood between it and Chinatsu, preventing its claws and even the resulting shockwave from having any effect on her. So enthusiastic are we? You're making me feel a little embarrassed, Chinatsu said with a slight smile, tilting her head slightly. Before the cursed spirit could react, Chinatsu's fist was already clenched and thrown, striking the cursed spirit's head squarely and sending it flying with a loud commotion. At the school gate, the guard room. The security guards naturally heard the loud noises, but none of them intended to get up and check, as their superiors had already given them instructions beforehand. Are they doing renovations? Who cares? We just don't need to pay attention to it. That's true. The guards continued to slack off leisurely, while Chinatsu, who had just punched the cursed spirit's head, revealed a look of panic. Shoot, why did I throw a punch? Doesn't that make the blue I just mastered look like a decoration? Chinatsu looked down at her clenched fist and complained speechlessly. Fortunately, the cursed spirit wasn't instantly defeated by Chinatsu's punch. It slowly climbed back up from the ground, its body looking hideous. Unlike human jujutsu sorcerers, physical healing and regeneration are basic operations for cursed spirits. If a cursed spirit is not dealt enough damage in an instant, it will recover little by little. Chinatsu's azure blue eyes stared intently at the cursed spirit. Just as she was internally assessing its grade, the cursed spirit, which had stood up again, uttered fragmented words. Tastes bad, pig slop. I want to order takeout. Ah! These words completely stunned Chinatsu. The moment she heard the cursed spirit speak, the word special grade even popped into her mind, but she dismissed the possibility almost immediately. It wasn't speaking intelligently, it was merely imitating the words of the students who generated negative energy because the cafeteria food was awful. This was truly absurd. Chinatsu honestly hadn't expected the first cursed spirit she exorcised in this life to be born from such realistic yet abstract negative energy. Speaking of which, the people who made the cafeteria food so abstract were the real culprits. If the cafeteria isn't reformed, cursed spirits like this will continue to be born. There are only two ways to completely erase cursed spirits from this world. The first method is to turn everyone in the world into a jujutsu sorcerer, because jujutsu sorcerers can manipulate the cursed energy within their bodies, preventing it from leaking out like it does with ordinary humans. But this is very difficult because becoming a jujutsu sorcerer requires innate talent. No matter how many resources are invested in training ordinary people, it would be futile, and spreading the knowledge might even cause panic, thereby boosting the growth of cursed spirits. Compared to the first method, the second one is slightly simpler. Kill all non-jujutsu sorcerers in the world and create a world where only jujutsu sorcerers exist. But this method. Chinatsu was pondering this important detail concerning the future plot, but the cursed spirit in front of her wouldn't just stand idly by while Chinatsu was thinking. Cursed spirit, a chance. Intense cursed energy erupted from the cursed spirit's entire body, like a sports car flooring the accelerator. When a normal person realizes their attack is ineffective against an enemy, they either turn and run or switch to a different technique. But the low-intelligence cursed spirit only thought that its previous cursed energy output wasn't enough, so it decided to increase the output. Just a bigger brick? Overcoming all techniques with pure strength? Who do you think you are, the protagonist? The cursed spirit stomped its foot and charged toward Chinatsu with a hideous grin. Facing such a reckless cursed spirit, Chinatsu successfully resisted the urge to clench her fist and punch it again. Instead, she opened her palm and faced the charging cursed spirit. Curse technique lapse, blue. If the cursed spirit was compared to a sports car running at full throttle, then the moment Chinatsu deployed blue, a massive semi-truck suddenly appeared in front of the sports car, heading straight for it. The cursed spirit's pupils trembled. It frantically tried to turn the wheel and change direction, but it was too late. The cursed spirit collided directly with blue. Blue, which resembled a miniature black hole, continuously released immense gravitational force that compressed toward its center. The cursed spirit exhausted all its efforts but only managed to struggle for a moment longer before it. As Chinatsu swept her arm and in the instant blue vanished, the cursed spirit could no longer withstand the gravitational pull, and its mouth was torn into fragments, dissolving into nothingness. Grade 2 Cursed Spirit, exorcism successful. Chinatsu raised both arms, stretched, let out a breath, and lazily turned toward the school gate, preparing to head back. And at this very moment, Gojo Satoru, riding in his specialized vehicle, was still on the road heading to his assigned mission location, Kagoshima. Chapter 14, Mission Completed. Gojo Satoru, in a special car heading to Kagoshima, stared blankly out the window. While Chinatsu had already exorcised the cursed spirit and completed her mission, Gojo Satoru, who had left almost at the same time, was still on his way. 2 minutes for exorcism, 2 hours for travel. Just as Gojo Satoru closed his eyes, preparing to clear his mind and think of nothing, his phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed. Gojo Satoru, puzzled, took out his phone from his pocket and opened it, discovering it was a message from Chinatsu. Even though he hadn't seen the specific content of Chinatsu's message yet, an ominous premonition had already surged in Gojo Satoru's heart, allowing him to guess what had happened. He opened his phone to check the message. Upon learning that Chinatsu had already completed her assignment and was preparing to return home, Gojo Satoru's head felt as if it had been struck by a mallet, sinking heavily. Driver, how much longer until we arrive? About half an hour, I'd say, the driver replied indifferently. As a professional driver, driving for over 10 hours straight was a common occurrence, so he didn't feel anything was amiss. But Gojo Satoru was different. The thought of arriving at the mission location in half an hour, spending a few minutes exorcising the cursed spirit, and then several hours returning the same way filled him with a sense of despair. If only I could teleport. This thought suddenly flashed through Gojo Satoru's mind, and almost simultaneously his brain affirmed the possibility of this idea. If he utilized the attractive force of blue to compress the positional coordinates between 2 points, he might be able to achieve an effect similar to teleportation. Gojo Satoru lifted his head, displaying an expression of, "I get it," and intended to begin preliminary attempts after this mission was completed. After this mission is completed. How much longer now? 29 minutes. While Gojo Satoru continued his journey with an impatient mood, Chinatsu walked out of the school gate with light steps. With Limitless defense and blue mastered, Chinatsu could handle anything from a grade 2 or grade 1 cursed spirit to even a special grade cursed spirit at the lower end of the spectrum. As she walked out of the school gate, the driver of the car parked across the road immediately spotted Chinatsu. He rolled down the window and poked his head out. Chinatsu, smiling, raised one hand and made an okay gesture. Mission accomplished. The driver immediately breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely happy for Chinatsu. With the sound of doors opening and closing, Chinatsu settled into the car, and the driver stepped on the accelerator, heading towards the Gojo family mansion. "Miss, are you unharmed?" the driver asked while driving. You know, with limitless defense, I'm either severely injured or completely unscathed, Chinatsu shrugged, teasingly referring to the characteristic of her cursed technique. The driver was now completely at ease. He diligently performed his duties as a driver, safely and swiftly bringing Chinatsu back to the entrance of the Gojo family mansion. After taking care of some minor matters, Chinatsu comfortably lay down on her soft, large bed. If one were to purely calculate the energy expended on exorcising the cursed spirit, Chinatsu's energy level was almost at full capacity. However, before exorcising the cursed spirit, Chinatsu had been entangled with the school students for a considerable amount of time, and the mental exhaustion was far from ordinary. Without that segment, Chinatsu might have continued to practice her cursed technique for a while longer, but at that moment, Chinatsu only wanted to lie in her soft bed and get a good night's sleep. The moment Chinatsu lay down in bed and drifted into dreamland, the special car carrying Gojo Satoru finally stopped. Gojo Satoru, holding his phone, had sent messages to Chinatsu but received no reply, and his face was covered in black lines. He looked at the time displayed on his phone and the interval since her last reply, and an ominous premonition once again surged in Gojo Satoru's heart. Could my sister already be asleep? Although it was far from a normal person's bedtime, Gojo Satoru believed this possibility was quite high. However, Gojo Satoru quickly recovered from this sense of disparity, because compared to Chinatsu frantically pushing herself to cultivate her cursed technique during this time, merely going to bed early made him feel much more relaxed. His progress in mastering Blue was already several days behind Chinatsu's, and Gojo Satoru did not want this gap to widen further. If it did, his plan to have Chinatsu call him brother would truly be out of the question. Gojo Satoru stepped out of the car. He was now in a cluster of unfinished buildings, an area the government planned to demolish and redevelop. However, during the demolition process, various strange incidents frequently occurred, even leading to people disappearing. Cursed spirits are not like the demons in Demon Slayer next door, where eating humans can increase their strength. Cursed spirits have a purely hostile instinct, which is due to their birth from human negative emotions. Gojo Satoru tucked his phone back into his pocket, his special eyes gleaming in the darkness. In just a few seconds, he located the hidden cursed spirit among the many unfinished buildings. A Grade 2 cursed spirit, a relatively ordinary level. I'll be right back. Gojo Satoru waved to the driver in the special car behind him and then walked alone into one of the unfinished buildings. The driver stretched his muscles slightly. He took out a pair of headphones from his pocket, plugged them into his phone, and just as he had adjusted the music he was about to play and before he could close his eyes to rest, Gojo Satoru walked out of that unfinished building. The driver suddenly sat up with a start, as if recovering from a near-death illness, and looked bewilderedly through the car window at Gojo Satoru, who was approaching step by step, opening the back door and getting into the car. Did you solve it? It was just a Grade 2 cursed spirit. One Blue took it out instantly. Gojo Satoru waved his hand and didn't say much, because there really wasn't anything worth talking about in the whole process. The driver gave an awkward laugh, quickly pulled out the headphones from his ears, put them aside, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, stepped on the accelerator, turned around, and headed back the way they came. By the time he actually returned to the Gojo family mansion, it was already the middle of the night. Gojo Satoru, listless, returned to his bed in his room. Although exorcising the cursed spirit had taken barely 2 minutes, he had no energy left. Teleportation. I'll start practicing tomorrow. Gojo Satoru lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, while Gojo Satoru was still deep in slumber, Chinatsu had already climbed out of her bedding refreshed. As she stretched her arms above her head, she exhaled a large breath. Phew, I'll stabilize, Blue a bit more, and then I'll try short-distance teleportation. Chapter 15, Imagining the Future. It was noon. The sun's rays streamed into the room through the window. Gojo Satoru, who had previously mistakenly thought he had woken up and was practicing his teleportation technique in a dream, groggily opened his eyes. Was everything before just a dream? Gojo Satoru groggily opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. A hint of pure foolishness gleamed in his pale blue eyes. He raised a hand and pressed it against his forehead, a troubled expression on his face. I knew it felt unreal. Learning teleportation in an instant was one thing, but my big brother plan was also completed so easily. Gojo Satoru let out a sigh. Though frustrated, he could only accept it. He got out of bed, tidied his clothes slightly, and then walked out of his room. But when he saw Chinatsu already practicing her teleportation technique, he felt as if the step he took out of his room was a step into hell. A few days later, the announcement of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru's rankings was officially released. At the tender age of 6, both became Grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerers, shocking the entire Jujutsu world. Children with Jujutsu talent mostly awaken their cursed technique between the ages of 4 and 6. While some children had just awakened their cursed technique and were at the starting line, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru had already raced to Grade 2. How could this not be shocking? However, for Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, this was a foregone conclusion, so their emotions didn't change much. During this time of external uproar, both were attempting to cultivate short-distance teleportation, but this derivative technique was clearly still too difficult for them at their current stage. Through countless attempts, the afterimages of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru constantly flashed around the Gojo family estate, like ghosts. Even though everyone in the Gojo family estate knew that the two were practicing teleportation, it still inevitably startled some unsuspecting people. The Grand Elder saw this scene and awkwardly pulled a cloth from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow. It seems, I still need to find something for them to do. The Grand Elder murmured softly. However, despite saying that, the Grand Elder couldn't immediately think of how to find a lot of things for them to do. Jujutsu missions? But in truth, there weren't that many missions. Because cursed spirits originate from human negative emotions, they vary depending on factors such as time, weather, season, and environment. Simply put, cursed spirits also have off-seasons and peak seasons, and currently it was the off-season. The accumulated jujutsu missions were not numerous, and the Gojo family, as a major jujutsu clan, couldn't very well snatch missions from ordinary jujutsu sorcerers who relied on them to earn a living. The Grand Elder helplessly raised a hand and covered his head. He had seen too many children unwilling to cultivate boring jujutsu, thus diverting their attention to other areas, causing many parents headaches. He truly hadn't expected to be troubled by the opposite situation, even to the point of not being able to find a solution for a while. Fortunately, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru didn't fuss for long. A few hours later, both were lying on the lawn of the estate, panting heavily, feeling like their brains were about to explode. This teleportation was not a technique that the two at this age could easily master. Both were well aware of this, but they truly hadn't expected it to be so difficult to actually execute. A month? Half a year? A year? They still hoped to master it sooner. Lying on the lawn, Chinatsu raised an arm and placed it on her forehead. Her pale blue eyes quietly gazed at the azure sky and white clouds, lost in thought. She was contemplating her future, wondering what she, a character not originally present in the original work, could achieve or change by suddenly entering this world. Jujutsu Kaisen contains many tragedies, and even the main plot is formed by a series of interconnected tragedies. Could these truly be changed? Chinatsu, who should have felt confused about this, unexpectedly felt no discomfort. Her eyes gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, and she even felt a warm current emanating from her chest, whether it was an illusion or not. Confidence. It was a subtle feeling, as if she had experienced success somewhere before. Chinatsu had no doubts about her future and trusted that she would succeed. If one, the strongest in the original work, isn't enough, then there will be another, the strongest. If that's still not enough, then it's my defeat. With that thought, Chinatsu, lying on the lawn, gently exhaled, slowly closed her eyes, and quietly drifted into slumber amidst the gentle breeze. A few days later, the Academy Cafeteria, where Chinatsu had carried out the Jujutsu mission, underwent a major overhaul. A year ago, the cafeteria's reputation at this academy was not bad. The academy had adopted an outsourcing system, hiring a group of excellent chefs from outside to prepare meals for the students. However, this system did not last. Corruption among the academy's higher UPS was the biggest reason. To save as much money as possible, they terminated the contracts of the original chefs and replaced them with a group of people who had subtle connections with the academy's higher UPS. Now, the academy's cafeteria had regained its vitality. Students eating the cafeteria food heartily expressed, "Our youth is back." The negative emotions generated by the cafeterias visibly decreased to a safe limit. This is the taste, it's truly wonderful. This is more like it, this is what people should eat. What were those things before? Happiness, such happiness. The stress from this morning instantly vanished. I feel like I can try harder and get through the afternoon classes. The students ate their meals with happy expressions. In this warm atmosphere, their conversation topics varied, including Chinatsu, whom they had met once at the school gate, discussing whether Chinatsu would attend their school. Of course, the answer was no. Because if Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were to attend school, they would only attend one of the two schools in the Jujutsu world: Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College and Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High Technical College, abbreviated as Jujutsu High. However, at 6 years old it was still too early for the two to attend these schools. They would have to be at least 15, and before that they would only receive basic knowledge through homeschooling. Time passed quickly day by day. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, while not neglecting their jujutsu training, were also constantly subjected to the torment of advanced homeschooling. Through Chinatsu's efforts, she successfully saw off 3 generations of tutors with a professional smile, and through Gojo Satoru's efforts, he also successfully drove away 3 generations of tutors. Soon both reached the age of 14. Chapter 16. Working at a coffee shop. As time flowed, Akihabara, which later generations would call the Holy Land of the Second Dimension, had begun to bloom with its brilliance. It was now completely unrecognizable from its past as a street selling electrical appliances, and the road was constantly filled with pedestrians. In one corner of this street was a peculiar cafe where the female staff wore suits and tailcoats, while the male staff wore maid outfits. This unique cafe was a small cog in the Gojo family's business empire. However, the Gojo family's 2 Six Eyes users would occasionally come here to work part-time when they weren't executing jujutsu commissions, treating it as a way to gain social experience. While there were many employees working at this special cafe, the most striking were undoubtedly Chinatsu, dressed in a suit and tailcoat, and Gojo Satoru, wearing a maid outfit. Chinatsu, now 14 years old, was already over 1.7 meters tall, a height that was considered statuesque for a female of her age in this country. This height was also due to Chinatsu's efforts not to be left behind by Gojo Satoru's height, as his full adult height reached over 1.9 meters. Built upon this height were her snowy, slightly wavy silver hair and pure eyes, a cerulean blue stretching out like the distant sky. Judging her face alone, her appearance was definitely cute, yet when she remained silent, she subtly radiated an aloof, cold temperament. On one of her ears she wore a delicate earring. In reality, this was a special curse tool. Although Chinatsu was not interested in it, she wore it because the Great Elder had specifically spent a fortune to purchase it from a Jujutsu World auction. At this moment she was wearing the suit and tailcoat, and even though she projected a frigid aura, the people drawn to her were endless. Numerous gazes in the store were directed at Chinatsu, including not only men but also women. Facing these looks, Chinatsu merely offered a faint smile. The effect was outstanding. In contrast, Gojo Satoru wore the maid outfit without the slightest psychological burden, entertaining the many customers in the cafe with an attitude completely different from Chinatsu's. Excuse me, could we take a picture together? An overwhelmingly excited girl took out her phone while speaking, wanting to take a picture with Gojo Satoru in his current attire. Gojo Satoru grinned, made an okay gesture with his hand, took the phone from her, and snapped a joint picture with a click. Seeing this, the girls who had been somewhat timid could no longer suppress their inner desires, all rising from their seats and rushing toward Gojo Satoru. Both of them were very popular, but since they were only working part-time when they were free, their working hours were not long. They might not even come once a week, and they wouldn't work for a particularly extended period at one time. During their break, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru entered the backroom lounge and both pulled out their phones. With the changing times, both of their phones had evolved from the latest feature phones into the latest touchscreen models. Gojo Satoru scrolled through his phone, catching up on TV dramas and anime. Incidentally, Gojo Satoru preferred watching Digimon among anime, but he would never watch Digimon or any other anime when Chinatsu was nearby. Because, oh, you've reached Skull Greymon? I'm telling you, that's actually a failed evolution. He'll evolve normally later. That Edamon didn't die, you know. He not only revived later but also got a gold coating. Oh, and 2 members of the main cast confuse. Spoilers are shameful. Gojo Satoru didn't know how Chinatsu knew the future plot. At first he thought Chinatsu was just teasing him, but when he watched further the plot really unfolded exactly as she said. Chinatsu's spoilers were originally unintentional, but after seeing how effective they were on Gojo Satoru, the corner of Chinatsu's mouth curled up, revealing a devilish smile. She had found Gojo Satoru's weakness. Of course, this ability of Chinatsu's only worked in the anime domain. She was helpless in the TV drama domain. Nevertheless, the psychological shadow created was still present. Gojo Satoru looked at the latest Japanese drama playing on his phone. He held the phone and moved towards Chinatsu while asking, "You haven't watched this, right?" Chinatsu replied, "I haven't watched it. You can watch in peace." Chinatsu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. She truly was helpless in the TV drama domain, and she had confessed this to Gojo Satoru, but Gojo Satoru was still panicking inside. After receiving Chinatsu's reply, Gojo Satoru felt slightly relieved, lowering his head and starting to binge the drama. Chinatsu also lowered her head, staring intently at her phone. However, she was neither watching dramas nor anime, she was simply reading the news. In recent years, both ordinary society and the jujutsu world have become increasingly turbulent, which also indirectly indicates the growing proximity to the main storyline of Jujutsu Kaisen. Over these many years, Chinatsu had already formulated a rescue plan, trying her best to help certain people avoid tragic developments. However, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru still hadn't managed to learn the reverse curse technique, which was hailed as the core of curse technique usage. It seemed they truly still needed some kind of stimulus or trigger. The cursed energy driven by a jujutsu sorcerer is negative energy, so jujutsu sorcerers can use this energy for attack, but cannot apply it to their own bodies to heal physical wounds. The reverse curse technique applies the principle of a negative times a negative equals a positive to the curse technique level, turning cursed energy into positive energy. A jujutsu sorcerer who can use this technique can utilize this energy to heal their body and further master the new technique called curse technique reversal. However, the mutual internal competition between Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru was not in vain. Both of them had already perfected short-distance teleportation, and continuous use was routine operation. Blue, which was considered a sure-kill technique when they were 6, could now be used casually, even continuously, by both of them like a basic attack, and even the lowest-level special-grade curse spirits could be easily overwhelmed by them. Such growth was already incredibly remarkable in the eyes of all the members of the Gojo family residence, but Chinatsu knew this was not enough. She had to become stronger. Chinatsu exhaled and turned off her phone screen. Gojo Satoru, who was beside her, keenly sensed a slight abnormality in Chinatsu. He quietly turned his head to look at her. Just as he opened his mouth, preparing to ask Chinatsu what she was thinking, the door to the lounge was pushed open from the outside. Ordinary employees who were unaware of the jujutsu world's existence walked in from outside. Gojo Satoru helplessly had to force himself to swallow the words he was about to say, putting the matter aside for now. Chapter 17 Observations at the Coffee Shop. Although ordinary people cannot see jujutsu and cursed spirits, if they were to become aware of these abnormal existences, it would inevitably cause chaos. This sense of the unknown is the most potent emotional engine for generating negative energy, so jujutsu sorcerers must avoid letting ordinary people know about the jujutsu world as much as possible. This is the most basic common sense for a jujutsu sorcerer. Of course, sometimes it's truly unavoidable for ordinary people to find out. In such cases, don't panic. After controlling these individuals, report to the higher-ups in the jujutsu world. The higher-ups will dispatch a special team to provide them with ideological education and have them sign non-disclosure agreements. In this coffee shop, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru weren't actually very familiar with most of their colleagues, as their part-time work here was quite inconsistent. Sometimes they wouldn't even come in once a week. How could one build quality relationships under such circumstances? However, while they weren't close, it wasn't bad either. Maintaining a minimum level of good relations was easy to achieve. As these ordinary employees, unaware of the jujutsu world's existence, entered the break room, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru both looked up and greeted everyone. Normally, everyone would go through the motions and then return to a quiet state, but this time seemed a little different. "Chinatsu, are you interested in becoming an idol?" The young girls, mustering their courage, all asked Chinatsu in unison. "Ah." Hearing this, Chinatsu was stunned on the spot, wondering how the topic suddenly, whoosh, flew over to idols. They then explained the situation to Chinatsu. It turned out that an idol agency was distributing flyers in Akihabara to promote their idol trainee program. Looking at these idol-themed promotional posters, their inner idol dreams were awakened. However, they were still a bit scared to go alone, so they thought of bringing Chinatsu along, hoping to use Chinatsu, this great Buddha, to bolster their courage. Oh, this. After hearing their explanation, Chinatsu couldn't help but lower her head, reaching out a hand to lightly press her forehead. At the same time, Gojo Satoru, who was beside her, was leisurely typing on his phone screen with his fingers, searching for the name of the idol agency they had just mentioned. This company recently had many of its contracted idols and artists choose to leave, even if it meant breaching their contracts, causing a huge stir in the idol world. Ah! As soon as Gojo Satoru said this, it was the girls' turn to be stunned. Their mouths hung open, revealing expressions of disbelief, and on top of that, a hint of disappointment. Simultaneously, both Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu's eyes slightly narrowed. As jujutsu sorcerers, how could they not overthink such a strange phenomenon? Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru exchanged glances in private, communicating silently through their eyes. Chinatsu, shall we go take a look later? Gojo Satoru, you go. I won't. The most crucial episodes of the TV drama I've been looking forward to are about to air later, and I need to watch them intently. Chinatsu, you can record it. Gojo Satoru, I want to watch both live and recorded. It's a detective drama and there are many details to observe. I want to be the first to find out who the killer is and then spoil it wildly online. Chinatsu was filled with complaints, so much so that for a moment she didn't know which point to complain about first. Forget it, if she had to go alone she would. Chinatsu let out a soft sigh, then she faced the girls in front of her. She held up a finger and opened her mouth. I won't become an idol, but I can help you investigate this company, Chinatsu said with a smile. Everyone was overjoyed and thanked Chinatsu. As for the investigation Chinatsu mentioned, they all assumed Chinatsu planned to use her family's resources to investigate online, as even they weren't so foolish as to not see that Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were a young master and young lady experiencing life. After work at dusk, Chinatsu changed out of the suit and tailcoat she wore at the coffee shop and put on a casual outfit, along with pure black sunglasses to obscure her vision. Although Chinatsu could use continuous short-distance teleportation to quickly reach her destination, Chinatsu thought about it and decided against it. Jujutsu, as an ability, should not interfere too much with ordinary life. The jujutsu world and the ordinary world should be clearly separated and not interfere with each other excessively. Even without using jujutsu, Chinatsu could choose to take a taxi for this distance. Half an hour later, Chinatsu arrived outside the idol agency. Chinatsu stood with her hands in her pockets, looking up at the building where the company was located. Just from the exterior of the company building it indeed looked quite good, but everything cannot be judged solely by appearance. Chinatsu's special eyes gradually pierced through the surface, seeing the truth within the building. It really is a cursed spirit and at least grade 1. Actually, this country has a problem, a big problem. If negative energy of the same level is generated, the amount of negative energy produced in other countries and the likelihood and intensity of cursed spirits being born would significantly decrease. However, in this country, cursed spirits are frequently born. The scenery Chinatsu saw through her Rikugan was completely different from what ordinary people saw. Eerie cursed energy was hidden within this building, and its cursed energy even had tinges of crimson. Chinatsu stretched her arms, deeply loosening her joints. Although reporting to the higher-ups before exorcising it would earn her a bonus, Chinatsu, being wealthy, decided not to do so. She and Gojo Satoru had already been promoted to grade 1 jujutsu sorcerers. Even without spending the Gojo family's money, the bonuses from completing jujutsu missions over the years had accumulated into a huge sum. Solve it early, go home early. Chinatsu took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. Just as she was ready to take a step forward and enter the building to confront the hidden cursed spirit, she sensed the presence of a jujutsu sorcerer behind her. Grade 2? Semi-grade 1? Wait, it's him. Because Chinatsu possessed the Rikugan, she had a 360-degree, dead-angle-free, omnidirectional view. Even without turning around to look behind her, she could know what was there. Slender eyes wearing earlobe-shaped earrings, hair tied in a bun, a wisp of bangs on his left forehead, and a face that looked very deceptive. Isn't this Geto Suguru? Chinatsu turned around and looked behind her, only to see the Jujutsu sorcerer jog across the street and walk up to Chinatsu. You're a Jujutsu sorcerer too, aren't you? How about we team up? Chapter 18, First Encounter. Geto Suguru, a classmate and best friend of Gojo Satoru in the original work, was also one of the future 4 great special grade sorcerers. Originally, his belief led him to think that protecting the weak was the duty and responsibility of the strong, but as subsequent events unfolded, Geto Suguru's conviction gradually disintegrated. The objects he originally sought to protect became objects of loathing. After a period of confusion, he ultimately embarked on the path of no return, eliminating all non-jujutsu sorcerers and creating a world where only jujutsu sorcerers existed. Looking at Chinatsu, who was spacing out in front of him, Geto Suguru couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. A few seconds later, he suddenly realized. Oh, that's right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Geto Suguru. I'll be going to Jujutsu High in Tokyo to study in a few months. Actually, I only learned about the concept of a jujutsu sorcerer recently. Geto Suguru's tone was very gentle. Chinatsu looked at Geto Suguru in front of her, but her mind couldn't help but compare him to Gojo Satoru. TCH. Chinatsu couldn't help but click her tongue. Immediately, 3 large question marks appeared above the head of Geto Suguru in front of her, as he wondered if he had done something wrong. Chinatsu awkwardly waved her hand, signaling Geto Suguru not to worry. Then she lowered her head slightly and deliberately tilted her pure black sunglasses down, revealing her pale blue eyes. You said you're going to attend Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College in a few months? Then we'll be future classmates. My name is Chinatsu, and I should be a little older than you. You can call me Sister Chinatsu. Chinatsu said cheerfully, a smile on her face. Geto Suguru was born into an ordinary family, a rare case of someone awakening curse technique ability despite neither of his parents being jujutsu sorcerers. His actual age was 1 or 2 years younger than both Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru. His enrollment in Jujutsu High was entirely due to his talent being discovered and recruited by people from the jujutsu world shortly before. The prospect of calling the young-looking girl in front of him sister made Geto Suguru's expression tremble slightly, but he did not refuse. After their outstretched hands met, the temporary jujutsu squad was formed. The two turned their heads to look at the idle agency beside them. A company operating normally would definitely have people inside at this hour, but due to the recent occurrence of various anomalies, it was currently deserted. Do you know how to use a curtain? Chinatsu, with both hands in her pockets, turned her head and asked Geto Suguru softly. Upon hearing this, Geto Suguru shrugged his shoulders awkwardly and spread his hands. A curtain is a type of barrier technique derived from sorcery. A conventionally constructed curtain prevents ordinary people outside from detecting the jujutsu activity within the curtain, and it is a basic skill that all orthodox jujutsu sorcerers are required to master. Chinatsu sighed helplessly. If Geto Suguru couldn't do it, she would have to erect it herself. She spread both hands and performed a special hand sign. Before long, a curtain invisible to ordinary people covered the building. Let's go inside. All right. The two stepped toward the building. Upon seeing the lock installed on the main door, Chinatsu subconsciously raised her hand, preparing for another instance of violent enforcement. But this time, Geto Suguru beside her reached out and stopped her. Leave this to me. After speaking, Geto Suguru opened his palm. A small black vortex condensed above his hand, and a small cursed spirit darted out from within the vortex. Under its control, the lock was effortlessly dismantled in no time. This was his innate technique, cursed spirit manipulation. The wielder of this cursed technique can subdue cursed spirits through a ritual and make them their own. If the power gap is too large, they can even skip the subjugation ritual and absorb the cursed spirit just by touching it with their hand. The number of cursed spirits he can hold is limitless. We just need to put the lock back on when we're done. After dismantling the lock, Geto Suguru recalled the small cursed spirit and pushed open the building door. The moment the two stepped inside, they instantly felt a dangerous surge of cursed energy. That cursed spirit was showing its power. Perhaps the cursed spirit realized that Chinatsu and Geto Suguru were not ordinary jujutsu sorcerers, which was why it was fully releasing its cursed energy from a distance, attempting to intimidate them into retreating. Unfortunately, the more it did this, the more excited Chinatsu became. At least upper grade 1, I wonder if it has special grade level. Chinatsu murmured softly, an interested smile appearing on her face. As for Chinatsu's sudden smile, Gojo beside her admitted he couldn't process it immediately. There was nothing to be done. For Chinatsu, cursed spirits below special grade were completely uninteresting, only special grade ones held some appeal. Of course, Chinatsu meant the bottom tier of special grade. In reality, the power range within the special grade tier is vast. 1,000 years ago there was a king of curses named Raiman Sukuna, who possessed 2 faces and 4 arms. After his death, he sealed his soul and power into his 20 fingers. If a cursed spirit consumes one of his fingers, a special grade cursed spirit can be born. Therefore, fingers became the classic unit of combat power measurement in Jujutsu Kaisen. Just like that, Chinatsu and Gojo Suguru continued deeper into the building. As they proceeded, the cursed energy permeating the air grew increasingly dense. Here it comes. Chinatsu suddenly stopped. Although Gojo Suguru beside her didn't know what was happening, he immediately went into a state of alert. The next second, a hideous female-shaped cursed spirit, wrapped in scarlet cursed energy, charged toward them from straight ahead. It was gripping a red blade in its hand. As it rapidly approached, it emitted bursts of sharp laughter. "Watch out!" Realizing the danger, Gojo Suguru quickly shouted at Chinatsu, because he saw that the cursed spirit's primary target was not himself, but Chinatsu beside him. Just as he opened his black vortex, preparing to release a few of his cursed spirits to join the fight, Chinatsu simply extended one hand, facing straight ahead. Limitless Defense Expansion. The layer of infinity stasis power that originally surrounded her body suddenly expanded its range, causing the cursed spirit to be affected and halt its movement even though it was still about 1 meter away from her. Chinatsu's Rikugan quietly observed the cursed spirit in front of her. A few seconds later, a look of disappointment appeared on Chinatsu's face and she sighed. A top grade 1 cursed spirit, not even reaching the bottom tier of special grade cursed spirits. You truly disappoint me. Although the cursed spirit didn't understand human speech, seeing Chinatsu in front of it and the clear shift in her emotion, it suddenly felt offended. Chapter 19, Spell Manipulation. Watching Chinatsu effortlessly subdue the cursed spirit that was emitting such a terrifying aura, Gojo Suguru's pupils involuntarily trembled, and the cursed spirits he had instantly summoned also froze in place. Why are you just standing there? I'm the gold medal support, you just focus on the damage but don't slack off. Chinatsu, slightly confused, turned her head to look at the stunned Suguru Gojo and urged him on. Suguru Gojo gave an awkward, soft chuckle before walking straight toward the cursed spirit, which was trapped and immobilized by the limitless power. On the way, Suguru Gojo had briefly introduced his curse technique, cursed spirit manipulation, to Chinatsu, explaining that it was a rare cursed technique capable of subduing cursed spirits and making them his own. Of course, even if Suguru Gojo hadn't introduced it, Chinatsu knew his curse technique, as she possessed the Rikugan/6 eyes, which could see through others' curse techniques, and she was also a reincarnator who knew the plot development of the original work. Suguru Gojo slowly raised his palm toward the immobilized cursed spirit. Just as he was about to begin the subjugation ritual, he paused. Why do I feel like I'm just freeloading? Suguru Gojo complained to himself internally. They were supposedly a team, but it seemed he hadn't done anything except command a cursed spirit to dismantle a door lock at the start. After a moment of silence, Suguru Gojo regained his focus, confident in his curse technique and talent. Compared to the present, perhaps he was freeloading, but he believed he could quickly grow and become a strong person capable of protecting the weak. Subjugation Ritual. Suguru Gojo's palm touched the physical form that the cursed spirit had manifested using cursed energy, activating his cursed technique. After cursed spirit manipulation was activated, the cursed spirit's body began to twist violently, as if it had been hit by a close-range blow. Although the cursed spirit was immobilized by Chinatsu, its mouth wasn't sealed. Upon realizing it was being affected by the subjugation ritual, it opened its mouth and immediately let out sharp, piercing screams. Currently, Suguru Gojo was only at the level of grade 2 or near grade 1, but the cursed spirit he was attempting to subdue was at the peak of grade 1, making the difficulty self-evident. If Chinatsu hadn't been by his side, Suguru Geto, facing this cursed spirit alone, might have been able to fight and exorcise it, or he might have been defeated and forced to retreat, but he certainly wouldn't have been able to perform the subjugation ritual as smoothly as he was now. Time passed minute by minute. During the stable yet difficult subjugation ritual, Suguru Geto's expression constantly shifted, and drops of cold sweat ran down his cheeks. Finally, Suguru Geto's expression darkened, and the cursed spirit, which had been processed by his hand, was twisted into a black sphere that settled in his palm. At this step, Suguru Geto only needed to swallow the sphere, which the cursed spirit had been twisted into, to complete the process entirely. Suguru Geto looked down at the black sphere in his hand and fell into a brief silence. Just as Suguru Geto steeled his resolve, raising the hand holding the cursed spirit sphere and opening his mouth to inhale deeply, intending to swallow the sphere, Chinatsu, who had been silent beside him for a long time, suddenly spoke. "Cursed spirits must taste terrible, right?" Chinatsu's sudden question made Suguru Geto freeze. Before this, no one had ever asked him that question, nor had anyone ever cared about this perspective, not even his parents. Cursed spirits were not tasteless, nor were they alluring like candy. In fact, it was the opposite. Anyone who tasted one would declare that they never wanted to taste a second. Suguru Geto let out a breath, a relieved smile appearing on his face. "Yeah, it tastes terrible. Although I don't know if this description is accurate, I think cursed spirits taste like a rag soaked in vomit. It's truly disgusting." Having spoken, Suguru Geto opened his mouth again and swallowed the black cursed spirit sphere. The sight of him struggling to swallow it yet pretending everything was fine registered clearly in Chinatsu's eyes. In the original work's depiction of Suguru Geto's mental breakdown, although the events he experienced in the future were a significant part of what caused his beliefs to crumble. However, the pressure and negative emotions accumulated from swallowing cursed spirits for years before that, which made him appear strong on the outside but actually made his spirit fragile deep down, could not be ignored. With a gulp sound, Suguru Geto forcibly swallowed the cursed spirit sphere. After a brief moment of gloom on his face, he quickly adjusted his expression and flashed a faint smile toward Chinatsu. "Thank you very much. This cursed spirit is extremely powerful. It's the strongest one in my cursed spirit inventory right now." After Suguru Geto finished speaking, the cursed spirit he had just subdued emerged once again, rising from the ground. However, the subdued cursed spirit was completely obedient to Suguru Geto, having lost its aggression, and stood dumbly on the ground. After dealing with the cursed spirit here, Chinatsu and Suguru Geto returned the way they came and left the idol management company building. Before leaving, they reinstalled the door lock. It was fortunate that surveillance cameras were not yet fully widespread in this era. Otherwise, they would have had to deal with the monitoring system as well. After all, the curtains set up by Jujutsu sorcerers only blocked the view from the outside to the inside, while the surveillance cameras were installed inside the building. Once outside the building, Chinatsu was about to suggest they grab dinner together since it was getting late, but Suguru Geto's phone buzzed in his pocket. Suguru Geto opened his phone to check the message and found it was from his parents, asking why he hadn't returned home for dinner yet at this hour. Since things had come to this, Chinatsu did not press the invitation. The two simply exchanged contact information via their phones, and then Suguru Geto turned and left in a hurry. "Well then. See you at school." "Yeah, see you at school." Watching Suguru Geto's retreating figure, Chinatsu stood in place, gently waving her hand as she saw him off, her pale blue eyes shining brightly in the dark night. In the near future of the original work, Suguru Geto, who fell into the path of killing all non-jujutsu sorcerers and creating a world where only jujutsu sorcerers exist, killed his own non-jujutsu sorcerer parents to uphold his beliefs. Chinatsu lowered her head slightly, and after a moment of silence, she also turned around and quietly walked toward her family's Gojo family residence. On the way, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. However, under the effect of Chinatsu's limitless defense, the raindrops falling from the sky failed to splash onto her body, being completely isolated by Limitless until she arrived home. Chapter 20 Enrollment 1. When Chinatsu returned home in the rainy night, the attendants were terrified, instinctively assuming that Chinatsu had been drenched. Although they eventually learned that Chinatsu had used limitless power to ward off the rain, she was still lectured on her way from home to her room. A Six Eyes user being lectured by attendants would have been an extremely bizarre and unbelievable occurrence in the Gojo family in the past, as the Six Eyes user's status in the Gojo family far exceeded anyone's imagination. Yet, under the eyes of the former Gojo family members, this strange and unbelievable scenario was happening quite normally within the Gojo family residence. Chinatsu's personality was universally recognized as good within the Gojo family residence, which is why, despite being a woman in a feudal family like the Gojo family, she had a group that supported her becoming the family head. While Gojo Satoru's personality is difficult to describe in words, it is certain that he is not a cold-hearted person. His reputation within the Gojo family is mixed, causing both joy and sorrow. Precisely because of these two, compared to the other two of the big three families, the atmosphere within the Gojo family could be described as warm, even happy. Miss, next time you encounter a similar situation, please be sure to call and inform us. We have a car. A car. Okay. After a series of greetings, Chinatsu finally returned to the small residence within the Gojo family estate, which was solely for her and Gojo Satoru. At this moment, Gojo Satoru in the living room was rapidly typing on his tablet keyboard because, with his keen observational skills, he had identified the culprit in the latest detective drama's plot, causing a huge stir after he posted spoilers online. Passerby A, holy crap. Spoiler dog. Passerby B, what? He's actually an undercover agent? Guys, my beliefs are shattered. Passerby C, nonsense, I don't believe it. If it's really as you say, this drama is ruined. Passerby D, don't rush upstairs, let me rush first. Facing the uproar online, Gojo Satoru's hands typed rapidly on the keyboard with superhuman speed, engaging in century-long battles online, as if 1 against 10. However, although it was called a century-long battle, those who were arguing with Gojo Satoru were no match for him. While arguing, he still had time to greet Chinatsu as she entered. You're back? Were there really cursed spirits there? Yes, but it was just a grade 1 cursed spirit. The two only chatted briefly. Although Gojo Satoru was somewhat puzzled by Chinatsu's mental state, there were simply too many enemies online, and he almost had the tide turned against him by this group when he was momentarily distracted. Chinatsu walked through the living room back to her room, and after showering she fell onto her soft bed, her expression gradually relaxing. Although Chinatsu's essential nature was someone who longed for a salty fish, lazy, easygoing life in the future, before that, she needed to build a world where she could be a salty fish with a clear conscience. In her slightly muddled mind, Chinatsu quietly drifted into sleep, and in her dream, the content of the original work manga gradually appeared, until it abruptly stopped after the latest chapter. In the following months, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru continued their previous lives, working part-time in the Gojo family's businesses during their jujutsu missions and normal rest periods. These part-time jobs included, but were not limited to, cafes. The Akihabara cafe was merely a small part of the Gojo family's businesses. And during these few months, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru's progress in jujutsu remained very slow. Chinatsu understood that they were both currently stuck in a bottleneck, and to advance further, they could only master reverse cursed technique. No, besides that, there seemed to be another move that, if performed, could also improve overall strength to a certain extent. One morning several months later, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru emerged from their respective rooms early. From this day on, they would temporarily bid farewell to jujutsu missions and part-time work, embracing a new mode of life. They were about to head to Tokyo Jujutsu High. I really don't know why we're going there when we're already so strong. I don't think going there will teach me anything, Gojo Satoru said with a pout, somewhat lazily. Who said there's nothing? Jujutsu High doesn't just teach jujutsu, it also has basic cultural classes like other schools. Chinatsu replied casually. Jujutsu High did have cultural classes, but not many, and the amount of knowledge didn't meet the standards of a normal school. After some prior research, Chinatsu remained unconcerned. In contrast, when Gojo Satoru heard that Jujutsu High also had cultural classes, his face couldn't help but twitch slightly. However, he wasn't particularly panicked. He had already driven away 3 or 4 tutors, and he stated that even at Jujutsu High, he was still confident that he wouldn't be constrained by the teachers there. The two chatted as they walked from their rooms to outside the mansion. After getting into the special car that had been waiting for a long time, they set off early for the Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College, one of the only 2 jujutsu schools in the jujutsu world. However, the car did not go directly to Jujutsu High but stopped midway, buying a lot of delicious food from a highly rated online store. Soon after, the car stopped at the entrance of Jujutsu High, and as the 2 stepped out of the car, they happened to encounter a girl walking to school. The girl was just over 1.6 meters tall with medium short coffee-colored hair, exuding a temperament completely different from that of an ordinary girl, and she had a white cigarette dangling from her mouth. Gojo Satoru looked at the girl for only a few brief seconds and through his 6 eyes perceived her extraordinary nature, while Chinatsu beside him naturally recognized who this girl was. The jujutsu sorcerer community in the jujutsu world is not actually large, as very few possess jujutsu talent, and even fewer of those have jujutsu talent that meets the threshold for Jujutsu High. Sometimes a single grade at Jujutsu High would only have 3 or 4 students, and this girl in front of them was precisely one of the first-year trio from the original work, along with Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. A natural master of reverse curse technique, a special genius regarded as a treasure by the school and even the entire jujutsu world. Yeri Shoko. When Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru's car stopped beside her and the 2 emerged, Yeri Shoko turned to look at them. She didn't overthink it, smiling and naturally extending a hand to wave and greet them. Yo!
Disclaimer: I don't own this story. If the original author requests its removal, this video will be taken down.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Chapter 21, Enrollment 2. In response to Yeri Shoko's greeting, Gojo Satoru stretched out a hand to stroke his chin, his eyes fixed on her as he approached her step by step. Shoko was momentarily stunned, and instinctively reached out a hand, intending to push away Gojo Satoru's steadily approaching head, but due to the influence of limitless power, Shoko's hand was halted in midair. You haven't awakened a cursed technique? Gojo Satoru asked, puzzled. One of the innate abilities of the Rikugan was to see through the cursed techniques inscribed within others. Gojo Satoru immediately noticed the difference in Shoko's cursed energy, and with a second glance he directly saw that she had not awakened a cursed technique. Listening to Gojo Satoru's words, Shoko simply withdrew the hand she had extended and gently placed it on her chest, while her other hand reached up to remove the cigarette from her mouth. I haven't awakened an innate technique, but I can use reverse cursed technique, Shoko replied calmly. Although reverse curse technique has the word technique in its name, it is not actually a cursed technique, but rather a highly advanced skill in cursed energy manipulation that can be learned and mastered later in life. And Shoko possessed a very special talent in this area, a skill that others might spend a lifetime trying to master, Shoko grasped with ease. Gojo Satoru was first stunned, then showed an excited expression, and dazzling stars seemed to sparkle in his azure eyes. Shoko looked at Gojo Satoru's appearance and simply smiled faintly, then said, "What? You want to learn? I can teach you." Gojo Satoru's face instantly became serious, his back straightened, and his legs were together, showing his full attentiveness. Shoko gently cleared her throat, bending one arm to check something, while extending a finger from her other hand, waving it gently from left to right in the air. "It's just a whoosh and then a swish. Well, it's pretty much like that. How about it? Can you understand?" Shoko said leisurely, gesturing as she spoke. Gojo Satoru's serious expression instantly crumbled as he watched Shoko's abstract teaching, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. He inwardly wondered why he had been so serious just now. "Huh? I don't understand, you're really talentless." Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched slightly as Shoko finished speaking, put her hands on her hips and sighed. This was not Shoko deliberately messing with Gojo Satoru. Of course, there was a tiny bit of that emotion involved, but it was mainly because reverse curse technique was indeed very abstract. There are only 2 people in the current jujutsu world who openly possess such a technique. One is Yeri Shoko, who is right in front of him. The other is Yuki Tsukumo, who was recently granted the title of Special Grade Sorcerer. Speaking of Yuki Tsukumo, never mind, we can talk about that later. Chinatsu slowly walked from behind Gojo Satoru to stand in front of Shoko, extending her hand with a smile. My name is Chinatsu and he's Satoru from the Gojo family. Chinatsu introduced herself and Gojo Satoru in concise words, and Shoko likewise extended her hand, shaking Chinatsu's hand. Yeri Shoko, just call me Shoko. The three of them were already standing at the school gate but did not enter, instead chatting idly at the entrance. During their conversation, Chinatsu also mentioned the large bag full of delicacies she had bought on the way, asking Shoko if she wanted some snacks. Shoko had initially intended to refuse, but when she saw the food in the bag, her body instantly became honest. Then I'll gladly accept. Shoko happily took some delicious-looking food from the bag. Just as she was about to take a small taste, a muscular man with a fierce aura strode out of the school. What are you all doing? You're at the school gate, what's the meaning of not coming in? With that shout, everyone shivered and turned to look at the man who had yelled. Yaga Mazamichi, he was to be the homeroom teacher for these few at Jujutsu High. No one lingered any longer. Hearing Principal Yaga's urging, they all scurried into the school. The moment they passed through the school gate and entered the school grounds, everyone instantly felt the presence of a barrier. This was Jujutsu High's first line of defense. If an unregistered outsider entered, an alarm would immediately sound. Regarding schooling, Chinatsu had originally thought she had already come to terms with it, even hypnotizing herself into believing that attending Jujutsu High would be a very interesting experience, different from schooling in her previous life. However, when the group of classmates appeared around her, and a person named Teacher appeared ahead, and the terrifying building called School appeared not far away, that fear from the depths of her spirit surged up. There were definitely people in this world who loved going to school, but Chinatsu also knew that she was absolutely not one of them. Chinatsu let out a cool breath, her eyes darting left and right, trying to find a sense of agreement from Shoko and Gojo Satoru on either side of her. But Shoko was still her usual carefree self, not showing any fear at all, while Gojo Satoru, rather than being afraid or fearful, seemed more nervous. He was currently adjusting his state, preparing to confront Yaga. Chinatsu withdrew her gaze and looked forward again. Geto Suguru, the last first-year student whom Chinatsu had initially thought was late, appeared in her line of sight. It turned out he wasn't late. On the contrary, he had arrived very early, having waited inside the school for Chinatsu and the others for over half an hour. At this, Yaga Mazamichi reached up with a relieved expression to adjust the sunglasses on his face, thinking that at least there was one normal student in the first year. In the future, he would use Geto as a benchmark and try to make the other problem students emulate him. Yaga Mazamichi's little thoughts were clearly caught by Chinatsu. Chinatsu lowered her head and let out a soft, helpless sigh, silently mourning for Principal Yaga for 3 seconds. A normal student? Yaga, give up the struggle. Among these people only I am normal, the others are each more abnormal than the last. Chinatsu thought this to herself, unaware that in the distant future, when someone would ask Yaga which student's personality he found most troublesome among those he taught, Yaga would immediately grab a bottle of beer, gulp down several mouthfuls, and then answer the question without hesitation. Is that even a question? It's definitely that girl. Chapter 22, Enrollment 3. Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. This school, along with the other one in Kyoto, is one of only 2 educational institutions in the jujutsu world, recognized by the outside world as a venue for spreading a legitimate religion. Here, the study of jujutsu knowledge is the main focus, but since the jujutsu world exists within normal society, jujutsu sorcerers cannot be disconnected from it, so they must also study subjects like mathematics and English to a certain extent. But not much, only about 2 hours a day. Currently, inside a classroom at the school, Yaga Mazamichi sat in front of the blackboard, holding chalk, tapping and writing on the board while teaching English. His identity was that of the homeroom teacher. Teaching English was not within his scope of business, but merely because the regular English teacher had a temporary emergency, forcing Yaga, the homeroom teacher, to step in. All right. Everyone, please turn your English textbooks to the 2nd page. This sentence isn't difficult, the key is to grasp the main point of the phrase. But while he diligently delivered the English lesson with chalk in hand, none of the students below were paying attention. Geto Suguru had already perfectly mastered the knowledge taught in the first year of regular high school, and he was currently looking down at the textbooks he had bought, preparing for the second year's material. Gojo Satoru's lips moved as he brazenly yawned a huge breath. Originally, he wasn't sleepy, but the moment he heard those English sentences, he instantly couldn't handle it anymore. His lips moved as he brazenly opened his mouth wide and let out a breath, and upon hearing that yawn, the chalk Yaga Mazamichi held snapped with a crack. As for Chinatsu's state, it was actually similar. Although she had prepared herself mentally, the moment she entered this familiar yet strange classroom environment, Chinatsu couldn't help but frown. Drowsing in class was a bad habit Chinatsu had in her previous life, and this bad habit would escalate to different levels depending on the subject. And among these subjects, English was undoubtedly the dominant one. These strings of English words were like a curse capable of stimulating the nerves. No. 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 Hold on. In the instant before falling asleep, Chinatsu's spirit successfully overcame her drowsiness for a brief moment. She lowered her head, maintained rhythmic breathing, and adjusted her state. After a small exhale, Chinatsu raised her head again and entered the acting mode that had previously defeated several of her tutors. Geto Suguru and Yeri Shoko, sitting on either side, clearly sensed Chinatsu's sudden change, and both couldn't help but widen their eyes. Especially Geto Suguru, who had met Chinatsu months ago and knew her true personality, was now filled with shock. Her demeanor had completely changed, as if she were a different person. With such skill, history seemed to repeat itself. Chinatsu successfully got through the class time, while Gojo Satoru, who had slept in class, was struck by one of Yaga's fists of love and instantly questioned his life, still clutching his head after class. Did Yaga's fist ignore the limitless defense? Not exactly. It was mainly because Jujutsu High prohibits the use of cursed techniques in non-special circumstances, and neither Chinatsu nor Gojo Satoru can yet maintain a fully automatic, 24-hour defense. After class, Chinatsu instantly dropped the act, exhausted, and slumped onto the desk, letting out a huge sigh. Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, and Shoko stood up from their seats and gathered around Chinatsu to chat. Shoko? Shoko? Reverse curse technique. Gojo Satoru pointed a finger pitifully toward the spot on his head where he had taken a punch from Yaga. Shoko extended her palm with a smile. Under the effect of the reverse curse technique, the faint signs of a bump on Gojo Satoru's head instantly vanished. This is the reverse curse technique. Feeling the reverse curse technique energy that Shoko used on his head, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but marvel at its power, yet he still couldn't figure out how the reverse curse technique actually operated. Shoko, having finished treating Gojo Satoru's head, let out a soft breath, slightly shaking the hand she had extended. Although the reverse curse technique is formidable, it consumes a lot of cursed energy. Currently, Shoko's cursed energy volume and control precision are not considered high. In the future, she could heal a large group of people by herself, but right now she can only treat minor injuries, and even that is not particularly easy. She looked down at Chinatsu, who was still slumped on the desk. The earring Chinatsu wore on her right ear caught her attention. Chinatsu, your earring isn't just a normal decoration, is it? Shoko asked curiously. Hearing Shoko's question, Chinatsu slowly straightened up. She subconsciously reached up to touch the earring on her right ear before nodding. Yes, it's a cursed tool. Cursed tools are a general term for weapons imbued with cursed energy or even a cursed technique. They, like jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits, have strict classifications, and the proper use of a cursed tool can effectively enhance a jujutsu sorcerer's strength. The earring Chinatsu was wearing on her right ear was actually an item acquired by the Gojo family's elder years ago at a Jujutsu World auction. Originally, Chinatsu had refused, but the elder insisted relentlessly, and Chinatsu eventually accepted the cursed tool and wore it on her right ear. However, had Shoko not just asked about it, Chinatsu herself would have almost forgotten she was wearing such an item. As soon as Geto Suguru and Shoko heard that the earring was indeed a cursed tool, they both became interested, staring intently at the earring on Chinatsu's ear. Finding it troublesome, Chinatsu unhooked the earring from her ear and simply placed it on the desk, allowing them to examine it. If you feel carefully, you can indeed sense the presence of cursed energy in it, but it's quite faint. Since the cursed energy is faint, it must have some very powerful curse technique attached to it, right? Geto, Suguru, and Shoko seriously observed the earring until Shoko suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked another question. Chinatsu, how expensive is this cursed tool? It wasn't that expensive, I think it was. Chinatsu lowered her head, lost in thought. Since the elder had bought it, she didn't have direct memory of the cursed tool's price, but she vaguely recalled the elder mentioning it once. After more than 10 seconds, Chinatsu, who had been thinking with her arms crossed and head bowed, slowly raised her head and spoke, her tone still containing a hint of uncertainty. I can't recall the exact amount, but the unit suffix being 100 million should be correct. Chapter 23 Enrollment 4. When Shoko and Suguru Geto heard Chinatsu say that the cursed tool's price was over 100 million, they were both stunned, unable to believe that this cursed tool was so expensive. In fact, cursed tools are generally expensive. Chinatsu remembered that in the original work, Toji, the heavenly restriction tyrant, had many cursed tools. Leaving aside the special-grade cursed tools Inverted Spear of Heaven and Manriki Gasari, in his cursed tool collection, there was a special-grade cursed tool called Cloudy Sky, which could sell for 500 million or even higher at an auction house or on the black market. As for Chinatsu's earring-like cursed tool, Chinatsu couldn't remember the exact price, only vaguely recalling that its price suffix was in the hundreds of millions. Suguru Geto and Shoko were jujutsu sorcerer geniuses born into ordinary families. Having just enrolled and officially entered the jujutsu world, their understanding of cursed tools was still somewhat shallow. This little thing, is it that expensive? Shoko bent down to observe the cursed tool up close, but she didn't have the Rikugan. No matter how much she squinted to gaze at it, she couldn't tell what made this cursed tool worth that price. They continued to chat about cursed tools for a while, and neither Shoko nor Suguru Geto actively asked Chinatsu what the cursed technique effect attached to the cursed tool was. This was mainly because they had just met and their relationship wasn't deep. Once their relationship deepened, there would be no talk of shyness or embarrassment. They would all become troublemakers in disguise. However, precisely because of this incident, a seed was planted in both of their hearts. I will also buy my own exclusive cursed tool in the future. Shoko, my goal is tentatively a cursed tool with high protective performance. Although I'm a healer and don't need to be on the front lines clashing with cursed spirits, the principle of focus the healer first is known even by any random elementary school student. Suguru Geto, my cursed spirit manipulation is like playing Pokemon, but no matter how much I train my physical combat, there's still a certain gap between me and those cursed spirits and jujutsu sorcerers specialized in close combat. It would be great if I had a cursed tool that could enhance my close combat abilities. It is not difficult for high-level jujutsu sorcerers to make money, especially for the extraordinarily talented Suguru Geto and Shoko, who possesses the reverse curse technique and is regarded as a treasure in the jujutsu world. In the period that followed, Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto became close friends, just as in the original work, forming the strongest duo. One wielded Limitless. One wielded cursed spirit manipulation. As soon as the strongest duo emerged, they quickly solved a large number of high-difficulty missions, shocking the jujutsu world. Suguru Geto also quickly rose to the rank of Grade 1 Jujutsu Sorcerer, filling him with confidence in his own strength. Yeah, another mission completed with ease, Suguru, do you know? On the official website for jujutsu missions, people are already complaining that we're too diligent, leaving them with no missions to do. Then let's reduce our frequency a bit. After all, there are some jujutsu sorcerers who rely on completing missions to support their families. Alright then, after all, I'm very generous. After completing their last mission, Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto returned to Jujutsu High with smiles on their faces. Although their walking styles differed, both had reached a level of utter nonchalance. One leaned back as if drunk and about to fall at any moment, while the other leaned forward, like an old man with severe hunchback, about to throw out his back and be unable to move at any moment. Soon the two returned to Jujutsu High. However, as soon as they were back, both of their stomachs rumbled simultaneously, perfectly illustrating the truth that man is iron, food is steel, one meal missed and you're hungry. How about we find a restaurant to eat at later? No need for such trouble, just wait a moment. Gojo Satoru took out his phone from his pocket. After a flurry of finger-tapping and changing expressions, Gojo Satoru finally let out a sigh and gave Suguru Geto a thumbs up. It's done, let's go to the cafeteria. Cafeteria, cafeteria? Suguru Geto paused, puzzled. Although there was a building resembling a cafeteria within Jujutsu High, it had never actually operated normally, existing in name only. In response to Suguru Geto's confusion, Gojo Satoru just laughed, raised a hand, and patted Suguru Geto's shoulder, then continued walking towards the cafeteria with his nonchalant stride. Suguru Geto shrugged helplessly in response, then quickly followed Gojo Satoru's steps towards the cafeteria. And as they got closer to the cafeteria, Suguru Geto, following behind Gojo Satoru, felt more and more that something wasn't right. He sniffed hard and his mouth involuntarily began to water. What a fragrant smell. Facing Suguru Geto's reaction, Gojo Satoru slightly raised his head, a faint hint of pride on his face. As they walked into the unlocked cafeteria, Chinatsu, carrying 2 steaming bowls of soba noodles, just emerged from the back kitchen. She glared at Gojo Satoru disapprovingly before placing the 2 bowls on the table. Gojo Satoru swallowed, his mouth watering. He strode over, jumped into a seat, pulled out a pair of chopsticks from beside him, and began to devour his meal. Oh no, his noodles. Suguru Geto was slightly surprised. He looked at the soba noodles on the table, then quickly shifted his gaze to Chinatsu. Even though Suguru Geto didn't speak, Chinatsu could tell from his facial expression and gaze that he was thinking about how she could actually cook. But in fact, she herself was surprised that she could cook, because this skill was only recently acquired, and the problem was that before this, she had never touched a kitchen knife or cooked a single meal. Entering the kitchen and picking up a kitchen knife felt as if she had been through 100 battles, with a feeling of natural ease. Even calling it a beginner's protection period still seemed a bit absurd. At home, Gojo Satoru was terrified. He originally thought his older sister would never enter the kitchen once in her life, and even if she did, the dishes she made would be the ultimate dark cuisine. But reality was just that absurd. No matter how much Gojo Satoru initially disbelieved, he eventually surrendered to this reality. Suguru, why are you still standing there? The noodles are getting cold. Oh, all right. Suguru Geto nodded blankly. In a hurry, he sat down next to Gojo Satoru, and after picking up his chopsticks, he grabbed a large portion and put it into his mouth. In that instant, Suguru Geto seemed to enter a state like Chuka Ichiban, or even Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma. His eyes were round and full, and the pressure hidden within his body was released. Delicious. Chapter 24, Enrollment 5. Although Chinatsu didn't know why she possessed such culinary talent, she remained optimistic about it, as having an extra skill was always a good thing. As mentioned earlier, one reason for Geto Suguru's future mental breakdown was the accumulated stress from constantly consuming extremely disgusting cursed spirits. This problem had troubled Chinatsu for a long time, because the nature of Geto Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation was precisely this, and it was impossible to stop him from eating cursed spirits. However, thinking in that direction was actually falling into a misconception. Just as this world is inherently imperfect, Geto Suguru was bound to eat unpleasant food, but delicious food didn't reject him either. If you ate one unpleasant cursed spirit, then eat 10 delicious dishes to reward yourself. As long as the stress is released in time and not allowed to accumulate to a dangerous threshold, it will be fine. People who don't know how to reward themselves to release stress will eventually reach an unbearable threshold, even if the stress accumulates very slowly. At this moment, Chinatsu looked at Geto Suguru, who was focused on his dry noodles, her face adorned with a faint smile, one hand on her hip, revealing an expression of a proud mother. Yeri Shoko stood beside her, and when she saw Chinatsu's expression, she couldn't help but freeze. At first, when she saw Chinatsu's gaze fixed on Geto Suguru, she secretly chuckled, thinking she had discovered something extraordinary, but then Chinatsu's single expression completely threw her off. Suddenly, Chinatsu's phone in her pocket vibrated. She pulled it out of her pocket in confusion and opened it. It was a text message from the elder. Chinatsu, there's a cursed tool auction in Kagoshima in a month. Do you want to come and see it? Inside the Gojo family mansion, the elder let out a breath after typing those words, quietly waiting for Chinatsu's reply. Chinatsu, seeing the text message, paused slightly. She looked up and told everyone present about it, asking if they wanted to come along. Gojo Satoru, too lazy to go. Geto Suguru, if possible I'd like to go. Shoko, I want to go too. I want to go too. Gojo Satoru, ah well then I'll go too. Gojo Satoru, seeing the two contradicting him, found the noodles he was eating no longer appetizing. He thought that if everyone left and he was alone, he quickly changed his mind. Chinatsu nodded, then lowered her head to look at her phone screen again, quickly typing a reply to the elder. Satoru is going too, and 2 classmates from Jujutsu High. No problem. The elder immediately replied to Chinatsu. There weren't many people in the Jujutsu world to begin with, and even fewer participated in Jujutsu world auctions. So many gatherings in the Jujutsu world didn't restrict the number of people each major force could bring. For example, at this cursed tool auction, the elder said that he was already old, and the seats in the auction house had never been full, with almost half of them usually empty. After confirming their trip to the cursed tool auction a month later, Gojo Suguru and Shoko were both very excited. As for money, they weren't particularly worried. Although Chinatsu's earring curse tool was worth over 100 million, not all cursed tools were so expensive. One of them, due to his high talent, was exceptionally invited to Jujutsu High from an ordinary family, and the other was regarded as a treasure by the academy and even the entire Jujutsu world. Both of them had a considerable amount of money in their personal accounts. They couldn't afford items in the 100 million range, but they could try for other price ranges. They were determined to get close combat enhancement and body protection defense curse tools. 1 month later, Gojo Suguru and Shoko got into the Gojo family's special car with Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru and headed to Kagoshima, the region where this year's cursed tool auction was being held. Along the way, Gojo Satoru, sitting in the car, seemed a bit uncomfortable because Kagoshima was the place where he first carried out a jujutsu mission. The situation of 2 hours of travel, 2 minutes of exorcism, not even reaching the destination, and my older sister already in bed asleep, was almost a psychological trauma for him. Chinatsu, on the other hand, quietly observed the scenery outside the window. This seemingly peaceful road was actually filled with cursed spirits. Grade 4, Grade 3. In a world that ordinary people couldn't observe, there were simply too many cursed spirits symbolizing human negative emotions. These Grade 4 and Grade 3 ones were fine. They were mostly weak and timid, not daring to directly attack humans. However, once they reached special grade level, they would cause large-scale disasters one after another. Jujutsu sorcerers silently exorcised cursed spirits for humanity in the dark world, yet some foolish humans still feared, insulted, and even physically harmed children who awakened jujutsu abilities, which was another reason for Gojo Suguru's mental breakdown. Ultimately, the problem lay with this country and even the entire world. The jujutsu world could no longer continue to be so corrupt. It needed a major revolution. During Chinatsu's contemplation, after traversing city after city, the special car finally arrived at Kagoshima, one of the country's most peripheral cities. At this moment, people from various forces of the jujutsu world had gathered in this city, and the many cursed spirits hidden within the city were trembling, fearing that a single sound from them would lead to their exorcism by some jujutsu sorcerer. Upon arriving at the jujutsu auction venue, Chinatsu's eyes scanned her surroundings, and both Zenin Naobito and the old Kumo family head appeared in her line of sight. In this current timeline, Fushiguro Megumi, who inherited their family's 10 Shadows technique, and Kumo Noritoshi, who inherited blood manipulation, had already been born, but due to their young age, they hadn't awakened their curse techniques and thus hadn't been discovered yet. As Chinatsu's gaze fell upon Zenin Naobito, he, with a stern face, quickly noticed and turned his head to look at Chinatsu. Their gazes met, and in the silent long-distance eye contact, a fierce dialogue seemed to unfold, with sparks flying between their eyes. What a vengeful girl. Zenin Naobito snorted coldly before turning and heading into the auction. Chinatsu's lips curved slightly upward, a hint of smugness appearing on her face. She was no longer the 6-year-old child she once was. Even though Zenin Naobito was the strongest Grade 1, if she really targeted him, that title might not necessarily remain his. The elder beside her looked at Chinatsu's somewhat childish behavior and the sight of Naobito being angered away, and he couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle. All right, let's go in quickly too. The elder, with a smile, led everyone into the auction house. Chapter 25, Special Grade Cursed Artifact. This auction house, originally used for selling real estate or antiques, was currently reserved by people from the jujutsu world for the auction of cursed tools. The spacious venue was filled with rows of seats, but since jujutsu sorcerers are few in number, and those qualified to attend the Cursed Tool auction were even fewer, less than half the seats were occupied upon first glance. However, it is worth noting that the average skill level of the jujutsu sorcerers at the auction was quite respectable. The lowest rank was second grade, with most being grade 1 jujutsu sorcerers. Compared to arguing, having them raise their fists would be far more lethal. Tearing down this massive auction house would be a matter of minutes. Chinatsu and the others naturally took their seats in the first row, as did the people from the Kumo family and the Zenin family. Although both families were sitting in the first row, they seemed to be separated from Chinatsu and her group by an entire world. They would rather squeeze together than move any closer to Chinatsu's side. The relationship between the Kumo clan and the Zenin family was not good. The big three families of the jujutsu world inherently form a tripartite balance, engaging in gentlemanly talk on the surface while stabbing each other in the back in secret. However, ever since the Gojo family produced 2 Rikugan/6 Eyes users, the Gojo family has shown a tendency toward total dominance. If they don't band together for mutual support now, they might be crushed by the Gojo family to the point where they can never raise their heads again. Old Kumo family head's face was full of bitterness. He was already quite old and had assumed that the tripartite balance of the big three families would last until he was in the grave. Who knew such a situation would suddenly arise? Zenin Naobito openly smacked his lips, his face practically screaming the words, "I am very displeased right now," as he raised his wine gourd and began gulping down his drink in silence. They avoided discussing the 2 major curse techniques, 10 Shadows and Red Blood, because these were scars on both sides' hearts, and neither was willing to have them exposed. Little did they know the successor to the curse techniques they longed for day and night had already been born. For the Kumo clan it would only be a few years, and as for the Zenin family, TSK. Chinatsu, watching Naobito drinking silently with a melancholy expression from afar, was in high spirits. Her entire body was practically lying down in her seat, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly to reveal a faint smile. Facing Chinatsu's frequent, sudden smiles, Satoru Gojo, as her junior, stated he was already used to it, but he genuinely had no interest in observing the auction process. He took a pair of headphones from his pocket and plugged them directly into his ears. After turning to Gojo Suguru beside him and saying, "Wake me when it's over," he tilted his head back slightly, crossed his arms, and instantly disconnected from reality. And the facts proved that Satoru Gojo's choice was absolutely correct. The auction process was truly quite boring. The cursed tools being auctioned, let alone special grade, didn't even include a grade 1. In response, the Great Elder shrugged his shoulders quite innocently, spreading his hands as he explained to Chinatsu, who was starting to adopt a slothful expression, that this was normal. High-grade cursed tools are extremely rare, especially special-grade cursed tools. One might not appear for 5 or 6 years. However, these are just appetizers. I predict the final curse tool will be a grade 1 curse tool. Despite the Great Elder's explanation, the flame of interest in Chinatsu's eyes continued to dim. Only Gojo Suguru and Shoko were still focused, as they certainly had specific goals. One was preparing to buy a cursed tool specialized for close combat, and the other was preparing to buy a protective cursed tool for self-preservation. After more than half an hour, Gojo Suguru and Shoko were still empty-handed. This was not due to a lack of funds, but because they had not found a cursed tool suitable for their needs. Shoko sighed, stretching her arms out heavily in a big yawn, leaning back slightly. As her actions leaned toward Chinatsu's posture, the look in her eyes also showed signs of being assimilated. In contrast to Shoko, who had almost given up the struggle, was Gojo Suguru, who still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Seeing Gojo Suguru's appearance, the Great Elder couldn't help but comfort him, suggesting that if he didn't find a satisfactory curse tool this time, he could try the next auction, or even visit the Gojo family's curse tool vault. Such generous treatment startled Gojo Suguru, and he quickly waved his hands, declining the Great Elder's kind offer. Ever since Gojo Suguru enrolled in Jujutsu High and seriously caught up on Jujutsu world knowledge, he had already understood what a behemoth the Gojo family that Chinatsu and Satoru belonged to truly was. The Gojo Clan, a Jujutsu family established thousands of years ago by Sugawara no Michizane, had not been washed away by the passage of time. Instead, they had solidified their position, becoming one of the unshakable big three Jujutsu families today. The cursed tool vault within such a family contained many great items, including more than just one or two special grade curse tools. Gojo Suguru certainly didn't dare to accept the Great Elder's kindness so casually. Regarding Gojo Suguru's refusal, the smile on the Great Elder's face did not diminish, rather it grew more pronounced. Jujutsu High is not just a place for learning. Although Jujutsu High publicly states that family status and power are irrelevant here. However, the future of a Jujutsu sorcerer is not entirely contained within this Jujutsu High. Once they leave Jujutsu High and enter the real Jujutsu world, they will find that strength alone is not enough to establish a foothold. Flocking to power, fawning, many students from non-clan backgrounds choose this path, which is something the Great Elder finds both disgusting and helpless. He had thought Gojo Suguru and Shoko would be the same, but now seeing Shoko lying back in her seat, slacking off alongside Chinatsu, and Gojo Suguru refusing such a massive temptation, a feeling named relief welled up in the Great Elder's heart. As time passed minute by minute, the cursed tool auction reached its end, but also its climax. The final curse tool usually marks the highest standard of the auction, typically being a Grade 1 curse tool. The big three families who attended mostly came for this item. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, led by the Gojo family Great Elder, Old Kamo family head, and Zenin Naobito, the cloth covering the final curse tool was lifted, revealing a wide, long reddish three-section staff on the display stand. With the appearance of this cursed tool, a sudden clamor erupted within the auction house, because they could not sense even a trace of cursed energy from the three-section staff, as if it truly were just an ordinary three-section staff. However, the moment this three-section staff appeared, Chinatsu, who had been slumping in her seat, instantly sat up as if startled from a deathbed, staring at the cursed tool with shocked eyes. Special grade curse tool, Playful Cloud. Wait a minute, since this curse tool is here. Chinatsu immediately turned her head to scan the surrounding seats. Before long, she found the man sitting in a dark corner of the auction house, lowering his presence as if he were invisible. Heavenly Restriction Tyrant, Zenin Toji. Chapter 26, A Battle of Financial Power. At this moment, Toji, who had been discovered and was being stared at by Chinatsu, instantly showed a blank expression, completely unable to understand how he had been found this time. Because of the lesson learned from the last time after spotting the two of them, he had meticulously concealed his presence, and the spot he chose was the corner of the corner. Toji, I cannot understand. As Chinatsu suddenly turned around and fixed her gaze, Zenin Naobito, sitting on the other side of the first row, saw Chinatsu's action and likewise turned his head in confusion toward Toji's direction. When he discovered Toji, his eyes involuntarily trembled, and he immediately demanded loudly why Toji was there too. In response, Toji simply stuck one finger into each ear canal, choosing to completely ignore Naobito. Although Toji still bore the Zenin surname, he was actually already planning behind the scenes to completely leave the Zenin family. Just thinking that he was only now taking steps to fully break away from the Zenin family, and that he had previously held even a sliver of hope for this family that treated him like a monkey, Toji felt his former self was utterly foolish. Faced with Toji's disregard, Zenin Naobito let out a heavy click of his tongue. However, he did not continue to dwell on Toji, quickly turning around and sitting back down, though his face above his crossed arms showed slight displeasure. Despite Naobito's personality within the Zenin family, he could actually be considered good-natured or even open-minded. In terms of strength, Zenin Naobito still highly recognized Toji. If Toji did not voluntarily leave the Zenin family, Naobito would not actively drive him away. Of course, if Toji wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop him either. Toji was feeling quite depressed internally right now. After all, he could ignore the gaze coming from Naobito, but could he ignore the gaze coming from Chinatsu? Toji felt that the gaze from the Rikugan/Six Eyes seemed to want to peel back the clothes on his body and see through his very soul, making Toji keep a tight face, highly displeased. Under normal circumstances, he probably would have turned and left long ago, but he was genuinely interested in the three-section staff curse tool hanging on the auction stage. Special grade curse tool, Playful Cloud. Unlike most cursed tools, this curse tool does not have a flashy curse technique attached. Instead, it is a crystallization of pure strength, relying on the wielder's power to enhance it, achieving the effect of overwhelming force. In the original work plot, there were 4 powerful special grade curse spirits: Jogo, Hanami, Dagon, and Mojito, born from humanity's negative emotions toward volcanoes, forests, the ocean, and other humans, respectively. Their strength far surpassed that of typical special-grade cursed spirits. And yet, Dagon, one of these beings known as disaster cursed spirits, was unilaterally overwhelmed by Toji wielding Playful Cloud, beating him until he doubted his existence as a cursed spirit. However, even this cursed tool was not the cursed tool combination Toji frequently used in the original work. Perhaps, compared to this three-section staff, he still preferred the soul-split katana, a large cleaver that could ignore hardness and cut through everything. Although murmurs of commotion spread through the seats below, this did not interfere with the auction proceeding on the high platform. The starting bid for the special-grade cursed tool Playful Cloud was 100 million, with increments no less than 10 million. As the auctioneer lightly tapped his gavel on the desk, a war scented with money began. 100 million. 110 million. 120 million. 130 million. The price of Playful Cloud was climbing steadily, but at this stage everyone was just testing the waters. Serious buyers understood that the final price for Playful Cloud would likely stabilize around 500 million. It seemed expensive, but it was worth it. Among these many buyers, Toji was one of them. Over the years he had secretly taken on countless assassin missions, and although he loved gambling, he had still accumulated considerable wealth. He had originally planned to secure Playful Cloud, even if it meant overpaying by 30 or 40%. However, as he felt Chinatsu's gaze fixed on him, sweat involuntarily beaded in the palm of his hand, despite him being a heavenly restriction tyrant. She isn't going to bid, is she? Please, a Jujutsu sorcerer with Limitless clearly has no use for Playful Cloud. The bidding for Playful Cloud was still ongoing. The competitive voices, which sounded fierce but were actually akin to people chatting over tea, fell into Chinatsu's ears, causing her lips to twitch as she let out a huge yawn. Chinatsu, slumped in her seat, slowly tilted her head toward the Grand Elder beside her and asked lazily, "Is the bidding among your older generation always so polite and diplomatic?" Hearing Chinatsu's complaint, the Grand Elder awkwardly lowered his head and chuckled softly. He spread his hands, wanting to say something, but truly didn't know what to say. But it was indeed true. After all, this diplomacy wasn't unique to ordinary society. It was even more severe in the heavily feudal and corrupt Jujutsu world. Although everyone secretly wanted the others dead, they still maintained a facade of harmony in public. Just as Chinatsu and the Grand Elder were chatting, Zenin Naobito, also sitting in the front row, slowly raised one of his arms. 500 million. Any more expensive and I won't want it. With his entry into the bidding, the previously lively atmosphere instantly quieted down significantly. Meanwhile, Toji, sitting in the corner, kept his eyes fixed on Playful Cloud on the high platform. Although Playful Cloud was valued at only around 500 million in the eyes of ordinary Jujutsu sorcerers, due to its unique nature, for close combat Jujutsu sorcerers or those seeking to improve their melee capabilities, 1 billion was still a bargain. Its value was practically immeasurable by money alone. Facing this Playful Cloud, Toji decided to go all in with his current savings. Even if he didn't use it regularly, it was excellent just for collection, not to mention that it could serve as one of his trump cards. 600 million? 700 million? 800 million? Toji had fully prepared himself mentally, determined to secure the cursed tool Playful Cloud. Just as Toji made his decision and prepared to open his mouth to raise the bid, Chinatsu, looking lethargic, slowly raised her arm while yawning drowsily. With just that single raised hand, Chinatsu became the focus of countless eyes in the auction house. And with the two words Chinatsu spoke next, the entire auction instantly fell into complete and utter silence. 1 billion. Chapter 27, Talent and Hobbies. Since the Gojo family gave birth to two Six-Eyes sorcerers, their status in the Jujutsu world has risen steadily, with the Zenin family and Kumo family only barely able to contend with them by joining forces. The benefits brought by this change were not merely about prestige. Whether it was resources from the Jujutsu world or ordinary society, the Gojo family reaped all the rewards. In the original work, a single shirt worn by Satoru Gojo was worth 250,000 yen, and the commission fees he paid for investigating cases started in the tens of millions. To separate Megumi Fushiguro, the inheritor of the Ten Shadows curse technique, from the Zenin family, he even offered more than 1 billion yen, essentially buying Megumi Fushiguro outright. And with Chinatsu's arrival as another Six Eyes sorcerer of the same generation, the Gojo family became even wealthier. When Chinatsu bid 1 billion, the Grand Elder beside her didn't even raise an eyebrow. It was clear that 1 billion was not a significant amount to them, at least not enough to cause any real strain. The entire auction house fell into a dead silence. Zenin Naobito frankly clicked his tongue. It wouldn't be a problem for them to produce 1 billion, but they were simply reluctant to part with it. The most uncomfortable person present was Toji. He had already opened his mouth to bid when suddenly 1 billion appeared, like a basin of icy cold water directly extinguishing his burning fighting spirit. Toji, so what if you're rich? Chinatsu, sorry, it's pretty amazing. Their gazes briefly met. Although they didn't actually make eye contact, it was as if an intense conversation had already taken place. After a short exchange of glances, Toji opened his mouth and let out a long sigh. There was no point in playing. The other party had thrown out 1 billion. If he was simply short on money, it would be one thing, but the most frustrating part was that the other party looked like she hadn't even tried her hardest yet. Damn capitalism. Toji grumbled to himself, then rose from his seat, hands in his pockets, and walked out of the auction house with a displeased expression. As for the Playful Cloud, Chinatsu easily acquired it. With her money power. After the auction, Chinatsu received the 3-section staff from the backstage staff. To be honest, she had seen many people use nunchaku, but her impression of a 3-section staff was truly not deep. She lowered her head and carefully examined the Playful Cloud, then looked up, facing the empty space in the corridor ahead. The Playful Cloud is a very special curse tool. Its use is unrelated to cursed energy and is directly proportional only to arm strength or physical power. Chinatsu maintained a rhythmic breathing cycle, trying her best to condense the power within her body and convert it into arm strength. Her eyes narrowed and she gripped one section of the 3-section staff, swiftly striking and swinging it forward into the empty space. Bang! A deafening whoosh exploded, and everyone around her, except Satoru Gojo, changed their expressions upon hearing the loud noise, letting out exclamations of surprise. As expected of a special-grade curse tool. In contrast to the astonishment of those around her, Chinatsu was not surprised by this power, because if it was only this level, her fist, imbued with blue, could also achieve it. A Jujutsu sorcerer using the Limitless curse technique can imbue their fists with blue to enhance them. In the original work, Satoru Gojo's later students would involuntarily feel their heads heavy just recalling his fists, directly stating that they were beaten to the point of almost vomiting. The description was that it seemed to hit simply, yet it felt like being struck by a moving truck. To effectively use the Playful Cloud, pure physical strength is indeed required, and Chinatsu's physical strength. Although Chinatsu really wanted to boast about her strength, reality didn't allow it. She then turned her head to look at Suguru Geto beside her. In her memory, when the Playful Cloud was unveiled and displayed, his eyes involuntarily widened like brass bells, and his butt even lifted from the seat, almost instantly standing up, watching the Playful Cloud with fervent eyes. Well, it's normal for him to be interested in the Playful Cloud. His purpose for this trip was to acquire a curse tool that could enhance his close combat abilities. In the original work, he also used the Playful Cloud. After Toji's death, the curse tools in Toji's curse tool vault were confiscated, and the Playful Cloud fell into Suguru Geto's hands. From then on, whenever Suguru Geto encountered close combat, he would eagerly pull out the Playful Cloud and just go for it. What is this called? This is called cursed spirit manipulation is my talent, but close combat is my hobby. Suddenly remembering a meme from Under One Person, Chinatsu couldn't help but laugh, and the Playful Cloud in her hand was smoothly tossed into Suguru Geto's hands. Suguru Geto instantly panicked at the sight of it. He hurriedly spoke, wanting to return the Playful Cloud, but Chinatsu casually waved her hand. Don't be so nervous. Aren't you in need of a close combat curse tool? Consider this lent to you. Of course, if you fall in love with this cursed tool, you can also buy it from me. Suguru Geto listened to Chinatsu's words. He lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the 3-section staff Playful Cloud in his hands, and a warmth surged through his heart. Thank you. Afterward, Chinatsu and the others left Kagoshima in a special car. Actually, Chinatsu had initially planned to look for Toji again to talk to him, but Toji slipped away too quickly. Days passed. Since acquiring the Playful Cloud, whenever Satoru Gojo went out to perform jujutsu missions, he would wield the Playful Cloud and unleash a barrage of attacks on low-grade cursed spirits, pulverizing them into dregs. Originally, Satoru Gojo's attitude towards low-grade cursed spirits was that even small mosquitoes were still meat. No matter how weak, he would subdue and then swallow them, despite being disgusted by it. However, after having the Playful Cloud, he shifted a portion of his training focus to hand-to-hand combat, and he gradually became pickier about devouring cursed spirits, trying his best to only devour high-level cursed spirits. In this way, compared to Satoru Gojo in the original work, his cursed spirit manipulation level would undoubtedly decline slightly, but his hand-to-hand combat skills would undoubtedly see a great improvement. Of course, the biggest point was still that it made Satoru Gojo's life easier and more comfortable. This was also one of Chinatsu's goals. In the following time, Chinatsu continued to practice at her own pace. Although the speed of her power improvement gradually slowed down, Chinatsu didn't put too much pressure on herself, because she believed that she would definitely be fine. Performing a jujutsu mission as usual, Chinatsu arrived before an abandoned mine shaft. The government had originally planned to reopen this mine, but various accidents occurred during the initial excavation process, even resulting in casualties, making the situation extremely serious. At this moment, Chinatsu quietly looked up, gazing at the abandoned mine shaft in front of her. A hint of madness appeared on her cute face. This cursed energy? Could it be a special grade cursed spirit? Chapter 28, Special Grade Cursed Spirit. The thought that a special grade cursed spirit might be hiding inside this abandoned mine shaft couldn't help but stir waves of excitement in Chinatsu's heart. For her now, battling a grade 1 cursed spirit barely counted as training anymore. After all, she could eliminate them instantly just by raising her hand and firing a few blue attacks. However, a special grade cursed spirit was different. Even the strongest grade 1 cursed spirit would be utterly crushed by a low-ranking special grade cursed spirit. Grade 1 cannot be dealt with even by tanks. Special grade, even carpet bombing with cluster missiles is useless. Standing outside the abandoned mine shaft, Chinatsu let out a breath, a faint light flickering in her pale blue eyes. It absolutely must be a special grade. Chinatsu muttered to herself. While other jujutsu sorcerers prayed not to encounter cursed spirits that were too powerful, Chinatsu was uniquely unconventional. Just like that, Chinatsu stepped into the mine shaft. Inside the mine shaft, visibility was poor and the terrain was extremely narrow. If not for the Rikugan/6 eyes enhancing Chinatsu's perception, this terrain alone would be enough to reduce a regular jujutsu sorcerer's strength by a notch. Chinatsu's footsteps echoed continuously throughout the abandoned mine shaft. Because the residual cursed energy was distributed very evenly inside, Chinatsu couldn't immediately pinpoint the cursed spirit's exact location. However, it was precisely this uniform residual cursed energy that made Chinatsu even more expectant about the grade of the cursed spirit hiding within. At the very least, it's a top-tier grade 1 cursed spirit. Chinatsu forcibly suppressed the excitement in her heart and continued deeper into the abandoned mine shaft. As one ventures further into the unknown, a normal person's mind would gradually be dominated by fear of the unknown, losing their composure. But Chinatsu was completely unaffected. Her demeanor didn't look like someone venturing into a dangerous, dark, and narrow cavern at all. It was more like someone suddenly returning home after a long absence, smiling while looking around, glancing everywhere. This greatly frustrated the cursed spirit secretly observing Chinatsu from the shadows, making its body increasingly restless until it finally burst out. "Cursed spirit, this is my home. Not yours." Instantly, the rock wall above and behind Chinatsu was shattered. A non-humanoid cursed spirit, somewhat resembling a four-legged beast, leaped down from above, aiming directly for Chinatsu's back. However, beneath the invisible barrier formed by Chinatsu's limitless defense, the beast-form cursed spirit's claw attack missed. The cursed spirit's eyes trembled slightly upon sensing this invisible barrier. In the split second before it could be confined by Chinatsu's limitless power, it performed a Thomas flare in midair, and upon landing swiftly leaped backward, putting distance between itself and Chinatsu. The cursed spirit stared intently at Chinatsu, and corrosive saliva dripped from its large fanged mouth, dissolving the ground. That cursed energy level, that reaction speed. It truly is a special grade cursed spirit. Looking at the ferocious beast form cursed spirit before her, Chinatsu could no longer suppress the smile on her face, revealing a manic grin. Chinatsu yearned for a breakthrough, and a sufficiently fierce battle was the best fuel for surpassing her limits. Chinatsu raised her hand, shaping it like a pistol, grinned and shouted, "Cursed technique lapse, blue!" Instantly, blue light burst forth from her fingertip. The special energy substance, like light and flame, rapidly expanded, turning into a pale blue miniature black hole that shot toward the special grade cursed spirit. Due to the powerful gravitational pull attached to it, although the special grade cursed spirit tried to dodge, it was forcefully dragged back, and a large hole was blasted through its body. Although this appeared to inflict heavy damage, in just a few seconds, the hole in the special grade cursed spirit's body regenerated and healed at a visible speed. Unlike human jujutsu sorcerers, physical regeneration and recovery are not difficult for cursed spirits, and the healing speed of a special grade cursed spirit is even more astonishing. Of course, if a human jujutsu sorcerer learns reverse cursed technique, they can achieve the same, regenerating severed limbs or even coming back from the dead. As the special grade cursed spirit's body fully recovered, it decisively opened its gaping maw, and a pure cursed energy projectile rapidly condensed. In just a few short seconds, this cursed energy projectile fiercely shot out within the narrow cavern. Bang! A deafening roar echoed from inside the abandoned cavern, and thick plumes of smoke drifted out of the entrance, rising toward the sky. The special grade cursed spirit's hideous face revealed a savage smile, but before it could even laugh properly, several blue attacks suddenly flew out from the dense smoke, blasting several more large holes into the body of the savagely laughing cursed spirit. At the same time, Chinatsu slowly emerged from the thick smoke, raising her hand to fan the air around her. To release such a massive output of cursed energy in such a confined space, truly worthy of a cursed spirit, having absolutely no regard for its surroundings, Chinatsu said calmly. Although her limitless defense ensured that the cursed energy cannon couldn't harm her in the slightest, the abandoned mine shaft couldn't withstand such an impact. When faced with the cursed spirit's cursed energy cannon just now, Chinatsu instantly analyzed that even the residual shockwaves posed a risk of collapse for the abandoned mine shaft. Therefore, Chinatsu expanded her limitless defense to counteract as much of the cursed energy cannon's output as possible. If the abandoned mine shaft collapsed, even if the cursed spirit was ultimately exorcised, it would still count as a defeat for Chinatsu. However, Chinatsu's eyes fixed on the special grade cursed spirit before her. Over the years, she had trained Blue to the point where she could activate it instantly or even fire it in quick succession, which she had just done. Yet, the special grade cursed spirit had already started its self-recovery for the second time. Overall, the effect was minimal. This was Chinatsu's current weakness. Her defense was top tier, but her offensive output against cursed spirits was not considered high level. Chinatsu had been well aware of her current shortcomings before, but after directly confronting the special grade cursed spirit's self-recovery ability, this flaw became even more apparent in her eyes. But more than that, as Chinatsu stared at the special grade cursed spirit, a new question suddenly arose in her mind. The cursed energy emanating from this cursed spirit felt strange. Faintly, a secondary cursed energy that didn't originally belong to it was seeping out from within its body. Wait, this ominous cursed energy is... In a brief flash, Chinatsu suddenly realized what the anomaly hidden within the special grade cursed spirit before her was. A special grade cursed object, Sukuna's fingers. Chapter 29, Breaking the Limits. 1,000 years ago, during the golden age of the Jujutsu world, there was a curse user named Raiman Sukuna who was invincible in the world. He had 2 faces and 4 arms. Although he had the appearance of a demon god, he was a real person, and others called him the King of Curses. At the time of his death, he applied a special secret art and binding vow to his 20 fingers across his 4 arms, allowing them to carry his soul and cursed energy from 1,000 years ago to the present. The amount of cursed energy carried by a single finger was enough to give birth to a special grade cursed spirit if swallowed by a cursed spirit. And the special grade cursed spirit in front of Chinatsu harbored one of Sukuna's fingers. This cursed spirit should have originally been a special grade cursed spirit, and on top of that it swallowed one of Sukuna's fingers. Although this cursed spirit in front of me hasn't reached the level of a future disaster cursed spirit, it has also surpassed the lowest tier of special grade. Chinatsu analyzed calmly. To be honest, this situation made her both love and hate it. She loved that the cursed spirit's power far exceeded her expectations. Not only was it a special grade cursed spirit, but it also harbored one of Sukuna's fingers, making it very valuable to conquer. She hated that with such strength, if she couldn't break through her limits, the possibility of failure was not just a little high. And just as Chinatsu was analyzing the situation in her mind, the beast-like cursed spirit tensed its forelegs, pushed off the ground, extended its sharp, bloody claws, and ferociously charged towards Chinatsu. In response, Chinatsu no longer used blue from a distance. Instead, she wrapped blue around her fists and, facing the oncoming cursed spirit, swiftly threw a punch. Bang! Chinatsu's fist struck the cursed spirit's cheek. Under the amplified power of blue, it was like a speeding truck passing by. The cursed spirit's already hideous face instantly became distorted, and it was sent flying. After rolling several times on the ground, the cursed spirit stopped, and the damage on its face regenerated and recovered at a visible speed. Watching this scene, Chinatsu's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit helpless. This is truly not enough output. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Chinatsu even saw disdain and even mockery on the face of this beast-like cursed spirit. Cursed spirit, is that all? Chinatsu took a deep breath, her hands clenched and blue wrapped around both of her fists. One has insufficient output but maxed out defense. The other has no output at all but is incredibly tanky. In the narrow space of the abandoned mine, Chinatsu engaged in fierce close combat with this cursed spirit, knocking it down again and again, only for it to quickly get back up. This repeated endlessly, and Chinatsu's face was almost twisted into a cursed spirit's, while her originally calm heart was stirred by waves and tsunamis. Even though it was always the cursed spirit being sent flying, seeing it immediately get back up after she exerted all her effort made Chinatsu feel like she was punching cotton, which was truly frustrating. Just as Chinatsu, in a fit of anger, was about to release 10 consecutive blue attacks to fight this cursed spirit to the death, a sudden wave of dizziness surged over her, causing her body to freeze. And in that brief moment of discomfort, Chinatsu was almost struck by the charging cursed spirit's claw. She decisively activated a short-distance teleportation, creating distance between herself and the cursed spirit. She raised her hand to rub her head, her eyes trembling slightly as she frequently gasped for breath. The Rikugan/Six Eyes grants Jujutsu sorcerers extremely precise cursed energy manipulation abilities, allowing them to minimize cursed energy waste to the greatest extent. Coupled with the fact that cursed energy recovers little by little over time, theoretically, Six Eyes sorcerers should never run out of cursed energy. The trade-off, however, is mental fatigue. Chinatsu exhaled, her expression grave, while the look in her eyes regained its calm. In fact, she could choose to escape. Continuously using short-distance teleportation, completely ignoring this unkillable pest and leaving the abandoned mine, would be no problem at all. However, Chinatsu did not want to escape. Although she could run now, she would face many more difficult situations in the future. If there was an option to run now, would there be one in the future too? Currently, she was only facing a special grade cursed spirit that couldn't use a domain expansion. If she chose to run because of such a setback, then in the future, when experiencing various things, she would instinctively lean towards thinking in that direction. Chinatsu maintained a rhythmic breathing cycle, striving to concentrate her mind, reaching for that brief moment of extreme calm. Faced with Chinatsu's sudden immobility, the cursed spirit in front of her tilted its head in confusion. At first it thought Chinatsu was setting a trap to lure it in, but the next moment it cast aside its initial thought. It has intelligence, but not much. The beast-like cursed spirit raised its head and let out a series of eerie roars. Originally formless cursed energy visibly swelled and surged out from its body. With this strike it would decide the outcome. Bang! The beast-cursed spirit pushed off the ground with its four legs and charged towards Chinatsu once again, its speed like a black meteor. Chinatsu, on the other hand, remained motionless as if resigned to fate, waiting for death. Of course, that was not the case. In the Jujutsu world, there is a very peculiar phenomenon. When the time difference between cursed energy output and physical impact is less than 0.000001 seconds, a distortion in space-time occurs at the point of impact. This phenomenon causes a massive increase in the power of the strike, typically 2.5 times the normal power. Such a multiplier is terrifying, and precisely because of this, no one in the jujutsu world can actively trigger this peculiar phenomenon. However, if it can be achieved, within the space distorted by the clash of cursed energy and physical force, a lightning-like black light will flash forth. Just as the beast-cursed spirit's outstretched claws were about to touch Chinatsu, Chinatsu's already clenched fist tightened even further, and her azure eyes glowed brilliantly. Whoosh! Chinatsu aimed a punch at the face of the approaching beast-cursed spirit. Unlike the usual impact of simply applying blue, in that instant, streaks of dark yet dazzling lightning flashed out. Black flash. Under the dazzling black lightning, Chinatsu's fist did not send the cursed spirit flying, because in that brief moment, it had already shattered the cursed spirit into pieces. The Sukuna's finger, which had resided within the cursed spirit's body and could not be digested, flew out and fell to the ground at Chinatsu's feet. The abandoned mine returned to silence.
Hey there, novel lovers. I know it's not the usual thing, but if you enjoy what you're hearing, please like and subscribe. Okay, shameless plug over. Now, let's get back to the listening.
Chapter 30. Chinatsu, who had accidentally unleashed a black flash, gasped slightly, carefully sensing the subtle changes in the cursed energy within her body. After exhaling deeply, her entire body relaxed. I really did it. It seems sometimes you just have to push yourself. Chinatsu stretched her limbs, mumbling softly. No one in the jujutsu world could intentionally unleash a black flash, yet there was a huge gap between jujutsu sorcerers who had unleashed a black flash and those who never had. After unleashing the black flash, Chinatsu could clearly feel her cursed energy flowing more smoothly. She felt as if she had entered an invincible state. If it weren't for the fact that a single hit would finish off a cursed spirit, Chinatsu might have landed a few more punches and even gotten lucky enough to unleash another black flash. Soon, Chinatsu's attention fell on the scarred finger lying on the ground at her feet. She bent down, picked up the finger and held it high, staring intently at it. Her eyes, as blue as the sky stretching into the distance, seemed to want to pierce through the finger's direction to see the soul of Sukuna residing within it. The finger bro, who had been dazed for 1,000 years inside this finger, was also brought back to his senses by this gaze. He raised his head, puzzled by the peculiar attention. However, by this time, Chinatsu had already tucked it into her pocket, no longer bothering with him, and set off on her return journey to Jujutsu High. At the same time, Gojo Satoru, who had just finished a jujutsu mission and excitedly ran into an arcade on the way back, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. After a big sneeze, his whole body shivered uncontrollably. Satoru, are you catching a cold? Geto Suguru asked with concern, looking at Gojo Satoru shivering. Gojo Satoru wrapped his arms around himself, his head down with a subtle expression on his face. Just a simple cold? No, this felt more like an ominous premonition. A few seconds later, Gojo Satoru's phone in his pocket rang with a ding. 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 He involuntarily swallowed, then slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The screen lit up and the message opened. When he saw Chinatsu's message on the screen, Gojo Satoru's hand, holding the phone, trembled uncontrollably, his expression desolate. Satoru? What's wrong with you? Geto Suguru was startled, even thinking Gojo Satoru had suffered a mental attack, though for Gojo Satoru it was pretty much the same thing. He tremblingly turned the phone screen towards Geto Suguru and said with a bitter smile, Black Flash, older sister is cheating again. Afterward, Gojo Satoru no longer had any mood to play arcade games and once again entered a state of doubled effort. He didn't want to be left behind by Chinatsu. Moreover, his goal was not just to avoid being left behind, but to surpass his older sister, to become a strong person who could playfully smack his older sister's head and make her call him older brother. Of course, Chinatsu would not give him that chance. Wanting to overturn the sibling hierarchy. Dream on. Time flew by and Gojo Satoru finally triggered a black flash during a jujutsu mission against a top-tier grade 1 cursed spirit. Geto Suguru recalled that he just stood by and watched. Gojo Satoru not only didn't use long-range attacks but even lowered his output limit. With cursed energy covering his hands, he clenched them into fists and treated this cursed spirit as a punching bag. And with the unremitting efforts of Gojo Satoru and this cursed spirit, as black, lightning-like light flashed, this cursed spirit, which had been treated as a punching bag, finally wept as it was exorcised and turned into nothingness. Now the two were back on the same track. However, just as Gojo Satoru wiped his sweat and prepared to brag to his older sister, he found Chinatsu seriously seeking advice from Shoko. Although Shoko's reverse curse technique was abstract, Chinatsu utilized the characteristic of entering a 120% invincible state after unleashing a black flash, specifically training in this state. Over time, Chinatsu had somewhat touched upon a sliver of the threshold, probably. Perhaps she still needed to push herself harder. An absurd thought to perhaps stab herself flashed through Chinatsu's mind, but the next moment she shook her head, shaking the thought out of her mind. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket vibrated. Chinatsu curiously pulled out her phone, opened it, and saw that it was a call from Yaga. "Hello, is there something?" "There's a mission. Are Satoru and Suguru with you? If so, bring them along. We'll discuss it in detail in the classroom." "OSU." Chinatsu's flippant words made Yaga's eyebrows furrow. He had intended to say more, but the next moment, the call was unilaterally hung up by Chinatsu. Chinatsu looked at Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, who were right beside her, and briefly repeated what Yaga had said. The two turned to look at each other, shrugged, and then walked with Chinatsu to the Jujutsu High classroom. At this moment, their homeroom teacher, Yaga Mazumichi, stood in front of the blackboard and podium. Chinatsu and the others sat in their respective seats as if in a normal class, waiting for Yaga to speak. "Suguru, Satoru, Chinatsu, a very important task has fallen upon us. It's a mission personally assigned by Master Tenzhen." As Yaga spoke these words, Gojo Satoru remained unmoved, Geto Suguru showed a confused expression, and Chinatsu's face revealed a solemn look. "Finally, is it coming?" Tenzhen, a figure who has existed for 1,000 years, is a jujutsu sorcerer who possesses the immortal curse technique. Her barrier technique is excellent, and most of the barriers deployed throughout the jujutsu world are arranged and even strengthened by Tenzhen, making her an extremely important figure in the jujutsu world. However, her cursed technique is only immortality, not eternal youth. Her body will age with time and cultivation. When it reaches the limits of humanity, this curse technique will force her to evolve, becoming a higher dimensional existence. But this is not a good thing because even Tenzhen doesn't know what she will become after evolving, or whether she will lose her sanity and become a threat to the world. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, every 500 years she needs a young human with a very high compatibility rate to merge with her, so that the information of the young body overrides the aging information. And these young humans are called star plasma vessels. Yaga looked at the three somewhat unreliable individuals in front of him, and couldn't help but raise a hand to cover his forehead. But there was nothing he could do. After all, these three young individuals were already among the top jujutsu sorcerers in the jujutsu world. In short, Master Tengen's assimilation with the star plasma vessel will be at the full moon 2 days from now. You must protect that star plasma vessel girl and deliver her to Master Tenzhen. Failure is not an option, understood? In response to Yaga's serious words, a series of listless "ohs" came from below. Yaga's face twitched slightly, feeling empty inside and completely uncertain. Chapter 31, Stellar Body. Stepping out of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru displayed their arrogant swagger in front of Chinatsu, making Chinatsu's originally somewhat swaggering steps seem utterly normal by comparison. Seriously, it's just a girl, yet 2 organizations want to kill her. How speechless, Gojo Satoru muttered, taking a swig from a canned drink while maintaining his defiant stride. Beside him, Geto Suguru, who looked as if he suffered from severe senile kyphosis, slowly spoke, clarifying things for Gojo Satoru. Currently, 2 organizations are targeting the Star Plasma Vessel, Q, and the Star Plasma Cult. Q is a group of dangerous individuals who seek to kill the Star Plasma Vessel, preventing Tenzhen from assimilating and thus causing him to evolve out of control, thereby overthrowing the jujutsu world. The Star Plasma Cult, on the other hand, consists of fanatical followers of Tenzhen. They do not wish for Tenzhen to assimilate with the Star Plasma Vessel, believing it would defile Tenzhen, and thus also seek to kill the Star Plasma Vessel. Listening to Geto Suguru's explanation, Gojo Satoru looked utterly speechless, his head slowly tilting to the side as he scoffed. Boring. Afterward, Geto Suguru went alone to the apartment building where the Star Plasma Vessel girl was reportedly located, while Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru, who had mastered teleportation, waited in the distance, ready to react. Gojo Satoru plopped down on a nearby wooden bench like an old man, letting out a sigh as he turned his head to look at Chinatsu, who was standing quietly beside him, clearly deep in thought. Such a demure Chinatsu was a rare sight, and it was precisely because this state was uncommon that Gojo Satoru felt curious, wondering what could make his sister display such an expression. Gojo Satoru had once asked Chinatsu, but she had simply waved him off, shutting him down with the words, "I'll tell you when you become stronger than me." Speaking of becoming stronger than his sister, that's so hard. As if drowning his sorrows in alcohol, Gojo Satoru thought of this, picked up the canned drink in his hand, and guzzled down several large mouthfuls, emptying it. Just as Gojo Satoru was thinking that Geto Suguru should have already met the star plasma vessel, the building Geto Suguru had gone to suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Huh. Gojo Satoru turned his head in confusion towards the building, his tone only showing bewilderment, not worry for Geto Suguru, because he trusted Geto Suguru's strength, nothing more. The next moment, countless flying knives flew from a distance towards Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu, but with limitless defense in place, such ordinary attacks posed no threat whatsoever. The executive of the Q organization who launched the attack, despite being very ordinary, was incredibly confident. Seeing that his attack had no effect, he not only chose not to run but even prepared to boast to the two of them. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Chinatsu, the two Six Eyes users of the Gojo family, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I hear you're very strong, let me see if it's just an empty boast? Facing the Q organization executive's inexplicable confidence, both Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu, who had emerged from her contemplative state, gave him a look that said, "Are you an idiot?" 10 seconds later, this idiot lay face down on the ground in a slightly twisted posture, his limbs twitching involuntarily. As for what he had just experienced, even if he regained consciousness, he probably wouldn't remember. Oh right, the two later learned from his colleagues that this person was supposedly the strongest in the Q organization, but neither of them paid it any mind. Jujutsu sorcerers from unofficial backgrounds were like that, their so-called strongest was only at a grade 2 level. On the other side, Geto Suguru also successfully rescued the star plasma vessel girl and brought her back to the apartment suite. In the apartment which had just experienced an explosion, Geto Suguru elegantly brewed himself a cup of tea. He sat on a chair in the apartment, sipping tea and quietly waiting to rendezvous with Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru. A few minutes later, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru arrived at the scene. Seeing the star plasma vessel girl named Aminai Riko and her maid-cum-bodyguard Kurwa Misato lying on the sofa, no one had any intention of waking them up by physical means. However, waiting quietly for them to wake up would be quite boring, and besides it was morning and no one had eaten breakfast yet. As Gojo Satoru's stomach let out a hungry wolf's growl, he immediately clutched his stomach and turned to Chinatsu with a pitiful expression. Chinatsu's mouth twitched slightly. Ever since she awakened her cooking skills, Gojo Satoru had become increasingly brazen, constantly pestering her to cook. If it were just Gojo Satoru's offensive, it would be fine, but when he saw that his solo efforts were ineffective, Gojo Satoru decisively pulled Geto Suguru and Shoko into his camp. Eventually, even Principal Yaga joined his side. Over time, Chinatsu felt like she shouldn't be a jujutsu sorcerer, she should become a chef. Wouldn't it be easy to earn the title of a special grade chef? Chinatsu lowered her head, gently covering her forehead with her hand, and let out a helpless sigh. Fortunately, the area of the apartment affected by the explosion did not include the kitchen. Since Aminai Riko and her maid Kurwa Misato already lived there, the kitchen was also well stocked with food. No choice then. Let's do it. Chinatsu, comforting herself with the thought that it's mainly for myself, walked step by step towards the apartment's kitchen. Although she had lacked motivation earlier, the moment she held the kitchen knife, she instantly got into the zone. In just a few minutes, wisps of enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, and both Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru, smelling these delicious scents, unconsciously began to salivate. Almost simultaneously, both of them swallowed, and hearing each other's gulp, they instinctively turned to look at each other, both amused by this inexplicable synchronicity. The aroma filled the apartment, and Aminai Riko, who had been unconscious, vaguely moved her lips. Her dream, which had been a horror movie, suddenly changed dramatically. Delicious. So delicious. In her sleep, Aminai Riko slightly opened her mouth, biting and chewing at the air, a blissful smile on her face. She comfortably and instinctively tried to turn over, but the place she was lying was not a bed but a small sofa. It would have been fine if she hadn't turned over, but as soon as she did, Amini Riko rolled directly off the sofa, landing on the cold floor with a thud, and letting out a rather mournful shriek. Chapter 32, Riko Amini. A normal person would still be a bit disoriented after just waking up, but Amini Riko's forced awakening was too overbearing, and her mind instantly cleared. She lay on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling, blinking her eyes. Under the alluring aroma, she quickly recovered and got up from the floor, turning her head towards the source of the scent. In the living room at the dining table, Chinatsu, Geto Suguru, Gojo Satoru, and even her maid Kurwa Misato were all seated, eating diligently. Although Amini Riko's awakening caught their attention, it was merely caught. After a glance at Amini Riko, they continued to bury their heads in their food. Amini Riko was bewildered, with 3 large question marks over her head. She wondered why those 3 unfamiliar people were eating, but why was even her own maid over there? Seeing everyone eating with such gusto, Amini Riko couldn't help but swallow, craving the food immensely, almost losing control and joining the eating party herself. She forced herself to remain calm, raised a hand to her chest, tilted her head slightly upwards and opened her mouth. "Who are you?" "I'm telling you, I'm the star plasma vessel who will soon assimilate with Master Tenzhen. If you dare lay a hand on me, the entire Jujutsu world will do everything in its power to exterminate you." Amini Riko said this, but the 3 unfamiliar people at the dining table showed no reaction whatsoever. Only Kurwa Misato swallowed the delicious food in her mouth with a gulp, then turned to Amini Riko with a smile. "Miss, they are not enemies. They were sent by Jujutsu High specifically to protect us. Those who tried to harm us have already been dealt with by them." "Ah? Are you sure? Don't be fooled by them. Although they look like normal people, I sense an unreliable aura from them," Amini Riko said, crossing her arms and pouting, but despite her attitude, her guard had actually dropped significantly. After all, if these 3 were truly enemies, not only would she not be standing there talking, but her mouth would likely be taped shut, and she'd be completely bound by ropes, unable to move. At the same time, Gojo Satoru leisurely looked at Amini Riko, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "You're quite energetic. I thought you'd be mentally exhausted from assimilating with Tenzhen. It seems the words of comfort I prepared won't be needed." Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, a look of disappointment flickered in Amini Riko's eyes, but she quickly suppressed this emotion and brightened up. Humph. There are so many people with your way of thinking. Listen carefully, I am Master Tenzhen, and Master Tenzhen is me. This assimilation is different from death. My consciousness, mind, and soul will continue to exist eternally after assimilation. Amini Riko tilted her head back, a proud expression on her face. Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched slightly, finding it hard to maintain his composure. Chinatsu, who had become invisible, simply savored the dishes she had prepared. She had no intention of interfering with this part of the story. Amini Riko was identified as a star plasma vessel at a very young age. Having been instilled with a spirit of self-sacrifice since childhood, she vaguely believed that assimilating with Tenzhen was her glorious mission. Assimilation is indeed not death, but the assimilated individual is definitely not Amini Riko. As a young girl, Amini Riko's spirit is too weak compared to Tenzhen, who has lived for 1,000 years. Once the 2 assimilate, Tenzhen would definitely be the dominant entity. Perhaps for Tenzhen, Amini Riko's existence would merely be a vessel containing a decade or so of memories. Amini Riko would never see her friends, family, or anyone she cherished in the past, present, or future again. Beneath her outward strength, her subconscious was afraid, hoping someone would reach out and grab her as she was about to fall into the abyss, telling her that she didn't have to accept this fate. Chinatsu briefly thought about it, then turned to look at Amini Riko, who was trying to suppress her fear. Their gazes met, and Amini Riko's cheeks involuntarily flushed. She turned her head away from Chinatsu's gaze. That gaze, which pierced through flesh and struck the soul, made her uncomfortable. Amini Riko pursed her lips and said, "School, yes, school. I'm still a student. I'm late." Hearing this, her maid Kurwa Misato said that given the current situation, it would be best not to go to school, and there was no need to. However, they couldn't argue with Amini Riko's firm stance. Finally, with everyone escorting her, Chinatsu and the others brought her into the academy. What surprised Chinatsu was that Amani Riko's school was the very same one she had visited during her first jujutsu mission. Chinatsu remembered this clearly. The grotesque cursed spirit that had manifested due to the terrible cafeteria food instantly appeared in her mind, causing her face to tremble slightly. Chinatsu, is the cafeteria food good? Riko, it's good, why do you ask? Chinatsu, nothing as long as it's good. Meanwhile, on the other side, members of the Star Plasma cult, who were targeting Amani Riko in addition to Q, were eager to act. Unlike Q, this religious group was composed of many non-jujutsu sorcerers, with almost no jujutsu sorcerers capable of combat. However, they had one advantage: their religion was wealthy, extremely wealthy. If they didn't have jujutsu sorcerers, couldn't they hire jujutsu sorcerers? But this time they didn't hire a jujutsu sorcerer. Instead, they hired a normal person who didn't have a single trace of cursed energy within him. Our Star Plasma cult doesn't have the power to fight jujutsu sorcerers, but we have money. So Zenin, how about considering assassinating the Star Plasma vessel? Facing the words of the Star Plasma cult member, the person next to him quietly looked at the photos of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru in his hand. After a moment of silence, he smiled faintly and turned to the speaker. Not Zenin, it's Fushiguro. I married into the family. My name is Fushiguro Toji now. After only a brief silence, the hand holding the photos loosened, and the photos slowly fell to the ground from his mouth. The Star Plasma cult member was overjoyed. Before he could even speak, Fushiguro Toji opened his mouth again. These are 2 Six Eyes users, and one with the rare cursed spirit manipulation curse technique. The price you're offering is a bit too low. You'll have to pay more. Chapter 33, Crisis Continues, 1. Amani Riko led a happy daily life with her classmates at school, skillfully hiding her true feelings and pretending everything was normal. Her classmates around her didn't notice anything unusual about her. Unbeknownst to them, in just a few days there would be no more Amani Riko in this world, only the jujutsu sorcerer Tenzhen, whose body had been restored to youth. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru, who was sitting on a lounge chair quietly waiting for Riko Amani to finish school, couldn't help but frown slightly. He hated conventional wisdom and grand principles. As the strongest, he only followed his heart, and at this moment, he only felt that Amani Riko was very pitiful. Gojo Sister Chinatsu, I have a suggestion. Gojo Satoru suddenly spoke, and both Chinatsu and Gojo Suguru beside him turned their heads to look at him. But before Gojo Satoru could voice his thoughts, Gojo Suguru suddenly stiffened. Damn it, we need to go back to Jujutsu High. Although the three of them hadn't followed Riko Amani into the school for close protection, they couldn't possibly do nothing to protect her. Gojo Suguru used his cursed spirit manipulation to command several powerful cursed spirits to follow Riko Amani into the academy, monitoring and protecting her. Just now, Gojo Suguru's mental link with those cursed spirits was severed, which meant the dispatched cursed spirits had been exorcised. Riko Amani is in danger. The three immediately launched a rescue operation. Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu formed a group to find Riko Amani, while Gojo Suguru went alone to the location where the cursed spirit.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Spirits were exorcised to investigate the situation and search for jujutsu sorcerers within the academy. Because Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu had mastered very proficient short-distance teleportation techniques, their movement was extremely fast. However, Gojo Suguru was not slow either. He quickly entered the academy using the pre-approved access identity, running while thinking. Is it the remnants of Q? It shouldn't be, right? Wasn't the strongest person from Q already defeated by Gojo and Sister Chinatsu? And the cursed spirits I sent out weren't weak either. Could it be the Star Plasma cult? Have they hired jujutsu sorcerers with money? That could be troublesome. As Gojo Suguru thought this, he climbed up flight after flight of stairs, then suddenly braked to a halt, his eyes intently fixed on what was directly in front of him. He saw an old man carrying an ominous cursed energy slowly emerge in front of him, smiling as he looked at Gojo Suguru, immediately identifying Gojo Suguru by the school uniform he was wearing. He took a talisman from his pocket, and as cursed energy was transmitted to it, cursed spirits appeared one by one, protecting him. This was a technique to temporarily summon and control cursed spirits through a medium. It seemed the enemy was quite cunning. However, when it came to controlling cursed spirits in battle, Gojo Suguru felt that this old man was truly lucky. What the opponent needed talismans or other mediums to achieve, Gojo Suguru did with a casual wave of his hand, and stronger cursed spirits emerged from his feet. "It seems we are the same type of jujutsu sorcerers," Gojo Suguru said with narrowed eyes, and the old man opposite him saw this scene, his eyes trembling violently. Cursed spirit manipulation, an extremely rare innate technique, was undoubtedly the strongest curse technique in the field of cursed spirit manipulation. A look of solemnity appeared on the old man's face, but he did not lose his will to fight, nor did he panic. He was confident in his combat experience. After all, the strength of a jujutsu sorcerer was not entirely dependent on the quality of their curse technique. Since he possesses the strongest cursed spirit manipulation, he must definitely not be good at close-quarters hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, the corners of the old man's mouth curled up slightly, and he had already envisioned his next actions and the scene of successfully killing Gojo Suguru. But looking at the smile on the old man's face, Gojo Suguru merely smiled back, and under the old man's gaze he waved his arm, retracting all the summoned cursed spirits. What are you doing?" The old man was bewildered, completely unable to understand the reason for Gojo Suguru's actions. Under the old man's shocked and puzzled gaze, he reached down and took out the 3-section staff that was coiled around his waistband under his clothes. As the 3-section staff clanged together, the old man's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily exclaimed, Special grade curse tool Playful Cloud." Gojo Suguru's eyes narrowed into a faint smile, but this smile to the old man was like that of a demon, and a strong sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He instinctively wanted to turn and run, but unfortunately Gojo Suguru, who had already mastered hand-to-hand combat, did not give him that chance. With a burst of speed and a jump, Gojo Suguru closed the distance between himself and the old man, and as Gojo Suguru swiftly swung the Playful Cloud, one section of the 3-section staff directly struck his cheek. Bang! The old man was instantly sent flying, performing a 720-degree spin in the air, his entire body shattering the nearby glass before falling to the floor below. Gojo Suguru let out a breath, looking relatively relaxed. He recoiled the 3-section staff around his waist, which, although a bit inconvenient, would have to do for now. On the other side, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru quickly located Riko Amanai through teleportation and perception. Fortunately, although Riko Amanai had been targeted, no harm had been done to her yet. "Good thing we were fast, otherwise that girl would have been taken, and we'd have the trouble of rescuing her again," Gojo Satoru exhaled, muttering leisurely. Chinatsu nodded beside him, a sigh of relief expression on her face as well. Of course, this was an act. Although many years had passed since her reincarnation, Chinatsu had long written down the plot she knew in a notebook to prevent memory loss, and she reviewed it repeatedly at regular intervals. Gojo Satoru abruptly pushed open the classroom door, and all the students inside who were having a music lesson collectively turned their heads to look at the doorway in confusion. Riko Amanai was dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape. A flood of complaints she wanted to voice was stuck because of her bewildered state. After a brief silence, the surrounding classmates all went wild, simply because Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu were too good-looking. Are they high schoolers? They're both so tall. Silver hair, sky-blue eyes, are they foreigners? Riko, did your family have foreign bloodline after all? Teacher, I request my phone. A handsome man and beautiful woman twin combo is super pleasing to the eye. If you miss this village, you won't find this shop. The large music classroom was filled with clamor and commotion, and Riko Amanai, caught among the students, blushed as she accepted their teasing, but deep down her heart sank. Because they had previously agreed to pick her up after school to take her to Jujutsu High, since they had now broken the rules, it must mean a dangerous situation had arisen. Riko Amanai's time was over. Chapter 34, Crisis Continues 2. To kill Amini Riko, the Star Plasma Vessel, the Star Plasma cult not only hired Toji Fushiguro but also offered a 30 million bounty on the black market. Anyone who could kill Riko Amini would receive this high reward. Of course, Toji Fushiguro's price was not a mere 30 million. He stated that the targets were being guarded by two Six Eyes users, so 30 million was insufficient. He needed more money. Are you still not going to make a move? If they complete the assassination before you do, you won't get the increased bounty. What's the rush? There are two Six Eyes users on the other side. The Six Eyes, which appears once every few centuries, and the invincible Limitless curse technique. If they are in good mental condition and stay by the Star Plasma Vessel's side, no one can ignore them and kill the Star Plasma Vessel. Faced with the urging of the Star Plasma cult member on the phone, Toji Fushiguro simply sat quietly in a small street food stall, eating takoyaki while watching a live broadcast connecting the shop to a casino. No one can kill her? Not even you. That's not necessarily true. Toji Fushiguro wore a meaningful smile. Indeed, conventionally speaking, the limitless defense within the Limitless curse technique was too broken. 90% of methods could not breach its defense, but there was still a 10% chance of breaking through. First, domain expansion. A domain is the ultimate secret of cursed techniques, capable of generating a special barrier that covers both the enemy and the user, creating a dueling ground where the enemy cannot escape and which is advantageous for the user's fight. Inside the domain, the user gains a buff that enhances all attributes, and the attacks launched within the domain possess a sure hit effect, which takes priority over limitless defense, thus allowing it to break through. Second, domain amplification. This is an extremely specialized application method where the domain is shrunk to cover only the surface of the user's body, taking the form of armor or a protective shield. At the cost of sacrificing the ability to use one's innate technique, it gains the sure hit effect found in a regular domain, allowing the user to only rely purely on cursed energy for punches and blasts. Third, cursed tools. In the Jujutsu world, curse techniques are diverse, and cursed tools are equally varied. Among them, a very few curse tools have heaven-defying effects. As luck would have it, Toji Fushiguro possesses a heaven-defying cursed tool capable of breaching limitless defense. Inverted Spear of Heaven. Thus, Toji Fushiguro was not worried about being unable to deal with Satoru Gojo and Chinatsu. However, just in case, he chose to stall for time, allowing the Jujutsu sorcerers who came for the bounty to exhaust the duo's energy as much as possible. He planned to make his move at the very last moment. On the other side, Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo, who had taken Riko Amini out, immediately encountered Jujutsu sorcerers who were after the bounty. Most of these Jujutsu sorcerers were mere fodder who had not gone through a formal training system, with strength ranging from grade 3 to grade 2. More than the difference in strength, the biggest difference was actually their perspective. A walking 30 million, huh? Are that man and woman hired bodyguards? So young. It looks like the Jujutsu world doesn't really value this so-called Star Plasma Vessel much. Earning 30 million just by killing a girl who doesn't even know cursed techniques, it's too easy. A Jujutsu sorcerer wearing something like a cloth bag over his head spoke, gathering strength in his feet, preparing to find an opportunity to sneak attack and knock out either Chinatsu or Satoru Gojo first. But just then the maid named Kurwa Misato appeared behind him, holding a long, thick broom handle. You must be someone hired by the Star Plasma cult. After all, the Q people dress much stranger, but that cloth bag on your head is strange enough as it is. The maid's eyes intently watched the Jujutsu sorcerer before her. She was not a Jujutsu sorcerer herself, but her family had ties to the Jujutsu world, and one of the business scopes her family undertook was the nurturing of Star Plasma vessels. Originally, she was very disdainful of this family business, but after meeting the young Riko Amini, she softened and chose to personally raise Riko Amini and protect her as much as possible. A non-Jujutsu sorcerer? If you want to fight, fight. Don't waste my time, the Jujutsu sorcerer replied casually, looking at the maid. The maid's eyes narrowed and she quickly charged toward the Jujutsu sorcerer with the broom handle in hand. Her speed was not slow, but it couldn't be called fast for a Jujutsu sorcerer. Although the maid's speed was not ideal, her fighting skills were beyond the Jujutsu sorcerer's imagination. After closing the distance with the Jujutsu sorcerer, she not only sidestepped to avoid a punch from him, but also quickly swung the broom handle toward his head. Although the blow was blocked by the Jujutsu sorcerer's raised arm, the maid showed no panic. She sidestepped again, dodging another one of the Jujutsu sorcerer's punches. After evading the attack, she flipped the broom handle in her hand and struck the Jujutsu sorcerer directly in the groin. Bang! The Jujutsu sorcerer's body trembled, and he violently spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face, covered by the cloth bag, was contorted in a ferocious expression, and his body weakly collapsed onto his knees. Don't even think about taking anything from the lady. The lady has nothing left to be taken away. You guys, do you believe I'll kill you? The maid's face was filled with fury. She had accompanied Riko since childhood, and Riko was a very special existence to her. She was already suffering from the fact that she would soon never see Riko again, and now encountering people who wanted to kill Riko, this complex emotion felt like a burning fire. Gojo Suguru, who arrived late, couldn't help but raise his hands and applaud the maid upon seeing this scene. He truly hadn't expected the maid, a non-jujutsu sorcerer, to have such excellent physical prowess. Where is Riko? She has already been taken away by those two. Then there's no need to worry. Calm down and let's go meet up with them. The two raised their heads and looked ahead. At that moment, the exact same man the maid had fought appeared both in front of Satoru Gojo and Chinatsu and behind them. Clone Curse Technique. It allows the user to conjure clones with the same combat power as the original, and the main consciousness can switch back and forth between these clones. As long as one clone remains unkilled, he can achieve immortality. It's a very good curse technique, but the Jujutsu sorcerer using it is a bit weak. Seeing the situation of being sandwiched from the front and back, the two were unhurried. Satoru Gojo and Chinatsu were even chatting casually and making fun of the current predicament. Meanwhile, Riko Amanai, whom they were carrying like a pair of chickens, blinked blankly. Although she didn't speak, she was frantically complaining about the two of them internally. Be serious. You two be serious. Chapter 35, The Tyrant Arrives. Facing an enemy utilizing a splitting curse technique, Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu effortlessly struck him down. The speed of the entire process was so rapid that Amanai Riko, who had just been complaining about how unreliable they were, blinked dumbfounded. You guys are that strong? After a moment of stunned silence, Amanai Riko voiced her complaint. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru did not reply, only turning their heads to look at her with expressions that pitted an idiot. Amanai Riko pursed her lips in embarrassment, crossed her arms over her chest, gave an arrogant snort, and turned her head away. However, no sooner had one wave subsided than another rose. Just as they solved one problem, a new one emerged. The maid had originally met up with Gojo Suguru inside the school, but she believed Gojo Suguru's speed far surpassed her own, so she told him to go ahead and meet up with the others. Yet, shortly after Gojo Suguru agreed and sped away, the maid, having just become separated, was targeted. They intended to use the maid as a hostage to negotiate with Chinatsu and the others. It was a decent scheme, but unfortunately the gap between the two sides could no longer be bridged by mere tactics. By the time the kidnappers proactively contacted the group attempting to negotiate, the threat had already vanished. Okinawa, the beach. The rescued maid blinked her eyes, looking slightly bewildered, appearing not too bright. After all, both being kidnapped and being rescued happened far too suddenly. She was knocked unconscious and then groggily opened her eyes. Before her mind was clear enough to observe her surroundings, the door to the room where she was imprisoned was kicked open, and the group saved her. Stunned as if her brain had crashed, her head suddenly dropped with a clang, as she sighed deeply and softly muttered, I really wish I could crawl into a hole. Gojo Suguru, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly. He smiled with narrowed eyes and comforted her. It was a sneak attack when you weren't prepared, and I also bear some responsibility for this. Don't take it too hard. The two of them chatted leisurely on the beach, while Gojo Satoru and Amanai Riko ran around and played like children. To an uninformed observer, this scene might suggest they were siblings, while Chinatsu, the one who was actually related by blood, lay on a beach chair under a sun umbrella nearby, her eyes closed. As expected of an elite from Tokyo Jujutsu High. Even with her eyes closed, she can enter a state of alert to observe her surroundings. How does she do that? Can the Rikugan of the Gojo family accomplish such a thing? The maid looked at Chinatsu lying on the chair with her eyes shut and exclaimed in impressed incomprehension. She's probably really asleep. Huh? 3 large question marks appeared above the maid's head. They hadn't even reached a safe zone yet. Playing around and relaxing was one thing, but falling asleep seemed far too relaxed. Regarding the maid's surprise, Gojo Suguru only laughed softly and awkwardly. It must have been because she hadn't known Chinatsu for long. Those who had known her for a while were already used to this. Gojo Suguru raised his head slightly to look at the sun overhead, thinking that the time must be drawing near. He stood up and spoke to the pair who were playing. "Time is almost up. We should prepare to head back." Hearing this, Amini Riko, who had previously been wearing a brilliant smile, froze. That radiant smile quickly receded like the ebbing tide. The keen Gojo Satoru noticed Amini Riko's change. He immediately waved his hand at Gojo Suguru and said, "Let's go back tomorrow." As he spoke, he joined Gojo Suguru. Once close, Gojo Suguru quietly asked about Gojo Satoru's condition, because he had been maintaining the running state of limitless defense ever since the escort mission began. Currently, he could not maintain it automatically 24 hours a day. Sustaining limitless defense required active effort and consumed a significant amount of stamina. Gojo Satoru smiled faintly, raised his hand and patted Gojo Suguru's shoulder, replying, "It's fine. If I can't manage it, don't I still have you? Besides, my sister is here too, so there's nothing to worry about." Gojo Suguru, upon hearing Gojo Satoru's words, offered a faint smile, and his heart calmed down. That's right, there was nothing to worry about. The original plan was to take a plane back to Tokyo Jujutsu High before dusk that day, but plans never keep up with changes. During this suddenly extended time, Amini Riko fully enjoyed herself. She went boating, shopped in gardens, ate a piping hot bowl of udon noodles, and viewed various fish at the aquarium. Her smile was brilliant, but as the sky gradually darkened, the smile on her face faded at a visible speed. The next day, early morning. The group, carrying complex emotions, took a plane back to the outskirts of Tokyo Jujutsu High. With every stone step they took closer to Tokyo Jujutsu High, their emotions became a little more complicated, and the atmosphere gradually stiffened. Amini Riko felt the tension. She pursed her lips, gathered her courage, and took the initiative to break the rigid atmosphere. She extended one of her fingers straight toward Gojo Satoru, while placing her other hand on her chest. Tilting her head up slightly, she said proudly, "Humph. Humph. I'm going to assimilate with Master Tenzhen soon. Once the assimilation is over, you better show me some respect, got it?" "Huh? Don't get too carried away. See Master Tenzhen? I'll drop you off at Tokyo Jujutsu High and turn around and run." Gojo Satoru clicked his tongue, crossed his arms, and turned his head away. The atmosphere eased slightly, and the group continued up step after step of the stone staircase, finally arriving within the range affected by the Tokyo Jujutsu High barrier. With this barrier in place, the alarm system inside Tokyo Jujutsu High would be triggered whenever an unregistered jujutsu sorcerer entered. Chinatsu, who had been acting like an invisible presence in the group for a while, fixed her gaze on her younger brother, Gojo Satoru. Because, according to the original works plot, the heavenly restriction tyrant Fushiguro Toji, whose lack of cursed energy allowed him to ignore the barrier, would appear behind Gojo Satoru, wielding the soul-split katana and striking him directly from the back. The unawakened Gojo Satoru failed to stop Fushiguro Toji and was even beaten half to death. Afterward, just as Amini Riko resolved to live her own life, Fushiguro Toji shot her in the head. "Riko, this time swoosh. Asterisk. Chinatsu's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Her pupils trembling, she looked down, only to see a long, wide blade protruding through her body from behind. Chapter 36, Near Death. "Sister." Watching Chinatsu next to him get sharply pierced, Gojo Satoru's eyes trembled. As he cried out, he raised his hand and instantly unleashed a blow at Fushiguro Toji, who was behind Chinatsu. However, Fushiguro Toji's speed was incredibly fast. After pulling the cursed tool from Chinatsu's chest, he quickly leaped backward, repeatedly jumping in and out of the reliable Jujutsu High barrier. Seeing this, Gojo Suguru's face showed disbelief. The previously infallible barrier was now useless. Gojo Satoru quickly walked to Chinatsu's side, anxiously asking about her condition. Although Chinatsu tried her best to act as if nothing was wrong, Fushiguro Toji's stab was too brutal. The force made Chinatsu suspect it was several times stronger than the stab Toji used on Gojo Satoru in the original work. "Do we have that much animosity?" Chinatsu covered her pierced wound with her hand, breathing slightly while blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. This sudden change in the original plot meant Chinatsu couldn't react optimally to Fushiguro Toji's sudden attack. Ever since the Star Plasma Vessel arc began, Chinatsu had been focused on minimizing her presence, trying her best not to disrupt the relatively peaceful first half of this part of the story. But Chinatsu still underestimated the impact her variable existence had on the original plot. The original plot, in the end, could only be considered a reference. If she wanted to save more people in the future, the reference value of the original plot would only become lower and lower. Ultimately, she could only rely on herself. Caution, she must be even more cautious. Geto, you guys go in first. Gojo and I will hold them off here, Chinatsu yelled to Geto Suguru and the others. Geto Suguru paused slightly. He had originally wanted to stay and fight, but after seeing Chinatsu's incredibly serious face, he nodded in agreement. But be very careful. After Geto Suguru finished speaking, he took Amanai Riko and the maid Kurwa and ran towards the interior of Jujutsu High. Chinatsu, with her azure eyes, continued to gaze at Fushiguro Toji in the distance. He was wrapped in a black cursed spirit resembling a large maggot. In one hand he held the soul-split katana, and in the other, he held the inverted spear of heaven connected to the 10,000-mile chain. The soul-split katana didn't require too much concern. Although it could deliver slashes regardless of hardness, limitless defense was a rule-based curse technique. The soul-split katana would be slowed by limitless defense, preventing it from touching flesh. The main concern was the inverted spear of heaven. This cursed tool could forcibly nullify any active curse technique. When its blade touched the rule-based barrier of limitless defense would automatically deactivate. The 10,000-mile chain connected to the inverted spear of heaven was also a powerful curse tool. As long as one end of the 10,000-mile chain was not directly observed, it could extend indefinitely. These three cursed tools, wielded by the heavenly restriction tyrant, who possessed the strongest human body, presented an extraordinary level of danger. A powerful sense of oppression continuously surged from him. Gojo Satoru, standing beside Chinatsu, also looked at Fushiguro Toji with grave eyes. Unlike Chinatsu, he had only seen Fushiguro Toji once at a banquet when he was a child, because he had been sound asleep during the last cursed tool auction. Sensing the abnormality of not a single trace of cursed energy emanating from Fushiguro Toji, Gojo Satoru quickly thought of heavenly restriction. The physical talent brought by heavenly restriction, is it that one from the Zenin family? Gojo Satoru murmured softly, his face serious. Yet, even such a soft murmur was heard by Fushiguro Toji's keen ears. He tilted his neck, stretched his limbs, and said with a faint smile, "Not Zenin, it's Fushiguro. I married into the family. Who cares about that?" Gojo Satoru locked onto his target. He raised both hands and activated blue at Fushiguro Toji's location. Under the influence of this powerful attraction, stones and even trees were pulled up and rushed towards Fushiguro Toji. Fushiguro Toji, holding the soul-split katana, sharply delivered several slashes. All the objects flying towards him were cut into pieces. A sharp whooshing sound echoed again. Fushiguro Toji, holding the inverted spear of heaven, charged directly at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru would not back down from this head-on challenge. He clenched his palm, conjuring several blues out of thin air, like hovering turrets attempting to disrupt Fushiguro Toji's approach. However, these blues were almost like air in front of the inverted spear of heaven in Fushiguro Toji's hand. With just a slight poke of the inverted spear of heaven, those blues vanished without a trace. What? Gojo Satoru's heart jolted. As he quickly prepared for close-quarters combat with Fushiguro Toji, who had already reached Gojo Satoru, suddenly stomped his foot and changed direction. Is he going after Amanai Riko? No, his target is Sister. Gojo Satoru turned and cried out. Chinatsu, of course, also reacted to Fushiguro Toji's move. However, while her mind reacted, her body didn't. With blue rendered ineffective, Chinatsu could only clench her hand into a fist and forcefully swing it towards Fushiguro Toji's face. The next moment, Chinatsu's fist landed squarely on Fushiguro Toji's face. Because of Fushiguro Toji's speed and the principle of action and reaction, Fushiguro Toji's face was somewhat distorted by Chinatsu's punch. But at the same time, Fushiguro Toji's inverted spear of heaven had once again pierced Chinatsu's skin. In this exchange of blows, Fushiguro Toji clearly had the advantage. Fushiguro Toji forcefully flicked the inverted spear of heaven, and streaks of bright red blood splattered from Chinatsu's body onto the ground. The injuries Gojo Satoru sustained in the original work, or even worse, now appeared on Chinatsu's body. Chinatsu's pupils dilated, and an indescribable sensation overwhelmed her entire being. Since awakening the Limitless curse technique and mastering Limitless defense in her childhood, she had experienced minor injuries, but never a major one. The strongest, invincible reversal, like a tidal wave, it surged and engulfed her. In reality, as Fushiguro Toji pulled out the inverted spear of heaven from her hand, Chinatsu's body tilted and fell, lying on the ground. Fushiguro Toji exhaled, a comfortable ease appearing on his face. He turned and looked at the stunned Gojo Satoru, smiling as he once again assumed a fighting stance. One down. I need to be faster. If the star plasma vessel and Tenzhen really assimilate, I won't get the bounty. Chapter 37, Awakening 1. Looking at Chinatsu, who was covered in blood and lying on the ground, Gojo Satoru's pupils trembled like an earthquake, and a furious emotion surged from his heart, but he forcibly suppressed it the moment it was about to erupt. Sensing Gojo Satoru's emotions rapidly rising, breaking through, stopping, and then descending, Fushiguro Toji couldn't help but praise Gojo Satoru's mindset in his heart. It seems a bit difficult to deal with the second one quickly, but if I treat this as a time challenge, then it's quite interesting. Fushiguro Toji's face still held a confident smile. He raised the inverted spear of heaven high in his hand, striking a very peculiar combat pose. Heavenly Restriction Tyrant versus Unawakened Six Eyes User. After a moment of staring at each other, both sides swiftly dashed out from their distant positions, commencing a battle where both were racing against time. Curse Technique Lapse Blue. Booming sounds echoed, clearly audible even to Geto Suguru and the others who had already run inside Tokyo Jujutsu High. It's just... something's not right. This booming sound should be from Blue, but judging by the frequency it doesn't sound like 2 against 1, instead it's 1 against 1 and even the defensive side. Geto Suguru was somewhat stunned. As one of the strongest duo members, he couldn't imagine Gojo Satoru or Chinatsu being defeated. Both of them together still losing was an event he deemed absolutely impossible. Geto Suguru's thoughts were a bit chaotic until Aminai Riko, who was by his side, suddenly stopped. Her eyes, which had lost their sparkle, opened, pulling Geto Suguru back to reality. Is this the place? At this moment, they had arrived at the innermost part of Tokyo Jujutsu High, a special space covered by a unique barrier. Tomb Chamber. This is the residence of Tenzhen, who possesses the Immortal Curse technique, and also the cornerstone of various barriers covering the entire country. It can be said that if this place is destroyed, all national barriers would be severely affected or even rendered ineffective. Walk up those stairs, pass through the gate, and reach the base of the central towering tree. There you will assimilate with Master Tenzhen. Tenzhen will protect your safety with a barrier until the assimilation is complete. As Geto Suguru calmly narrated the upcoming procedures, Aminai Riko's already dim light became even more ethereal. Her maid, Kurwa Misato, was not by her side, because this current location was no longer a place she could proceed further into. They had to hug and say goodbye midway. Just as Aminai Riko was about to lift her foot and take the first step towards accepting her fate, Geto Suguru, who was beside her, pursed his lips and suddenly spoke again. Or you can choose to turn back now and go home with Miss Kurwa. Aminai Riko's brows unfurled upon hearing these words. She turned to look at Geto Suguru with a puzzled and surprised expression, and a faint glimmer of light bloomed in her pupils. It turned out that when they first accepted this mission, they noticed from Principal Yaga's tone that he referred to assimilation as erasure, his voice filled with guilt and remorse. However, assimilation clearly cannot be equated with erasure, meaning one of these two must be incorrect. Geto Suguru and the others naturally sided with Principal Yaga. Unlike the assimilation understood by most people in the jujutsu world, Principal Yaga, though outwardly a muscular man, was actually very meticulous in his thinking. It's just that he often beat around the bush when doing things, making people ponder. After learning Principal Yaga's thoughts and attitude, they had discussed this topic and reached a conclusion before meeting Aminai Riko. What if the star plasma vessel refused assimilation? Then there would be no assimilation. Even if doing so might make them enemies of Tenzhen, they did not change this decision. It's okay because we are the strongest. Geto Suguru smiled and turned to face Amanai Riko, extending his hand to her. Whatever choice you make, we will guarantee your future, Riko. You have the right to choose. Meanwhile, outside Tokyo Jujutsu High. Although Gojo Satoru forcibly maintained his sanity when he saw Chinatsu severely injured and collapsed on the ground, he was no match for Fushiguro Toji's ferocious attacks, and he was knocked to the ground, already mentally exhausted. Fushiguro Toji let out a big breath. Although defeating Chinatsu relied on sneak and surprise attacks, the continuous defeat of two Six Eyes users consumed far more physical and mental energy than a warm-up. This is really tiring. After this job is done, I really need to treat myself well. Fushiguro Toji swung the inverted spear of heaven in his hand downwards, and blood was flung from the blade, splashing onto the ground. Just as he was about to put away the inverted spear of heaven and pull out a simple, unadorned handgun that was more effective against ordinary humans, his keen senses suddenly felt that something was amiss around him. Wait! Fushiguro Toji quickly turned his head to his right, towards Gojo Satoru's direction. After finding Gojo Satoru still lying on the ground motionless, his ominous premonition lessened somewhat. With that feeling, he turned his head to his left, towards where Chinatsu was lying. Chinatsu was also still lying on the ground. Fushiguro Toji couldn't help but inwardly grumble that he hadn't performed high-difficulty missions for too long, and his nerves were getting a bit oversensitive. He took a step towards the interior of Tokyo Jujutsu High, and at that moment, Chinatsu's finger, which had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly twitched. Not dead yet. Fushiguro Toji paused, showing a suspicious expression, because in his judgment, with such severe injuries and lying there for so long, she should have been dead already. However, just in case, he still took out the inverted spear of heaven and 10,000-mile chain, preparing to use the combination of these two cursed tools to deliver a long-range finishing blow to Chinatsu. Fushiguro Toji swiftly threw the chain in his hand, and the blade of the inverted spear of heaven, capable of ignoring limitless defense, rapidly attacked Chinatsu's head. Bang! The blade of the inverted spear of heaven violently plunged into the stone ground, emitting a deafening roar. It missed, more accurately it was dodged. Fushiguro Toji turned around and looked behind him. Chinatsu, who had teleported to a new position, stood there. Her head was tilted downwards and her arm swung slightly downwards without any added force. Upon seeing this, Fushiguro Toji immediately pulled the 10,000-mile chain, retracting the inverted spear of heaven back into his hand. He held the inverted spear of heaven, intently observing Chinatsu, drops of sweat appearing on his cheeks, and he couldn't help but let out a muttered complaint. In broad daylight, I shouldn't be seeing ghosts. Chapter 38, Awakening 2. When Chinatsu's body was repeatedly pierced by Fushiguro Toji's inverted spear of heaven, Chinatsu quickly adopted the method used by Gojo Satoru in the original work, dedicating her entire being to the operation of the reverse curse technique, using the stimulus of the brink of death to push herself. This was easy to say but incredibly difficult to execute. Amidst the countdown of rapidly draining life, Chinatsu felt herself sinking deep into a viscous, abyssal swamp. To survive, she could only stretch and extend her arm upwards with all her might, using her palm to tightly grasp the life-saving rope named reverse curse technique. Fortunately, Chinatsu succeeded. The multiple wounds that Fushiguro Toji had inflicted using the inverted spear of heaven were now sealed, as steam-like currents surged from her skin, restoring her body to its pre-injury state. Fushiguro Toji, watching this scene, quickly understood what had happened to Chinatsu. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the inverted spear of heaven even more. Just as he prepared to launch another attack against Chinatsu, he saw Chinatsu, who had been standing with her head lowered like someone half asleep, slowly raise her head, a faint smile mixed with a hint of madness gracing her face. And the words that subsequently came out of Chinatsu's mouth instantly disrupted the thoughts in Fushiguro Toji's mind. Thank you so much, Toji. Fushiguro Toji couldn't help but be stunned. If it had been words of mockery or provocation, he would have long been able to dismiss them easily. However, this was undoubtedly the first time an enemy had thanked him, a killer, during a fight. Although Fushiguro Toji was momentarily dazed, he still understood what kind of mindset Chinatsu had to utter such words. You don't think you've won, do you? If you get back up, then I'll just knock you down again. Fushiguro Toji grinned, showing a confident expression. He embedded the armor-piercing inverted spear of heaven onto the 10,000-mile chain, which could extend infinitely, and began spinning the 10,000-mile chain. As a former Zenin family member who had always resented the Gojo family, Fushiguro Toji knew better than most how powerful a six-eyes sorcerer who awakened the reverse curse technique truly was. Facing the awakened Rikugan who was approaching or had already become the strongest modern jujutsu sorcerer, Fushiguro Toji would normally choose to turn and run, and he would be extremely decisive about it. But at this moment he threw the rules he had always followed out of his mind. Now he only wanted to fight the strongest modern jujutsu sorcerer and crush him underfoot after winning. The 10,000-mile chain spinning in his hand accelerated rapidly, and the inverted spear of heaven attached to its end repeatedly struck the ground, cutting the surface into pieces of shattered rock. Fushiguro Toji's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to swing the 10,000-mile chain and attack Chinatsu, he saw Chinatsu slowly raise a hand, forming a gun gesture. The cursed energy within her body rapidly transformed, and a crimson impact projectile instantly condensed at her fingertips. Seeing this, Fushiguro Toji's pupils widened. He decisively abandoned his attack, preparing to use the inverted spear of heaven to block the strike. Curse technique reversal read. As Chinatsu softly chanted the words, the impact projectile at her fingertips immediately shot toward Fushiguro Toji, releasing an extremely fierce shockwave. Bang! Fushiguro Toji was instantly blasted into the buildings of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Even though most of the impact was absorbed by Fushiguro Toji's physical body, the residual shockwave still left the buildings within Tokyo Jujutsu High covered in cracks and on the verge of collapse. Chinatsu stared at the billowing thick smoke before her. Knowing the smoke means no damage tropewell, she didn't believe her attack could inflict much harm on Fushiguro Toji. Although the output of red was twice that of blue, Fushiguro Toji was, after all, the strongest human body created by heavenly restriction, and he wielded a divine tool like the inverted spear of heaven. Sure enough, before the thick smoke dissipated, Fushiguro Toji, wielding the inverted spear of heaven, burst out of the fog, attempting to close the distance with Chinatsu for a quick throat slice. Facing Fushiguro Toji rushing toward her from the front, Chinatsu knew that neither blue nor red would be able to subdue Fushiguro Toji quickly. Fortunately, the Limitless Void Curse technique had more than just these two moves. The Limitless Void Curse technique was a cursed technique passed down for 1,000 years. Over the long years, generations of predecessors recorded their experiences in family archives for future generations to study and observe. Blue and red were publicly known moves of the Gojo family, so Fushiguro Toji, as a former Zenin family member, naturally understood the capabilities of these two techniques. However, there was one move that was little known even within the Gojo family, allowing the forward and reverse flows, two completely different limitless powers, to collide, instantly unleashing a hypothetical mass that did not belong to this world. Hollow technique, purple. As Chinatsu snapped her fingers, the entire area of Tokyo Jujutsu High was swallowed by dazzling purple light. And when the light dissipated, Fushiguro Toji had stopped his attack, standing still. Both the inverted spear of heaven and the 10,000-mile chain had fallen to the ground, and a bloody hole had opened up in his body. He had lost. A gentle breeze swept over him. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly draining away. He probably wouldn't need even a minute before his eyes closed forever. Fushiguro Toji had intended to simply close his eyes and quietly await his death, but just as he closed them, the image of his son, Fushiguro Megumi, suddenly flashed through his mind. He usually paid no attention to his son, having almost forgotten his name, so Fushiguro Toji himself hadn't expected to think of his son at this moment. What a strange guy I am. Fushiguro Toji scoffed at himself internally. He then opened his eyes and his mouth was already open, ready to say something, but he saw Chinatsu had already walked up to him and extended her palm toward his body. You are. Sure, don't talk. I'm trying something. Chinatsu's action completely confused Fushiguro Toji. In the final seconds of his life's countdown, he fixed his gaze on Chinatsu. Chinatsu placed her palm next to the wound on Fushiguro Toji's body. She closed her eyes and focused her entire being on manipulating the cursed energy within her. Cursed energy is negative energy, which can strengthen the body but cannot heal it. Therefore, the reverse curse technique is needed to generate positive cursed energy. The healing effect of the reverse curse technique varies from person to person. Some can only apply it to themselves, while others can apply it both to themselves and to others. Gojo Satoru was the former. Chinatsu was the latter. Reverse curse technique, positive output. As Chinatsu poured the positive cursed energy into Fushiguro Toji's body, the heavily damaged missing flesh began to regenerate at a visible pace. Chapter 39, Awakening 3. Toji Fushiguro's pupils trembled. He completely didn't understand why Chinatsu would save him, especially since he not only failed his mission but also lost to her. And he had genuinely killed her brother. Just as Toji Fushiguro thought this, Satoru Gojo, who was lying on the ground not far away, slowly got up from the ground like Chinatsu, as if coming back to life a second time. Seeing Toji Fushiguro's shocked, speechless expression, Chinatsu immediately guessed what he was surprised about. She couldn't help but lower her head and chuckle softly. Amidst Chinatsu's laughter, Satoru Gojo, who wanted to go wild but couldn't find an outlet, slowly walked to Chinatsu's side with his hands in his pockets. "Sis, you were one step ahead of me again. Otherwise, how could I be your sis?" Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo chatted casually in front of Toji Fushiguro, seemingly completely ignoring him. Just minutes ago they were enemies, even to the point where they almost killed each other, not just a minor squabble between friends. A saint? This adjective suddenly came to Toji Fushiguro's mind, but almost immediately he shook his head, dismissing that possibility. Finally, he couldn't suppress the doubt in his heart and turned to Chinatsu, asking, Why did you save me?" Hearing Toji Fushiguro's question, Chinatsu turned to look at him, while Satoru Gojo turned to look at Chinatsu. Although he wasn't interested in Toji Fushiguro's life or death, he was indeed curious why his sister made such a decision. Soft-hearted? Satoru Gojo didn't believe that word would ever describe his sister. There had to be a reason. Facing their gazes, Chinatsu paused for a moment, then extended both hands and raised one finger on each. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "The truth." Toji Fushiguro chose the truth without the slightest hesitation. He had no leisure to choose a lie and let Chinatsu specifically tease him. Switching to truth mode, Chinatsu put one hand on her hip and sighed helplessly. Under their intense gazes, she sincerely spoke the truth. I simply found you pleasing to the eye." "Then you should tell the lie instead." Toji Fushiguro's face clearly said, "Do you really take me for a fool?" Satoru Gojo next to Chinatsu also twitched slightly, telling Chinatsu to stop joking. Chinatsu was helpless. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. "A lie then?" "The lie is that I plan to overthrow the current corrupt jujutsu world and carry out major reforms in the near future. To achieve this goal, the strength of one or two people is not enough, so I want to recruit strong individuals who share my vision." Chinatsu shrugged, reciting the template answer for lie mode. Of course, although she called it a lie, it was actually also the truth. Overthrowing the corrupt jujutsu world and carrying out reforms was indeed Chinatsu's goal. However, this matter had nothing to do with saving Toji Fushiguro. It could be judged as a mismatch between the question and the answer, hence it was a lie. But it was this lie that Toji Fushiguro genuinely took to heart, even lowering his head in deep thought. The Zenin family, where he was born, was a microcosm of the corruption in the jujutsu world. It could be said that no one detested the current jujutsu world more than him. Do you have confidence? Reforming the jujutsu world is still somewhat difficult, but if it's just overthrowing the jujutsu world, I think you should already have the answer in your heart. Indeed. Toji Fushiguro looked at Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo in front of him, then subconsciously raised his hand and pressed it against the wound where he had just been pierced by hollow technique, purple. Now, under Chinatsu's positive output of reverse curse technique, the wound that would have killed him in less than a minute had completely healed. If not for his tattered clothes, there would be no trace of the damage from his flesh being blown away. Possessing the power to destroy everything while also possessing the power to heal everything, this was truly a monster. However, unexpectedly not disliked. If you truly plan to target the jujutsu world in the future, you can find me. I will help, but if you ask me to join Jujutsu High, please allow me to decline. Toji Fushiguro said this, and Chinatsu naturally didn't insist. Or rather, she never intended to drag Toji Fushiguro to Jujutsu High, as that would be too unconventional. Just as the three of them were chatting like friends, a giant fleshworm cursed spirit suddenly rushed out from a distance, opening its bloody maw towards Toji Fushiguro. Toji Fushiguro reacted instantly. He picked up his cursed tool, the soul-split katana, and swiftly cut the fleshworm cursed spirit into pieces with several sharp slashes. Suguru Geto arrived at the scene, holding the cloud of wandering triple-section staff. He had intended to shout to Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo that he was also here to help. But as he got closer and took another look, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off, and 3 large question marks appeared above his head. Satoru Gojo, with a silly grin, quickly went to Suguru Geto's side and, using their language of close friends, explained as concisely as possible what had just happened. Riko Amanai and her maid, Kurwa Misato, also emerged from the Jujutsu High building after seeing that the situation seemed safe. Seeing that Riko Amanai made her own choice and did not meet a tragic fate, Chinatsu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before seeing Riko Amanai appear, she was afraid that the chain reaction she had caused would lead Riko Amanai to eventually agree to assimilate. It's good that she didn't assimilate. It's good that she didn't assimilate. Although doing so would definitely lead to some new plot developments, for example, Chinatsu could already guess that in the near future, she, Satoru Gojo, and Suguru Geto would be summoned by a certain higher-up of the Jujutsu world, who would then question them about this and that. While it would be troublesome, compared to Riko losing her life, these troubles were truly trivial. Chinatsu and the others talked about many things inside Jujutsu High. To be safe, Suguru Geto accompanied Riko Amanai and her maid, Kurwa Misato, back home to ensure their safety. Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo, on the other hand, turned and headed to the tomb chamber inside Jujutsu High, where Tenzhen resided, preparing to confront this immortal Jujutsu sorcerer who had lived for over 1,000 years. As for Toji Fushiguro, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He opened the screen to find a call from a Star Plasma Cult executive, likely wanting to ask Toji if the assassination mission had been completed. Toji Fushiguro silently added the number to his blacklist, turned off his phone, and put it back in his pocket. What should I do next? Never mind, I'll just go home for a long overdue visit. Chapter 40, Plot Twists. Toji Fushiguro, who originated from the most feudal family in the Jujutsu world, the Zenin family, suffered various forms of discrimination from his family since childhood due to his innate binding vow, the heavenly restriction. Because he was born without cursed energy, Toji Fushiguro couldn't even perceive cursed spirits, but the enhanced senses of the strongest human body allowed him to vaguely yet clearly sense their existence. After Toji Fushiguro left Tokyo Jujutsu High, he walked step by step toward the home he had moved into after marrying in, his hands stuffed into his pockets. When he reached the door and tried to take out his key, he realized he hadn't been back in so long that he had no idea where he had put it. Slightly helpless, he reached up and scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, he simply raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock. 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 Following the sound of knocking, footsteps immediately echoed from inside the house. After the person inside peered through the peephole and saw that the knocker was Toji Fushiguro, they hesitated for a moment before opening the door from the inside. Dad? Daddy? The person who opened the door was his daughter, Tsumiki Fushiguro, though she was not related to Megumi Fushiguro by blood, as this was a blended family. Toji Fushiguro brought his son from his previous marriage, and the woman brought her daughter from her previous marriage. Together, the two created this family. Tsumiki Fushiguro looked nervously at her stepfather. Although he was her stepfather, they had never cultivated a harmonious father-daughter relationship. Furthermore, her mother often complained about his long absences from home. In Tsumiki's heart, her impression of her stepfather was not high. Toji Fushiguro was aware of this, so he didn't feel dissatisfied with the attitude Tsumiki Fushiguro displayed. He simply reached out, patted Tsumiki's head and walked directly into the house. 4-year-old Megumi Fushiguro quickly appeared in his line of sight. The moment Megumi Fushiguro saw his father, a look of disgust immediately flashed across his face. So you finally remembered how to come home. Facing his son's sharp-tongued attack, Toji Fushiguro couldn't help but click his tongue. Although his paternal authority was hanging by a thread, he truly didn't have the right to retort on this matter. At that moment, the words Chinatsu had spoken to him involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Reform this corrupt jujutsu world. Toji Fushiguro suddenly let out a soft laugh in front of Megumi Fushiguro. Seeing this, Megumi Fushiguro instantly worried that his old man's brain might be broken. He walked over to Megumi Fushiguro, placed his palm on Megumi Fushiguro's head, and forcefully rubbed it. Megumi Fushiguro already had spiky hair, and after this round of rubbing his hairstyle looked even more explosive. "What are you doing?" Megumi Fushiguro used all his strength, pulling with both hands to try and yank Toji Fushiguro's hand away, but the disparity in their strength was too great. When Toji Fushiguro finally released his hand from Megumi Fushiguro's head, Megumi Fushiguro couldn't help but want to complain, but at the same time he heard a soft mutter from Toji Fushiguro. Megumi Fushiguro didn't clearly hear what Toji Fushiguro muttered, but he felt that Toji Fushiguro's tone was extremely gentle, so gentle that it didn't sound like it came from him at all. Afterward, Toji Fushiguro waved his hand at Megumi Fushiguro and Sumiki Fushiguro, signaling that he still had things to take care of, then turned and walked into his room inside the house. He sat on the bed, reached into his pocket, took out his phone which was turned off and switched it back on. Upon turning it on, a flood of missed calls popped up, all from the Star Plasma Cult executive's phone number. It was clear that after all this time they had not received a report from Toji Fushiguro regarding the completion of the mission, and they were extremely anxious. The Star Plasma Cult members were devoted to the pure form of Tenzhen. If Tenzhen merged with the Star Plasma vessel and became impure, the Star Plasma Cult would undoubtedly face the risk of collapse. Facing these urgent calls, Toji Fushiguro had no intention of answering. He simply opened his contacts and looked for a number he hadn't called in a long time. As Toji Fushiguro's fingers pressed the screen, the phone immediately entered communication mode. After a brief period of beep beep beep, the call connected. The person on the other end of the line was none other than the current head of the Zenin family, Zenin Narabito. "Toji? You actually contacted me willingly. Has your son awakened his cursed technique already? If so, let's proceed with what we discussed, 1 billion for a standard curse technique and for the inherited one. My son hasn't awakened his cursed technique yet. I've just changed my mind and decided not to sell him, so I'm letting you know." "What?" A furious shout erupted from Zenin Naobito in the main house of the Zenin family, but the sound didn't reach Toji Fushiguro's ears, because Toji Fushiguro had already hung up and even turned his phone off again. After smoothly completing this task, Toji Fushiguro slightly tilted his head back, looked at the ceiling and let out a breath. "I think I made the right decision." On the other side, while Suguru Geto escorted Riko Amanai and Kurwa Misato home, Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo turned and walked into Tokyo Jujutsu High, heading toward the tomb chamber where Tenzhen resided. As the barrier master within Tokyo Jujutsu High, Tenzhen naturally saw clearly everything that had just happened, but she did not intervene. Every 500 years, she requires the sacrifice of a young star plasma vessel to reset her physical information and restore her body to a youthful state. Although this action could be justified as being for the greater good of the jujutsu world, Tenzhen still felt deep guilt over it. Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo passed through the deep tunnels and arrived at the outer perimeter of the tomb chamber. Because the tomb chamber was protected by a special barrier that prevented uninvited guests from entering, the two stopped there. Tenzhen was not foolish. Seeing the two sudden arrivals, she immediately understood their intent. Because she did not have a star plasma vessel, her cursed technique would soon forcibly evolve her physical body. If the evolution succeeded, all would be well. But if the evolution failed, she was highly likely to become an entity that could not distinguish friend from foe and would endanger the jujutsu world. The presence of the two individuals who had now awakened and achieved the strongest status was meant to reassure Tenzhen, allowing her to peacefully prepare for the evolution ritual. No one would disturb her until the evolution ritual was complete. If the evolution succeeded, everyone would rejoice. But if the evolution failed and she transformed into a monster that threatened the world, the two strongest would use all their power to intercept and eliminate her right there.
Disclaimer: I don't own this story. If the original author requests its removal, this video will be taken down.